Hello, what's up? Hello, hello, hello. Oh my gosh. Did I make that happen? Yes, I did. All right, good, good. I was just thinking to myself, I want music, the thing that I disabled last time. Uh, what's up, Ty, Eden, Valkyrie? How we doing? Hello. I I am feeling better. I'm in the same I feel relatively similar to how I started last stream. But that does not mean that I will need to stop again. When I started, I was feeling fine. So we will see. I took some precautions. And we will at minimum get to break, and maybe we'll reevaluate there. I'm cautiously optimistic. I'll say that. I'm cautiously optimistic. I did realize that I think these are giving me headaches. I realized that the other day because I've needed to replace them for a while. Like the earmuffs are like peeling off. Oh wait, there we go. Yeah. And they're not really supposed to be like main wired headphones. Like they have the wired option, but they're primarily supposed to be like, you know, walk around wireless type deals, but they also don't fully work in this earmuff. So while I'm watching, they cut in and out. I need to get new ones. Is the long and short of it. Because these also hurt my ears. Basically, just everything that I have fucking hurts me. and I just need to get things that don't hurt me. That's what I'm learning throughout this. Oh, what up, Michael, Pharaoh, Hans? Hello, hello, hello. In-ear monitors, perchance? In-ear? Yeah, I was about to say. I got the in-ear monitors. They hurt. I have sensitive little ears. What up, John? Hello, Jake. What's up? Hopefully, but like I said, just regular earbuds. Perhaps. I need to just figure it out. I've had earbuds and headphones in the past that did not cause me pain and headaches, but also I'm in kind of a different scenario now where I'm wearing them for much longer periods of time. I used to want to not wear like these sorts of headphones because I didn't like how it made my hair look, but now honestly my hair's long enough that I don't really care as much anymore. So I really just need to get. I just need to get a new pair of headphones. That's the long and short of it. But beyond that, I took some precautions on things to hopefully not make me feel as bad. Because honestly, I've felt that bad on stream before. Like, it wasn't actually that. It was more that I was very mentally out of it because I haven't been sleeping because of Bird being in heat. I was very mentally out of it, and what little mental energy I had was going towards how bad I felt. So that was making it really hard to focus. So I'm feeling much more mentally there today. So I'm hoping that will just take care of all of it. But yeah. Any over-the-ear headphones give me headaches regardless if I wear them for too long. I have found ones that don't, but they were very finicky and they didn't have the wireless option, that's why I got these originally, was because they were wired and wireless. But they were also cheap, and go figure, you get what you pay for. I'm that way with sunglasses for a reason. Most of them strain my eyes, and I have no idea why. I've worn the same pair of sunglasses for so long because of it. If those break, I'm screwed. I feel that. I used to use these headphones that were bone conducting. So they like went over your ears, but then they just like went onto your like cheekbones. And so they didn't go into your ear at all, or over it, which were both really nice. But they're Bluetooth and there's like a bit of a delay. And they're a bit pricey. So when I wore those like all throughout college, and then when they broke, I didn't get a new pair because I couldn't quite justify it. But now I'm thinking about getting one again. But anyways, we don't have much to no like takeaway or comment review because it wasn't a full ep. The only thing that I changed between then and now, wrong one, is we're gonna try the character budget rather than the what do you call it? Timer. I don't know yet. I picked some numbers that felt right, so I actually lowered the budget a lot from what we normally do. For reference, like a full-out Critical Role stream is, my estimation is around about 180,000 characters-ish. It may be 200,000 if I'm especially talkative. So 50,000 is well under, but we have a decrement running in the background. So while I'm not talking, characters are being decremented. There's basically like a passive like refresh rate. Now I don't know if I set that refresh rate to be too high. I don't know if I set the budget to be too low. We are going to start to experiment a little bit and see. But I'm excited for it in general. I think it's got some good possibilities for how it could work out. Also, I guess in terms of small housekeeping, we had the first office hours yesterday. I think it went pretty well. Actually, I'm gonna go back to just chatting for this. I think it went pretty well. I anticipate doing more of them. Probably one like every Tuesday. And maybe, the theory streams will be a component of that. Maybe I'll break off theory streams into their own separate thing. I don't know. But yeah, office hours went really well. And sort of related to that, I have decided that I'm going to, I was about to say I'm 99% sure. I'm just going to say I'm sure. I'm going to get rid of the $3.99 tier of the membership altogether. Just go down to $0.99. And $3.99 people, you will not lose anything that you're currently getting. I'm basically just going to shift all those benefits to the $0.99 and just get rid of $3.99 altogether. So, if you want to, I'm going to do it, I think, at the end of the week. Wait, what's today? Today's Wednesday. So I'll probably do it on, like, Sunday. And I'll put out an announcement in the Discord and on the community tab for that. So I'll do it at the end of the week. I'll delete it. So you can downgrade before then. If you don't, YouTube tells me at least that it'll refund you. If you want to address it beforehand, that's probably going to get you more reliable results. I'm not saying I don't trust YouTube, but it's your money. The $3.99 people get a discount. I think if you downgrade, it will refund it. I think. I wish I could do like a more like. I wish I could transition those sorts of things, but I'm not allowed to. The only thing I can do is change the perks at each level, change the price, or delete. So I don't know exactly how the transitionary period works, but yeah, I wanted to do it because I'm already not giving. I'm not doing the members only stuff really consistently. Oh, the discount is the new price. That's true. That's true. But yeah, I'm not doing I'm not doing anything super duper consistently. I don't have a very consistent long posting schedule. So I wanted to move all of those things to be like fun extras for the 099, but not kind of put them off on their own tier because I don't know. I think that kind of creates some expectation. And I wanted the gifting tier to be 099 rather than 399. So that's coming at the end of the week. Like I said, I'll put out a written announcement. But with that, all of the members only streams, like the theory streams, office hours yesterday, all of those sorts of things will move to that tier as well, because there will only be one tier now. So 099 will also get you access to those members only streams. So that should be cool. I'm really excited about office hours in general. It got me, and I'll maybe show a sneak preview because the VOD's gone for office hours. I'm not keeping the VODs around. For theory streams, I will. So anything that has to do with like Critical Role broadly, I'll keep around. But the general office hours aren't sticking around. So you're either there or you're not. And this is one of the things we worked on. I made a whole new vault. Oh, you can't see it. Wait. We have a solution to this. We have a solution. Don't worry. Primary. There we go. Oh yeah, this is what it looked like. I need to get rid of that. But we worked on a magic item. The Shade Shapers. They're based on an idea that I've had for like 5 months. So we did flavor text, the general core mechanics, system agnostic. And then we went through the process of actually trying to like write it out for D&D. What would the exact text look like? That sort of thing. And we also talked a lot about the back-end bot stuff. But yeah, it was super cool. And it's going to give me the opportunity to work on some things that, again, I've had the ideas for in the background for a long, long time, but just haven't been able to justify working on. So I think that'll be pretty cool. And with that, oh my god, I keep switching to the wrong scenes. Oh my goodness. But with that, we will jump back into Critical Role. And I believe the last we left off, they were talking to Uncle Wilhand. Not Uncle Wilhand. Grandfather Wilhand. Oh, and I also just realized that the on-screen elements are kind of covering each other up. That's a little weird. Why are they doing that? That feels like it's not where it's supposed to be. And then this top monitor, I mean, it should be showing both. Did the YouTube layout change? Because that top monitor should be all of that. What? That's so weird. I don't know if the if YouTube changed, but the cropping on that changed. Okay, so we gotta crop it differently. Let's see. 90. Okay. Let's go like a classy 200. Dogs. Although I am speaking of or I guess we weren't really speaking of it, but in reference to my bad sleep and to Bug being in heat, she is maybe almost out of heat, which would be so cool. I really, really cannot wait until she is fully out. Yeah. But I wish someone would make a wired version of those. The components are relatively cheap, if I can recall. The bone conducting things, I know. I really wish there was there was wired bone conducting ones, but alas. But anyways, So I'm cautious. We're cautiously optimistic that she'll be out of heat soon, and then we will be able to get more regular sleep. But with that, like I said, I think we were talking to Wilhand, and we will get back to it. If I can remember. Oh, I don't have to do the play and pause on there anymore. Holy shit, that's weird.
Okay, I'm okay for now.
Okay, look it up, homie.
It's been a day. I will.
I'll
get the
have
cups.
one.
Yes, look up.
And he goes and opens a cabinet and there's just shattered glass. Okay, no cups.
It's fine.
Bottle. It is.
Pass the bottle.
Pass the bottle.
Guys, pass the bottle around for a bit. Finish off the bottle. It's.
Finish the bottle?
Well, she took most of it.
I think we should make a meal. He's a very good cook.
Is the kitchen functional here?
Is there food?
You know what we should do?
Eat food and talk about
Bring him
plan?
into the mansion.
Could bring him into the mansion.
We do need time to rest and plan.
And we
sure.
still have one more stop
him in the
before the
mansion.
evening's done.
You can show his people that work at the mansion how to cook, because they are terrible. I can tell you that
They're
much.
great at one dish.
Have a mansion.
I do. I'm quite successful as gnomes go. In fact, before we...
He has a mansion.
He
should
does.
be dealing with it.
He
Okay,
does
you know.
have a
Why am I
mansion.
telling you?
Is
It's a
Wilhelm
magic
drunk right now?
He looks like he's coping with the past week's
Nobody
events.
inside checked his soberness.
He's been just drunk the whole time.
Should we make the mansion, get Wilhand a room, and then go to our last destination of this night before we turn in?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, Grog, how long do you reckon we have before your cousin wants to either talk or get busy?
I don't know.
Are we supposed to meet up with them later
What?
tonight?
No,
Tonight?
he said at dawn
At
we...
At dawn.
Wait, at dawn
We
we fight
ride.
or at dawn we plan?
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say at dawn we plan. So I'm
So I think I would remember that.
At dawn we rise and make a plan.
At dawn, we quorum.
At dawn we Microsoft Excel.
You could be an early pattern.
At dawn we play. That's the name of the episode. It's very I don't remember exactly what Zanror said either. I don't remember. In fact, I don't remember Zanror even giving them a timeline of of any sort. I absolutely could be wrong about that. That's something I totally feel like I could have missed at the end of the kill box. But I don't blame them for not remembering either. It's like after such a huge thing, a lot of like just like cleanup type talking happened afterward, and I feel like that's the sort of I just realized I should turn down my mic. That's the sort of like talking that I feel like doesn't really stick in people's brains, you know? Is like after this big momentous event, you know, the paperwork essentially of like, when are we gonna meet next? At Dawn We Plan is also a reference I think people have subtly made in chat before. Oh, is it? I have not. Probably to their analysis paralysis tendencies. I can see that. Yeah, that's a very funny phrase, especially for them. And not at dawn we ride, at dawn we plan. Yeah, it is interesting though. I'm debating if I would have done anything differently as Matt. You know, it's like, could you maybe at the beginning of this session have a messenger from Zanror? But that doesn't even make sense because the timing on the two was so tight. So like in fiction. So I don't even know if there's anything you could do. I think you just gotta, if he did say something, you just remind them what they said as a DM. Because I don't think there's much of a better way to do it in fiction. At noon EST we stream.
You get the sense he meant at dawn.
Shit.
To
So we have two
make an
stops
aggressive
before the
action.
evening's done then.
What's the other one?
The other one?
Wait, where was the house?
Also, Matt, let me actually think about this. Let me think about this before I fly off on the handle. Before I make some bold statements. I think this may be one of the most decisive timers that Matt has ever given them. The closest I can think of. No, that wasn't even really a timer. There's kind of an implicit timer with the Tide of Bone in Briarwoods, where he escalated danger as a way, and escalated the revolution that night as a way to push them towards action. But even there, we saw them getting confused because it wasn't like a super explicit timer, so they had like a debate over how much time they even had, which isn't a bad thing. I think other than that, the only one I can kind of think of is when they were in Vasselheim the second time, and Kima and them were talking, like Kima was going to like rent a boat, but also help them in Marrowglade Loch. But then there was confusion about why she was renting the boat, and it was like a whole thing. But I think that this is probably the most explicit, like, this is happening tomorrow. And it's like an important plot point. Like, I think occasionally NPCs have been like, oh, I'll talk to you tomorrow. But this is like an important plot point that is happening at dawn. You have a limited amount of time to do things. And if you choose not to engage with that, there will be consequences. That is true. They did have timers for the Trials of the Take. Those were actually probably the hardest timers. Because they had very severe consequences. I do think that I think that was an artifact of the meta necessities. I will fully admit, a lot of the times my brain doesn't necessarily ignore the Trial of the Take episodes, but it does, I think, not consider them when I'm thinking about like Matt's like overall style or like the overall things he does, because there was so much out of game weirdness with those and like the format, and it felt like the story was really bent to serve the meta factors, which is fair, which is totally fine. But yeah, I often forget about them when when thinking about Matt's style overall. It was very gimmicky. Yeah, very, very gimmicky. Which, not always a terrible thing, not always a bad thing. But yeah, when I'm thinking about like Matt's, standard stuff, I think my brain filters out those episodes. What's up, Crazed Alaska? Hello. So catch him on VOD. So see you in the chats until I'm caught up. Sounds good. Sounds very good, Crazed Alaska. Thanks for stopping in. Let's see. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is made, and I think it's like a solid timer that works. Like, I think that I understand from Matt's perspective not wanting to, like we've talked a lot off and on about these timers, right? And and this is kind of where my mind was kind of going with it, Pharaoh, is I understand I understand to an extent the benefits that can be gained from, basically like setting no overall timers. I don't know that I think it's like a net benefit, but I do think that there is an argument to be made that Matt wants to let them engage with the Chroma Conclave in any order, and he wants them, he's set this out to be a much more deadly arc, so he wants them to be able to feel like they're prepared and not feel like they were forced or rushed into anything with these enemies. So I do I can see some arguments. I have some counters, but I don't even think we need to get into those. But I can see some arguments for why you might want to do that. And I do think that if you're going with that strategy and you want those specific benefits, that doing something like this, where it's like they've kicked off events, they have fucked with Westrun, stuff has started to happen. They're in it now. And I think it's good, even if you don't want to have those big overall timers, to start introducing things once the action has started. He still does keep timers going on things that happen as results of the actions. Yeah, I think that if you're not going to have the big timers, because the big timers are kind of an overall pressure to where you don't need any smaller specific ones. But if you don't have those big overall ones, much like the Tide of Bone, and much like now with Zanror, we plan at dawn, whatever. I think that introducing those things is good because it makes it disincentivizes the players from like leaving hanging plot hooks, i.e. the fact that the syndicate in I don't remember the Thieves Guild in Iman, the fact that they were responsible for the Sky Sunder egg, it's like if you have no overarching timers related to that quest and you don't give them any specific timer pusher, the clasp, thank you. If you don't give them any specific timers, then plot hooks just get dropped and abandoned. I think it's good for plots to resolve once you're very, very into them. Whether or not, the players want it to resolve, I think it's good to like set an end cap. Like they are so far into this Westrun kind of mini arc that Westrun needs to resolve. You do not want them to just pack up and go. Westrun needs to have resolution and it needs to have it soon. So I think it's good for Matt to be like, yeah, take aggressive action at dawn. That is the result of your actions, and you'll figure it out from there. So I think there's positive and negatives to either way, honestly, just that's his style. Yeah. I have some arguments, I think, for my leanings overall, but I do think that the way that he has slotted things together makes a lot of sense and does have some very distinct benefits. Reminds me of something Matt Colville once said, though it's mainly about subplots. If the players can handle all the spinning plates, there aren't enough plates. Yeah. I think that I could extend that analogy a little bit to the reason that like a plate like spinning and falling off, that can't happen unless there are some sort of timer type devices, some sort of thing for that. You can't have it where a plate realistically falls off if you don't have something that triggered that fall off. And so I fully agree that like one way that you can handle it is the players have a lot of things, but they have, some overarching pressure that makes all of those things kind of spin and kind of need to be dealt with. And, that's maybe slower spinning plates, but you can have a lot more of them. Whereas you can have much, much faster spinning plates is maybe more this style of Matt, where there's not this like overarching pressure. But once you pick up a plate, it starts fucking going. And you cannot easily take on another plate without, letting this one fall. So there's, like we said, there's definitely positives and negatives to both. But I think the spinning plates analogy is a good one.
We're supposed to plunder.
There's a house we're supposed to plunder.
Oh,
we should
really?
plunder.
Do we give a shit about
Yes,
that?
we do.
Oh, we're right, we do.
We absolutely do.
You're right, you're right.
Master Qual.
Master Cool.
Master Qual, and I will admit I'm vaguely indifferent about whether or not he gets his property back, but I am very keen to find out what that property is and what else he left if he left that.
Well, why don't we set up the mansion in Wilhelm's house? We'll go and run our errand, and we'll come back, and he'll have gotten the kitchen all up to spec.
All right.
Yeah, seeing as we might be tangling with a black dragon tomorrow, an old one, I think maybe
Probably.
that stop off you're talking about.
God forbid.
No, I don't think it's a good
Something about
idea,
black
but if it
dragon.
should happen, if we get,
Maybe.
I wanted to say railroaded into it, but I don't know what that is. We probably need every bit of edge we can get, so I actually agree with you for the moment, first of all, and we should...
This is
stop
terrifying, and this is truth that we should do it then.
Ooh. Oh boy. That's I don't think that Liam means it as shade here. Like I don't think he's trying to like subtweet Matt. But I hesitate to think how some online audiences might have interpreted that. And I will say, even as a DM, if I heard that, it would make me second guess things. I would be like, what am I railroading? So yeah, your tone seemed very pointed. Yeah, which is so interesting. And I'm okay, this is getting into hard speculation territory. Hard speculation. I want to point that out right at the beginning. But I could see a situation where the types of timers that I've been getting on Matt for not having and the types of critique that I've been throwing his way in regards to pushing his players to act and making sure that they can't be too stagnant and that they have to make some choices. There's a very distinct possibility that his players really hate that. I think it is something that would be overall good for the story and I think would make an overall better table, but it is very possible that his players really, really, really hate it. And that he's tried to do it before in maybe the pre-stream games. And they hated it a lot. And so that is why he backed off on it. It's very possible. That's, obviously, again, a lot of speculation based off of one little line. But, to me, this is incredibly benign, what Matt is doing. In terms of player pressure, this is so not low tier. What would the word even be? This is so light in terms of even the direction that I would consider railroading. So the fact that that's already coming to Liam's mind may if I'm at the table and I'm DMing and I hear that from one of my players, that is indicative of a certain type of mentality that I'm going to keep in mind when DMing into the future. Because I feel like that's part of a DM's job is to read the table, read what your players do or don't want. And man, he gave them the lightest timer I've ever seen. I mean, it's a very hard, very distinct timer, but it is so reasonable in fiction. I feel like it's immensely reasonable. And even with that, the concept of railroading is immediately brought up. Which makes me think that maybe these players or maybe some of the players are potentially a little bit more sensitive to railroading type stuff. I have no idea if Liam got any flag for that. I didn't watch these episodes when I was live, so I missed how people largely behaved per episode. Yeah. It's yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. More to come in Whoa! Thank you, Dr. Hoovy. Oh my! It filled up my my back end feed. So I got confused for a second. Thank you so much, Dr. Hoovy. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh! And it buffered right when Dr. Hoovy's donation caused the entire stream to lag out. Oh no! I know the bombed subs got some buffering. That's so funny. Oh man, Reddit has a hate crime. Well, thank you, Dr. Hoovy. I appreciate it. Yeah, but from a comment, Reed is a hate crime. Yeah. But overall, it's very interesting. If I was a DM, I would be taking distinct note of that comment. Like that would stand out to me, and I would like maybe take it to heart is the wrong word, but like I would keep it in mind. And I would think about that in future. I'm too powerful for your weak stream. Apparently, dude. Anyways.
Can we just get, like a early 12 angry men, raise of hands on who just right now on if they want to fight the dragon or not? Do we want to do this? Who wants to fight the dragon or not?
Tomorrow.
Who wants to fight the dragon tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm down. We've got 40 Goliaths with us. This is the best time to attack. No,
It's true.
I'm
No,
alone
it's
here.
true. It's true. I mean, it could be one of the best times to attack.
I would like to just do 3 more days of research
Don't
and
go and
planning.
make the door, Wilhelm's starting to turn green.
I mean, it's a big conversation.
Why? This is literally, he's doing the mom 10 more minutes fucking speech. What will 3 more days do? Like, I get it, but 3 days ago, I believe y'all were in Vasselheim. Like, shit moves quick. 3 more days is like 5 more sessions. Oh, my goodness. Which, to be fair, time is wibbly. They could obviously move into downtime, and those 3 days could pass by much faster than the previous 3 days. But it's so funny. This cast really has such crazy hesitance towards doing anything instantly. They really do have, we've talked about their analysis paralysis, and I talked I think 2 or 3 episodes ago about how much it seems like they enjoy chaotic planning, and those are all things you need to keep in mind as a DM, and you don't want to take away the things that they enjoy, but you also want those things to occasionally run into tension. They can't always get what they want. They can't always do it exactly the way that they want. But you don't want it to be constantly not what they want. You need to play with that in that amount of tension. But yeah, it's just funny.
That we should
let's
have.
table it.
The where, when, how is pretty huge.
Wilhelm, just give me the bottle. Don't
Sorry.
just
I
take
feel
it.
that
Just
that's
take
not
it
something
easy.
you do at spur of the moment.
All right, let's just get this man to safety, and then we'll finish up our errands for the day. Yes.
Is there anything you want to bring with you? Maybe you'll.
Well, he starts walking over to the shrine, and he kind of takes it off with his hand. That's all I need. As the head rolls off.
Oh.
Steve Martin.
No one saw anything.
We'll fix it.
Yeah, we can fix
It's
it.
fine. They took old Davin too.
Oh, what? Who?
Davin was your neighbor.
Davin.
Davin was my neighbor.
Is he gone?
Didn't
is he
we
dead?
meet Davin?
Took him away.
You didn't meet Davin, no. I dragged a bunch to the Iron Stocks. I could only hide. Your uncle's a coward, Pike. I'm sorry. I should have helped. You get the sense now that alcohol's kicked in and he started to go through his emotional process now.
He's your uncle. I thought he was your grandfather.
I thought he was your great grandfather.
He's my great grandfather.
And uncle?
He's drunk.
Very drunk.
He's very drunk.
Come on, no more of that talk.
Grandfather, let me carry that for you before you drop it. I'll keep it safe.
I will say very small thing that I have mentioned before, but I don't think I've had such a distinct example of Matt doing it. Of Matt just saying, you get the sense that the alcohol is kicked in. Like, I'm a big fan of environmental storytelling, of like describing things around the players and letting them draw their own conclusions. I think that's like very important towards immersion, especially. But sometimes there are things like I don't necessarily think like, oh, this makes you feel awkward, like telling players exactly how they feel or exactly what they sense or exactly what they perceive, because there are ways to communicate this purely based off of what their senses would be seeing, but that is way harder and it's way less important than just the overall sense. So I think that there are some times where you need to let the environment do the talking and some times where you can just tell the players what's going on. And I think that the real kind of leveling thing that the real balancing thing that I try to consider is how much does this rely on like a multitude of context clues? Because like the perception of someone being drunk is something that I feel like is pretty universally easy to tell. Like I think it's pretty easy to visually perceive and understand when someone is drunk. But describing that in like one sentence beyond it seems like the alcohol is kicking in or it seems like they're drunk, describing that through like the literal signs would take like 5 sentences. So that's kind of the calculation that I run through in my head of like, if I want them to get the right idea, am I going to have to spend like 7 sentences on that single idea? And are each of those sentences like even interesting, the impression that I get is that Talison's RPing Percy's hesitation. Potentially, I could definitely see that. Like I could absolutely see, and sometimes it's hard to tell when you're not at the table, when it's their player versus their character. I think that's a very reasonable assumption for knowing Percy. I think that definitely seems like a Percy thing, but it is interesting and it is sometimes hard to RP and to necessarily draw the delineation between what is RP and what is you, when something that you are recommending is something that the party in if Talison's trying to play Percy flawed, he is doing that by leaning into something that is maybe like a party flaw. Which is fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I do think it maybe makes it a skosh harder to tell whether or not it's the player or the character. Which is more funny than anything else. Let's see. It's a helpful tactic if you aren't as good of an actor as Matt too. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. If you did want to act it out instead, you'd have to ham-fist it and act like they are plastered. It's a lot harder to act slightly drunk and convey it clearly. Yeah, absolutely. Like, even with Matt's good acting that I think was conveying it. Like, I was getting the idea that he was drunk. But if that is really something that you kind of want to hit home, just saying it out loud can sometimes be worth it. And this is one of those things that is so context dependent and it's one of the reasons I like critical eyes and I like watching something directly where like we can pick out specific examples of like, this is a situation where I think just telling the players what's going on is good. But then I don't remember exactly what it was. I believe it was the Winter's Crest Festival with Vox Machina, where with Vox Machina in Whitestone, where Matt just told them, you feel kind of awkward at all the praise. I think that's an example that's very similar. Like it is a shortcut towards what they perceive and how they feel and like what the situation is and what the vibes are. But I think that's a situation where it was maybe not as appropriate. And this is a situation where the shortcutting was very appropriate. So it's a very a very nuanced topic that can really, it just greatly depends on the situation as to whether or not that sort of narrative shortcutting works and is okay. I also like to do that with things like walking in things feel very awkward. Vibes that in person you'd be able to tell even on a nat 1 perception check. Yeah. And I think that there's a really, again, it's so situation dependent, because I think that sometimes that absolutely works and sometimes it doesn't. And I don't have a very clear, like, delineated pattern on when it does or doesn't. It's just vibes, unfortunately. Maybe I'll start to develop a more consistent theory on it. I'm getting a sense VM do a lot of planning in the space between in character and out of character. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think you're right. I think your vibes are on. Yeah. They are usually good at using character voices to convey, but especially in C1, sometimes their character voices aren't that different from their real voice. Yeah, accurate. Especially with like Keyleth and Marisha, I find that quite often. Scanlan and Sam, like Marisha and Sam definitely both have character voices. But they are, to my ears at least, I'm sure to their ears, they're very different, because, trained voice actors. But especially to my ears, they are not that different. Yeah. For example, plans out of character because he can't contribute much as Grog. Yeah, true. I'm always afraid of telling the characters they feel anything specific, except for in dreams, of course. And that is really it's yeah. It's maybe something that I'll try to note down every time, Matt does it, and we'll think through and we'll try to pick out a pattern. Because I don't have broad advice on when to do it versus not, but I know I'm very confident in the fact that sometimes it is not only valid but the better thing to do. But I can't quite formulate like a cohesive piece of advice for why in any given scenario, other than if it's an idea that needs to be conveyed, but it would take a lot of work to convey it more environmentally. So yeah, I don't know, very, very interesting.
For you. You don't want the head to fall off it.
No, his head's fine. Okay.
Passes it over.
I suddenly pick up the head from the ground.
So we can put him in a mansion.
All right, yes, I'll make
All
the
right,
mansion.
I kiss him on his forehead. It's gonna be okay. Just go in there, take a nap, and show him how to cook.
I will. You'll come back soon, my dumpling.
And he kind of squeezes your cheek a little bit.
He has a mansion.
What?
Mansion.
He's super interested in her.
You're of Marion age, young Blake.
We'll talk about it later.
I'll tell you how it is.
What?
Mansion. I'll tell you how it is.
Oh, I've been there. You can go stay.
Into his mansion.
I have my own room. You can go stay in my room. Hey, Scanlan,
No, if I
how do you
want
know
to.
which one is my room?
Your room is the one covered in rose petals.
You stay in his own room.
Show me the mansion.
So I will cast the spell. I'll sit down and just start humming, my house is a very, very, very fine house with chickens everywhere. It used to be so fair.
Yeah, I'm not always a super big fan of like the sort of like parental kind of overprotective bent. I think it can be done very poorly, but I think that Wilhand's done pretty well. It's sort of like Grog, honestly. It's like Grog represents a character like archetype and a bunch of character tropes that I normally don't love seeing portrayed, because a lot of times I don't like the way that they're portrayed. And this is a very similar situation where I don't like it, but I don't like it in broad strokes, but in this, Matt's doing really well with it. In the same way that Travis does really well with Grog. Yeah. It's hard to be overprotective of a PC without it being really weird, given how much danger they run straight into. Yeah. That's like a lot of times it feel like it can run a easy risk of feeling very like patronizing. And if it's a person that we're supposed to like or that the in-character PC is supposed to like, it creates this weird dissonance. So it's not even that, like, I don't think, like, the overprotective is, like, a bad archetype or a bad trope, but I do think it's hard to do well all the time. And Wilhand is doing it well. Just thinking about it, I wonder if the difference between supporting players' understanding versus the world versus disrupting it, not that it makes it easier to tell the difference between the two. The difference is supporting the player's understanding of the world versus disrupting it. In regards to the emotional stuff or the conveying what they feel, that is fair. I mean, I think that that's a good summary of it. Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to think about it more. The three of them sound very different in Legend of Vox Machina. Also Grog, but his voice is just a different kind of different. Lol. The PCs prove they're competent in session 1. Treating them as fragile at level whatever they are can really easily feel insulting or disconnected. Yeah, and like you have to. It's yeah. I think you kind of have to have a conceit for why, but a lot of those conceits can run the risk of feeling very bad if they're misused. Like I'm thinking about, oh man, I just want to make a Stormlight reference, but it's like it's actually I'm trying to think of a way that I can vaguely reference it. Character that's prominent in the second book. First name beginning with E. Their mother, I think, is a very similar example of Wilhand, where like it would be weird if their mother was like very very like overbearing, but didn't have a conceit as to why. And I think that Wilhand doesn't even have like an explicit conceit. He's just played really well, so it doesn't feel patronizing to Ashley, or not to Ashley, to Pike. Wilhand gets a pass because of his goofy, silly character. Yeah, to an extent. It's like it's kind of what Daniel said of it can feel really insulting or disconnected, and Wilhand, believing that Wilhand is disconnected is very reasonable. Like it's there's a very clear reason for why Wilhand is a bit disconnected from reality, because that's just seems to be how he is. So then him being very paternal of potentially the 7 most powerful, or the most powerful single group on the planet, him being protective of them makes a little bit more sense because, you know, that's a bit disconnected from reality, but also he in general is just a bit disconnected from reality. But playing a character disconnected from reality, that is risky in its own sense. Of that can feel like, oh, they're just crazy, lol, and nothing else. I'm not sure how much Wilhand saw the parties being competent canonically, since most of it was pre-stream. Yeah, potentially. It's unclear how much legends of VM and their exploits have traveled. I also think it's fine for Wilhand to be worried about them. Both Pike and Grog died in their adventures. He doesn't know, but he has a point. Yeah, and yeah. It all works for Wilhand, and I think that there's the reason that it all works for Wilhand is multivalent. Or is multivalent the right word? There's a lot of reasons why. There's a lot of reasons why it works for Wilhand, and it just works. And I want to point out that I like it and I think it works. He somehow missed the dragons attacking, but did see the herd of storms coming to town. That, John, that's a really good point, and that's a really good point to bring up in efficient characterization that I didn't even think about. That one sentence, that essentially one plot beat, does so much heavy lifting in characterizing Wilhelm. Like, yeah, the fact that he totally missed Umbrasyl and has continued to miss Umbrasyl flying around the city, whatever. But, saw the Goliaths, which are much more in front of your face. They're actually probably like walking through the streets or whatever. It shows his overall worldview. Like, he's literally like got his eyes on his feet. He's only seeing his immediate surroundings and missing the bigger threat, just a spitting distance away. Yeah, that's a great example of super efficient characterization of, like, it doesn't matter that Wilhelm didn't notice the dragon. Like, that's not like something that will ultimately matter in the wider story, but it's one sentence that just plows through characterization. But anyways.
As the shimmering doorway is conjured in the center of the room.
I take him in, I show him to his room.
Well, what is this about? The door opens and he looks inside. Whoa. Turns around to you, looking at you through the doorway. It's big.
Here, come with me.
Okay.
I take him upstairs.
Sure.
I've been thinking about this. I think I'm gonna have the obsidian still on this scene, but I'm going to make it really small, like you can see. I need to bump up the font size, but I'm just gonna make it real small, like only able to see a couple of sentences, so that if there is something I want to write down, and I don't want to like pause to talk about, I want to like wait until the scene's over or whatever, you guys will see that I'm writing and not that I'm just, skipping over these things without talking about it. Even if the writing isn't, as prominent, you'll at least be able to see that I'm doing it. So yeah, I think that's a small change that I just thought about right now.
Room, and before I bid him adieu, I say, later tonight we can discuss more, but...
Make on-screen chat bigger up to Matt's cam. Yes. I mean, I can. I'll just have to move some things over, which I can do. Oh, well, Maybe I'll just move that over so that it's just more visible, even though it's not exactly where it was. And then I can also make the chat size bigger, but I do like the amount of chats that are in any given chat or any given thing. Yeah. There we go. That could work. And then I could still actually cover. Yeah, that might cover up like a word or two in someone's chat, maybe occasionally, but I think that's fine. So yeah, anyways.
I would like to ask for your granddaughter's hand in marriage. But I'll need your permission first.
I need you to roll a hell of a persuasion check on this one.
Roll for initiative, Sam. Roll for initiative.
Oh my god.
Well, it's a 20.
Shut up!
But that's low for me.
No, it is.
Okay, yeah, no.
He goes, I'll think about it. I'd like to see more of your fine abode.
I call for 5 servants, and I instruct them to take him wherever he'd like to go and give him whatever he needs.
Wine cellar.
Yet again, taking him on a tour of the Grand Estate.
Don't be cheap with the chicken! All right, so I scoot out back to rejoin our friends.
Okay.
I assume at some point we're taking a short rest, by the way. Can I just...
You guys took a short rest at the end of the last
Oh, Lordy,
We
thank you.
diced it up
Okay.
and
Oh,
So if you wanted to use any hit dice to heal yourself at that time.
that's good.
Can I?
I can't. Very much what a time to pause. Absolutely what a time to pause. I don't know. Oh boy. All right. Well, get banned. Ban. And a ban. Here we can see Scanlan at his best, worst. They aren't even day. I know, dude. I agree. And it's like, this is like a funnier example of Scanlan as a joke character. Like, I think that the joke is funnier, but I can't tell if I'm supposed to take it seriously or not. Like, we're all having fun. Wilhelm's a funny character. You know, we're all joking around. We're all goofing. We're all gaffing. But am I supposed to take this seriously? I legitimately don't know. Which I think is kind of like I can't tell if this is supposed to be a real reflection of like a flaw within Scanlan, and I'm supposed to like take this as real characterization, or if it's just Sam making a funny gaffe. 'Cause it is funny. It's not even like the other ones where I'm kind of like eye rolling and I'm like, okay, maybe it's funny to some people and it's a joke character thing. That's hilarious. I think, at least. But is it real? Sam! I don't know what to think.
I would like to just go check my room out and see how it is, if it's okay, if anything, any damage, any...
Your room is intact. It's a little dirty, and some of the crumbled stone and roof part kind of just pushed its way into the room across the floor, but for the most part, your room is intact. Wilhelm's room, which was the main room on the upper floor, was the one that got kind of destroyed by the fallen rubble. All right, what's the plan?
Should we split the party and send a few people to pillage this house that we were instructed to pillage?
We can all do it. Let's do it together.
I feel like this should be a group item.
This is a...
Well,
I wanted to grab something under the bed.
All right.
I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna hide it.
Okay.
but there was some talk of needing someone to take us through the sewers, and I can go fetch someone who knows the sewers.
I think we need to have a talk about what we're doing.
Talk before that happens.
Yeah,
Talk before, yeah.
before finding your
Time
friend.
is of the essence.
All right.
You're talking about Mr. D, I know, yeah?
Well, or someone with him, yes.
Right, it's a good idea, but I think we need to figure out what we're doing first.
Sure. What are we doing?
I have no fucking clue.
What are we doing?
First, we're robbing an old man.
Right.
Yeah, can we walk and talk?
Yeah, we
we're
walk
walking
and
and
talk.
talking.
Where's the Master Qualls?
It's at the
brick
fountain
two-story
crossroads.
house near the fountain?
Before we walk and talk, do we get the general idea that it's safe to walk through the city right now without being
Yeah.
murdered? Considering we just like put on the most epic Avengers
Right.
style
And
display.
some people are coming to the streets, though moving quickly from destination to destination. They've kind of, word has gotten around, and there's been a general sense of release a little bit throughout the city. You do pass a few of the herd members, some of them which are gathering their supplies, gathering their arms. Some of them are dragging the bodies of friends that had died in previous frays or just haven't been tended to. And all of them keep a very intense eye on you. Nothing aggressive, but not friendly either.
I think we have to convince Kevdak to abandon this plan to attack the dragon.
Xander is dead. He's
Oh,
not
not
gonna
Kevdak.
do
Yeah,
it.
no, wrong one. I'm sorry. You all look vaguely the same to me. I'm so sorry.
Except for this one.
No, he's got the beard.
Yeah.
And the ability to kill me in my sleep.
I'm a unique little snowflake, I take no offense.
I find you charming.
Thank you.
But no, we have to convince them not to do this tomorrow.
Really?
Well, honestly, isn't the dragon going to come pick up its loot in the next couple of days? It's happening tomorrow?
I think that perhaps if it's possible to convince them to at least wait one more cycle to heal and prepare for the battle.
I don't know if we'll be alive in the morning. I don't know if it's occurred to any of you, but I don't particularly feel safe. I'm glad we got out of there.
I'm glad we have a mansion to hide
I'm
in.
glad we have a mansion. I'm glad we have a vestige because of it. But look, I got abandoned once. You think anything's changed since then?
They're not good people.
No.
They killed a lot of innocents.
I genuinely don't understand the place you come from.
No, neither do I. But I don't really understand much things.
I feel much better about any decision to just leave then, although we would have to do something about the city and everyone who's in it.
There's a lot to think about. There are a lot of people still here, and I personally don't think attacking that dragon in the next few days is a wise decision. But if we do leave, what do we do with these people? They're going to be run over by these
It's
people.
possible we can wait for all of the Goliaths and other barbarians to attack the dragon, and when they all leave the city, we bar them out, take the city back.
And hold it against a dragon?
Well, the dragon could just be content fighting them. We take the time and get everyone else out of the city.
Are they...
Yeah, Daniel and Valkyrie. I interpreted it as the second, as the dragon picking up the loot. That's an interesting idea, and I think this is not something I've talked about in a while, but it's something that Matt has done to varying degrees, in the various arcs. I'm also gonna shrink that a little bit. Hopefully the size is still good. I might shrink the character budget. But it's something that Matt has done to varying degrees and kind of varying I don't want to say effectiveness, but like varying levels of prominence in all of his arcs, which is introducing a third party, like introducing a third faction. So the arc started off as the party and like mankind, humanity, against the Chroma Conclave. Two sides, two factions. And then he introduced some complexity into that with the Clasp kind of having their own motivations, not, wanting to get rid of the dragon, but not being like that gung-ho, that crazy gung-ho. They were still trying to wheel and deal. And now this herd that is a very distinct third faction. I think this is probably the most distinct one that Matt's had in the entire campaign. And I like it a lot. I like it a lot for multiple reasons. I like them having a vestige so that conflict between them and the party was all but assured. And I like it being tied into one of the characters' backstories so that that character already has an amount of bias towards whatever should be done with/to the third faction. So, you have other people maybe thinking about it a little bit more pragmatically, a little bit more like how will it best help us against our ultimate enemy? And you have some debate there. And then you have Grog, who is kind of this, small little voice that they all really care about, but his view of what should happen to and with the herd is heavily influenced by his history with them. And that's not something you're always going to be able to do. You're not always going to be able to work in a third faction into your characters' backstories, at least as often as I think you should have third factions. But it's a really good example of the types of choices that come up. Like when it was just, hey, let's wait, or hey, let's not wait, I'm kind of like, okay, I think this is fair. Sometimes players do this. That's fine. It's a little bit analysis paralysis-y for me, but, it's okay. But once they get into, well, maybe there are options besides waiting or not waiting, I think that's where it gets much more interesting, and I think that's a really good just world building setup on Matt's part, because Matt didn't facilitate that more interesting side of things. That is just emergent from his world building. So the Herd of Storms collaborating with Umbrasyl, I gotta give big thumbs up to, just in terms of faction interactions. And as we got more into it, understanding that even within the Goliaths, there is two different factions seemingly, or different opinions on how the herd should interact with the dragon. And I would like to have seen a little bit of disagreement about how to interact with the civilians. But I would like to have seen that absolutely might exist. And, just the choices that the players made, it didn't come up. So I don't even want to levy that as a critique. That's something that I would look into if I was a player, because I think it's very reasonable that it might exist. But yeah, overall, I like all of the setup here, especially the interaction between the Goliaths, Grog, and Umbrasyl. I think that trio is a very interesting interaction that they're kind of just now going down the thought train of. And I think that is much more interesting planning to me personally. I think that there's still something fun about the heist-esque planning of we have a very specific objective. We're going to accomplish it with these series of steps. There's something very interesting and intriguing about that. But I think that gets even more, I might say, elevated when there's even a question on what the objective is and how we even want to engage with it. And when there are multiple stacked objectives. The primary objective is kill Umbrasyl, but there are secondary and tertiary objectives that impact how you go about killing Umbrasyl. So it's a very nice setup. This entire, I don't know when I'm going to consider Grog's arc over. Probably in my own head, I don't know if this is how, critters classify it, but in my own head, I'm probably going to consider Grog's arc started at Craven Edge, at him acquiring Craven Edge, and ending whenever the Herd of Storms is resolved. However that resolution goes, that's probably when I'll consider Grog's arc kind of put away. But with that in mind, Grog's arc and everything that's been involved with it, favorite so far. I've got plenty of issues. I always do. Got plenty of critiques, but I think this is probably my favorite arc so far. Rivaling the Briarwood. I really liked the Briarwood arc a lot, but so far this is rivaling that.
Clever enough to attack the dragon at the point at which the drop is made, or are they just going to not make the drop and wait for the dragon to attack the city?
Well, look, if it was the day before yesterday, I would have said they're all fools and they're going to do it the stupid way, but I think I underestimated them a bit. So yeah, I think they might be a bit clever.
We also have your cousin Zanror now at the head, which seems a little bit more clever than Kevdak ever was.
Yeah.
We also have to empty out the prisons if we get that chance of any of the citizens they may be holding.
Well, look, it's not a bad call. The dragons seem to be interested in the power that they hold over the people. If there's no people, no power.
Will your cousin understand that we have a bigger battle to fight?
No.
On the other hand,
This is our battle. We're
when are
trying
we
to
going
kill
to
these
have a
dragons.
better opportunity to kill a
this
fucking
is it.
dragon than with 40
That's true.
giant strapping...
Two vestiges.
There
40,
is
an
just-
army of
So,
40
are
Are we
barbarians.
going to have this discussion right here?
Well, we're walking.
This is
while
it.
we're
Walking in the
Talking,
street.
talking.
How are we going to deal with one of the largest dragons we've ever seen in the air? What are 40 Goliaths going to do with something 500 feet above us, spitting bile from above?
He has to land to
We
get
have to
his
make a
treasure.
plan. We're going to have to make that
If I had
plan
time.
at some point.
If I had time, if I had a few days...
We've got a day and a half
We
maximum.
could, if we had a little bit of time, or if we're really, really smart, we could theoretically rig the most epic dragon trap ever.
We could.
Do you think your cousin would hold for a couple more days?
We
Could
can't
you see the sense of
leave the
planning that
people
longer?
in this city under the rule of any more of these monsters.
Which is why we would get them to flee.
We have to get people out.
Right, because even if we somehow, by some insane chance, defeat the dragon, cool. We defeated the dragon, and now the city is still under control by the herd.
A few days. Well, the herd will leave, I think.
Will they?
I think they will.
After they ransack everything again?
Well, that's what
Yes.
Claude pitched to them.
Here's my vote, just
Well,
so I
if
can
they
have it
see and
said.
live free in the
I would
wild.
rather get everyone that doesn't want to die in this town out to that encampment. If we take this meeting with Zenrul, we will no longer be able to walk away. There could be a total chance that they all turn on us right then, in the throne room, in the yard, wherever we are. We could leave now.
How do we get everyone out?
You and Zanror seem to have a mutual respect.
Yeah, because I just saved his life for a second. I also beat his ass when he was little, and let me tell you a thing about grudges. They don't go away.
So you don't think you would hesitate in a second to turn on us?
No, he's a little man, and little men have Napoleon complexes.
No
he's this
offense,
horrible
Scanlan.
elf from the west.
I do have a Napoleon complex.
I've seen it. It's huge.
But if
Square shape.
if everybody is out of the town and it's empty, then won't the dragon know?
Yes, he'll be
And then
furious.
won't he
He'll be
leave?
furious.
And-
He'll come find us.
And anything
Or
we
we'll
do
move.
here, anything we do to that dragon, anything we do in the city is likely to be known by the other worms.
Oh, sure.
Eventually, yes.
So
And
if we
we
kill
can-
that dragon, what do the other dragons do in that moment? And are we ready to take on Thordak right now?
No, we kill him and run.
But we can't kill all of them at the same time. It's got to
Yeah, you're so right, Dr. Hoovy. Really too bad that no one here has provably gotten a dragon to the ground in the past. That would be a little too convenient, honestly. It is. These are good questions that they're bringing up, and it does feel like they are gearing up for their first dragon fight. But they are answering a lot of questions of like, especially, I don't have a good mental image of how long it would take a dragon to fly from Iman to Westrun, and I would hazard a guess that the players don't either. So I think it's pretty reasonable to be concerned about it. Yeah, I am. This is a planning session that I'm maybe the most interested in a while, because I think that they are finally starting to address some of the practical complications with this arc. And they will actually have to answer them to themselves and each other to move forward, which I think is good, because once they have these answers, they will have a more concrete idea of how to move forward. Not just right now, but in general when dealing with the dragons. I think the players know it will take exactly 4.2 hours. Yeah. You think?
be a one-by-one process.
That's true.
Absolutely, but are we going to try to kill the black and then go on a hunt for all these?
There are going to be consequences to this no matter what.
How big is the black dragon?
From what you saw, oh man,
Oh,
Bigger
boy.
than the blue, bigger than the white.
it was bigger than the blue, about equal size to the white.
The white one that we killed, or the white one that we also
One,
saw?
one that
we
you
ran
fought
from.
at the keep.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that one was real big.
Where I rolled a
Not funny.
21
That
and
was
it
not
missed.
even. Yeah, that was not
It
funny.
was I'd say from height size of standing on its legs, probably I don't know, 30 to 40 feet tall.
We've never fought like a full realized
I
dragon,
would want-
correct?
You fought them.
We've run from them.
Run
We've
from
run
them.
screaming.
Yeah,
from
remember 21 missed. Look, I can't believe I'm saying
Yeah,
this.
but all those guys, they were, I mean,
Look, right, there might
they
be
had
some.
strong
that-
attacks.
Right, but there might be some that can hit him when he's in the air, but not all of them.
If I had time, I could build a machine that might be able to trap him on the ground for at least a little while.
A machine?
Yeah, if you had time.
I had time.
Why are we being in such a rush about this?
How
Because
much
we
time?
know where the dragon is. We have an army. We have an opportunity. This is it. We're
not
never
gonna
going to
have
have an
that.
army.
I disagree with that. I think we'll absolutely have opportunities to have an army. And I think that if we call upon the herd later for something like this, maybe we can get them, I don't know,
How much time are you thinking?
as much time as it takes.
You can't build a machine like that in under.
And what
a
if the
few
machine
weeks?
fails? We
With
need,
help.
we need a plan that doesn't rely on technology. I'm sorry.
What if we put out the loot, let him come down and get it, and then we like throw big ropes up and over him or something?
I feel like between Pike
Yeah.
Scanlan
That's
and I.
not a machine, and it.
Well, I feel like between Pike Scanlan and I, and Percy with his mechanical genius, we could figure something amongst the spells that we know
we
to
had-
make a viable trap.
If we had 40 Goliaths throw 40 chains
They're
attached
not
to...
all Goliath.
Fine.
Well, and here's the other.
30 Goliaths. We'd throw 30 chains with 30 spikes on them at this dragon. I
be
bet few would
Pretty
hit.
good. I could throw up a blade barrier on top of him.
Yes, we are super powerful.
Really?
They're strong. We're smart. Let's do this.
We
If
can.
we kill it now, we're going to have to be If we kill it now, all the others are going to punish the people they're sitting upon, and we're not ready to go dragon to
Will
dragon
they?
to dragon right
Yes.
now. Yes.
Dragons
Absolutely.
are vain. How do you know they won't just find that dragon weak and think that he's not worthy of their...
They're going to
their
know that something challenged his power, and there are going to be consequences for it. They'll make a display of their strength.
I have a feeling they were very upset when we killed.
So what? We're
the
never
blue
going to kill any of the dragons then, because that will happen at some point.
We will.
We will at some point.
We have to.
And they won't react then. This is our mission to kill these dragons.
Once again, there's going to be consequence no matter
This is
what we
it.
do.
I don't think this is it.
At this point, you guys, as you hit the end of the sentence, Percy, you all look up and you do see the two-story building with the dark red brick contrasting against Wilhelm's home. It's a deep set, heavy brick with dark wood siding to it, and looks like a dark marble finish at certain elements are on the base of it. It matches the description that was given to you by Qual.
Does it look like it's been ransacked at all?
It looks like the door is partially ajar.
Partially ajar.
Why don't we see how our favor holds? Let's take a
Ooh, that's well done. And I am thinking about that for the future. There's the fact that they were doing like a walk and talk. You know, they're doing this planning on the way somewhere. G Hercub, is like, if they were just doing this talking and planning before they like went to bed, you know, in the mansion, there's no real way to cut that off if it's going in circles. But if you encourage and train your players, be like, and like it's a very very small thing of like, oh, you guys are okay, you guys are gonna head over there. Is there anything you want to talk about on the way? Like, there's a very easy kind of nudging as a DM you can do to get them to do their planning while traveling. And since time is wibbly wobbly, as long as they're traveling and as long as you give them enough space, you know, you want to give them a decent amount of space. That's all you need to then have the ability to cut them off. Because again, if they're in the mansion, there's no in-fiction conceit for cutting them off. But if they're traveling somewhere, just like Matt just did, you just say, hey, you've arrived. And especially, you guys know, famously, I sometimes get on Matt for overly flowery descriptions of things that don't matter, etc., etc. I think I've been too hard on him for that, just flat out. But in this case, I especially love it, because if you, as the DM, just interrupt and say, hey, you got there, that's not going to stop this conversation. You know what I'm saying? That's like Taliesin almost interrupted Matt's description to say more stuff. Like, he was ready to keep going. But Matt, taking his time, talking about the description of this, like, you know, talking about the materials and the way that it looks, it gives a section of silence, a section where none of them are talking, to kind of mentally reset the conversation. So it's something I've never thought about cutting analysis paralysis in this way. I've never considered this as like a strat. But I really like the way it just went down. Like, I think that, and I've always praised Matt for his dramatic timing. I think that Matt took a good opportunity to cut it, and the construct of them doing it while walking, which is absolutely something you could train your players to do. Like, that is something, that sort of behavior is very trainable. And if you did that, you would essentially have an in-fiction, no more analysis paralysis switch. I do like that. Yeah, we have so many ways to stop something from flying. Flying is far from overpowered. Yeah, they are really concerned about the flying bit. Like, Percy wants to take months to build a machine just to get them on the ground. They can still spit acid on the ground.
Moment.
All right. If we find something cool, we kill the dragon.
Oh, and we're leaving this up to a coin flip now?
Yes.
Should we
Yeah,
check
20
that
or
house?
1
Yeah.
seems to work well for us.
I'm curious what the fates would say.
I don't give a shit what the fates have to say.
I do have a coin with a 20 and a 1 on it.
Oh, also, now that we're out of the planning, the third faction being explicitly unreliable and at tension with the party also adds a really good complication. Definitely something to consider in your world building. Because, like, you know, Matt had an idea, I'm sure, of that the party might want to get the orcs on their side. So I'm sure that he considered, at least to some degree, how that would go, you know? Like, I think he considered, like, okay, you know, they're not going to be, like, super on board, but they'll be temporary allies. They might be down with that if they, you know, accomplish X, Y, and Z. I'm sure he had a vague idea. And Goliath's not orcs. You're right. The herd. Yeah, Goliaths. And planning them out to be, at best, unreliable does add, again, just really solid tension, because the party is essentially now collaborating with collaborators to cut off the head. But there's a very good question of, okay, well, what happens when our common enemy is gone? Yeah, really, really nice stuff that Matt's playing with here.
All right. So what's the plan?
Are we silently, quietly walking up to the front door?
Vax, if you would be so
It's
kind.
already partially ajar.
Should we check it for traps?
Check for traps.
Yeah. All right, go make an investigation check.
Unbelievably cautiously.
Investigation or is it perception is normally what I've done for traps, isn't it?
Investigations for trust perception is to notice changes in the environment.
All right. 27.
27. You approach the front door. Doesn't appear to be trapped. You open part of the door. In the interior, fireplace is still going. You see the crackle in the distance. Fine furniture set up. There is what appears to be the body of a Goliath face down on the ground about 5 feet from the front door. Head just splattered across the ground.
Oh, he's dead.
You do also look around the circumstances and you glance upward to where his head would be. And amongst all these stone tiles in the ceiling, there's one that's set just slightly lower than the rest, right above where that splatter occurred.
A warm fire, and no.
It's a little brain running around on the floor.
Well, this is exactly what I was hoping for.
I need a minute, everybody. Everybody hang back. Just
Yeah, do you want me to hang
for a
outside?
second.
And
Yeah, Vexalia, could you come in here?
Of course, brother.
This is a death box. This room is a death box. And I have a keen eye, but I wouldn't mind another set.
Do you want me to look around?
I'd like us both to
From
look
out
around.
here?
No, I said come inside.
I can actually walk in?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I stand exactly in front of the door
Come
and I
in.
don't take any more steps.
Oh, you're my bestie. All right, I'm going to start looking around for traps.
I look for
making
traps visually.
Another.
Both of you guys make investigation
All
checks
right.
as you slowly move forward at a slow pace.
Yeah.
Can I assist you guys?
Well, you know, your music does calm and
Not with
soothe me.
music. I'll send an invisible guy in there to start pressing on the floor and
Oh, well,
walls.
give us just a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a good idea.
Yeah.
24?
24.
Okay. The two of you guys scoot forward, and you find there are 4 different pillars in the ceiling that are arranged in a similar way. They are triggered by a little bit of pressure. You see there's a rug that kind of oversets it. You can see the slight variations in the texture of the ground where the actual trigger plates are. You get the sensation that this house was going to be ransacked, and then the troop that came in, one of them just went poof, and they went nope, and backed out of the house. You eventually find your way across this area, marking quietly with like an arrow scraping the carpet where each one of these places are, but you make your way across the room to staircase that leads up, staircase that leads down.
Bullshit. Bullshit. A lot of bullshit. All right, guys, I
Step
think
staircase
it's
down.
kind of safe to come into the first room. So you said
What up, Sputnik? Before we go to ads, because we got about 2 minutes. I do think that this is something that I've thought about, especially when I got into running D&D, or sorry, not D&D, BitD, because BitD is very explicitly theater of the mind. It is very like it discourages complicated maps, especially gridded maps. It really discourages that. You know, it's okay with like vague whiteboard drawings, but that's it. And I think that generally the way that I see traps utilized most often is as sort of a puzzle or a puzzle mechanic, which I think works best on grids. Maybe not best, but is maybe easier to pull off on grids. Matt, I think here is taking a different angle on it, which is a good angle to have in your repertoire. And I'm thinking about right now, of not really being too concerned about
Warning,
like,
ad incoming, take cover.
Oh, I need to reorder this. About not really being too concerned about exactly where they are or aren't. Like I don't think that Matt is overly concerned with exactly where each pressure plate is. He's just considering it a general skill check challenge of, to get through this room, they will either trigger some of the traps and they'll have to make like some saves, or they make a skill check before and they know where they are and they can easily get past them. Which I think is fair. If you want to abstract traps that way, of like, it doesn't really matter where the pressure plates are, it doesn't really matter the layout of the room. This is a trapped room. It's a challenge to uncover the traps. That's fair enough. And something that I don't do very often, but could probably stand to do. Imagine having to be in a room to investigate it. Wouldn't happen to a scribe. True. All right. Ads starting soon. And and we will come back and we will watch the rest. Be right back. Goodbye. ba-da-da. Ba-da, ba-da-da. What's up? Hello. I'm back, you're back, we're all back, baby. And I got nothing else to say. Let's keep it rolling.
Because I was being a jackass and saying bullshit. What was the description you just gave?
There's stairs where they
Stairs
go
up.
upstairs.
Yeah, there's the main living area that has the fireplace, and then
Yeah.
there's stairs that go up and stairs that go down.
Are there doors in this main? It's just like a foyer.
It's like a giant foyer area. There's an area that passes behind the stairs, so they go into a kitchen area, like a dining room kitchen.
Let's not split up. Let's do this together.
Well, he's rich and paranoid, so if anything is of value, it'll be downstairs. So I say we do upstairs first.
All right.
Shrink wait outside or keep it following.
Oh,
I'm standing
Trinket, dear. Come on.
Wait.
Do you want to go in the locket? You do. If you don't,
said-
you can
he
wait
said
out
it's in
here,
the
but it's
basement.
probably safer in the locket.
Lumbers forward and kind of gives you a
Oh,
look
don't
of
be
like.
sad about it if you don't want to. I don't want to make you.
Sure.
We may have a wardrobe upstairs.
Shrink gets pulled into the
outfit.
amulet.
Oh, I love him so much.
Amulet, which you've now been in.
Yeah.
What was
I
it
left
like,
something there
Rob?
for him.
So it's
Time doesn't
basically
pass,
like,
right?
like Genie's bottle, but now with poop.
Does time
Yeah.
pass in the locket?
I don't know.
Well, I thought it before I hopped out.
Tactical cartridge.
I'm not no live past this.
Gotta leave your mark.
Give that extra speed.
Can we
All right, twins going
check out the
forward
stairs
now.
and make sure nothing's wrong with the stairs?
Yeah. Go make an investigation.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, I did not
I'm
see
fine.
anything.
I got a 20.
Okay. The stairs,
Yeah.
as you begin to inspect, you kind of reach out and take the railing and take the first step, and your foot passes through the stair.
Ooh, that's not solid at all. Look, you put your foot through that.
I'm just going to stand here and watch you do it, actually.
I'm going to get down on my knees and stick my head through
Oh,
the stairs.
what? Are you
and
fucking
look down
kidding me
in.
right now?
Oh, that's disgusting.
I've already
You
done
go
it.
to try and stop him as he pushes his head through.
You're a moron.
I know.
You pass through this illusory staircase,
Yeah.
and you can look and you can see the bottom half of the staircase. This area is just a slide that descends into darkness. You having your dark vision can see that the slide descends into what looks to be a now cold furnace.
No.
Do you wanna get your whole body in there?
But can I see? I pull my head up. What can I see at the top of the stairs? Is there a landing up there?
Cancel incredible.
You look up if you from where the illusion is the illusionary stairs just stop at a ceiling.
Yeah,
There's a ceiling that leads down. You're not able to look past it. Looking up, you can see a landing in a secondary floor.
Okay. Is there any like stray furniture around?
Yeah, there's precariously placed.
Are there any shitty pillows or anything?
Yeah, there's like a couple of pillows on the couch that are by the
Some
What a
really
shitty
great
pillows.
pillows.
I just totally ignore my sister, which is what I've done half my entire life.
Yes.
And I stick my head down and I let it go and watch it go down the slide.
Was that fun?
You guys watch as a jet of flame jettisons out from the staircase, singes the top of the roof area where there's a bunch of wood, but the wood is not burned or charred, and the flames died down again.
You know, it wasn't fun, but it was educational, shithead.
I want to live
And
here.
I walk over and stop at the edge of the stairs going down. You said there were stairs going down?
Who the fuck is this guy?
I don't know, I suddenly like him.
Same thing, I want to see. Could you
scare
help me
me.
over here?
I'm looking. I'm checking out those
Wise
stairs
ass.
too.
Both of you go
Yeah.
for it.
I wouldn't have slid down the fucking slide. I would assume that leads to death. I don't need to
You are
throw
very-
a pillow down the slide to
very
know
smart
that
and
that's
wise.
a trap.
To be fair, that was a very
You know,
body pillow.
We could be dead tomorrow. Do you want to keep arguing with me like this?
No. 21.
Yeah, I got higher than that. 26.
Dick.
Twins.
The staircase descends solid stairs. Partway down, you do see what looks like a slight carving in the stone, a glyph of some kind that is just faintly hidden with dust and what looks like dirt placed to fill the gap. But there is some sort of a symbol just ever so faintly hidden in the stone
Can
halfway
we read
down.
it? Do we understand it?
Do you know the last time I saw something like that, the carpet was fucked? Do you think Wilhand would have any idea?
The carpet.
Yeah, the other
Maybe
carpet.
Pike
The
has an
Persian
idea
rug,
what it
the
is. Maybe
regular
Scanlan
Persian
has an
carpet.
idea what it is. Scanlan,
Oi,
do you know this rune over here?
this what? I don't even see what you're talking about.
This little glowy rune right here. Look closely.
Oh, I
Don't
didn't.
touch
I
it.
would have totally missed that. I think that I have not seen anything like this before, but have I?
Make an Arcana check.
13.
It appears to be magical in nature. The symbols elude you. Their construct, the arcane equation that is based around this, you can't tell if it's still functional or not, but it is magical in its construction.
Want to throw a pillow down there?
What an interesting idea.
I go get a pillow and I throw it at the rune.
Okay.
How does it work? Is that how you're supposed to do it?
Pillow. Down the stairs.
Yeah, you did it wrong. See, nothing happened.
Well, I'd go get the pillow. Try again.
Try a lumbar. Maybe look at the result.
So wait. The last time you saw rooms like this, you lost the carpet. How did you lose the carpet?
Well, so did we never talk about that? Yeah.
You just told me.
We did. We were drunk.
A bunch of us were riding it, and there were a bunch of. It was the dwarf. I swear it was the dwarf. We were on a carpet, and there were runes on the walls. And as soon as we got near the runes, the carpet went and just fell down.
So it might disenchant whatever we have on
Well,
us.
it could do that. It could also. I don't know anything about magic, but I assume it could burn us.
Well, how do we make it not burn us?
Well, I mean, hey,
Who
Shorty,
can-
you're our best bet here. I don't know anything
Who can
about this
undo
shit.
magical thingies?
Me, Pikey. Pike.
Can you undo?
Pike, you got any undo magic-y things?
Spell magic spell for the record.
Yeah, I have a dispel magic.
There you
You're
go.
prepared?
Yeah.
And that you can give it a shot.
My girl.
I could try
I'm
my
gonna
spell
give it a
magic.
shot.
Something about that did not instill confidence in me, Ashley. I don't. I'm not saying she's lying, but I am saying that she's mighty suspicious.
I'm going to shoot it till it doesn't work anymore.
No, did I put it?
Alrighty. So,
get a little move.
Pike, as you step forward, they point out this glyph on the wall. You're gonna cast a spell magic on it. I need you to go ahead and roll a d20, and add your spellcasting ability modifier, which
Whoa! Oh, what is it? What was it?
It's a 20 on
If
the
it was bad, it
board.
doesn't count. But if it's good, it does.
doesn't count. Roll intentional.
Good, because it's not that good.
It's fine. So your wisdom modifier is actually a 5 because she forgot to add her level 12 bonus we discovered recently. So your wisdom now to 20, you have a plus 5 on the roll. So go ahead and roll a d20, add 5.
Eat it.
All right, 18.
18. As you reach up and grab your symbol of Sarenrae, you focus for a second, and there's a flash, like a flashbulb. As it flashes, the glyph glows for a second, and then you hear what sounds like a cracking sound. And this glowing energy seems to shatter, almost like glass made of energy. As the energy fades and falls out of the glyph, it hits the ground and dissipates into a light mist that then vanishes.
Hey,
Nice,
cool. I
Pike.
think it's dispelled.
Yeah.
So,
Good job, Pike.
Cool.
Okay.
all right, let's go down there.
Wait, we're going up.
We're going up, right? Up or down?
There was no
Downstairs.
We
The
don't want to
upstairs.
go up. There's no up.
There
Oh, there was no up.
Up
right.
is ouchie.
Right.
I thought we just could skip over that one step, and then there was up.
Upstairs.
Straight to the ceiling.
The stairs from underneath go all the way up to underneath the point you haven't attempted to go over if
Yeah.
you wanted to. It's up to you.
Yeah, we can just jump over that little gap.
Oh, I thought you said went to the ceiling.
I mean, the stair illusion is the entire staircase, but you don't see what's on the actual layout.
Well, you got that.
You got the fancy broom.
You got the fancy broom, exactly.
All right, I get on the broom and I float
to-
on up to that landing, and I look and see if there's any traps on the ground
you-
without setting foot on it.
I've seen you take other people. Can I hang off the bottom of that thing?
I mean,
Can you carry me up?
I don't know. You're pretty heavy. You might.
I'm lighter than you.
Whoa! It's not
Jesus,
something to
God.
brag about, scrawny.
Look at my constitution. It's very low.
-2. I am
twins.
equally scrawny.
We're learning so much tonight.
Dangle, grab onto the bottom. You can hang off the bottom.
You guys were born at the same time. You're both
All
scrawny.
right. If you're going to do this,
I was born first.
if you're going to do this, I insist that we visually see it with the actual broom.
I second this.
Diorama. So,
Human
you
diorama.
get onto the broom, and bring yourself to rise up, speaking the keyword, which is. There you go. As you begin to drift up, Vax, you go ahead and grab onto it.
This is stupid.
As your weight is lifted by the broom, your feet
Was
dangle and
your
actually
idea.
fall through the illusion.
Don't
itself.
fucking let go.
So you guys watch as his body kind of lower half his body vanishes against the stairs.
I
like it
already
just
do
passes
not like
through
this
it.
plan.
I'm checking for traps.
Why
I am
is
too, I am
Vax
too.
holding
They're
on?
working things out. Just let it happen.
I don't understand.
Make your way up-
This is a family thing. Please keep at it.
Make your way up to the secondary floor. Dark up here. You see there are 2 rooms.
Is this like a sibling?
Both doors are open. The one to the right appears to be some sort of a desk study. Bookshelves, but all the books are gone. The desk appears to be cleaned out. Actually, all the drawers are open, and there are a couple of like haphazard writing utensils that have like dropped on the floor. But it looks like Qual was trying to leave in a hurry. Grabbed most of what was important to him,
I say.
except for one thing, which is what he sent you here to get.
Oh, yeah. That's it. I was just gonna be like, look for the circlets.
Obviously.
Just
Thank
as
you.
a reminder.
Thank you.
Okay.
The other room appears to be a bedroom. There is a kind of garish canopy bed with like spiral edges with like little gold leaf imprints. into it, with, like,
Master
this-
Qual was a
my.
little freaky, I think.
Contact
Can we look under the bed?
Traps,
Under the bed.
traps,
Don't
traps.
look under the bed.
Tied around the bed.
On the bed, in the bed, around the bed.
Haphazardly sawed off.
Investigation.
17?
23.
Okay. This room does not appear to be.
Can I look under the bed?
You look under the bed. Under the bed, there is a small chest.
This is my own personal note to self. that if you introduce a wacky character, wacky granddad, and then have a little bit of a wacky mini dungeon in some dude's house, your characters are gonna feel a little wacky and are gonna fuck around, so don't make the mini dungeon too deadly. Because imagine them having this sort of attitude and then running into the Raven Queen insta-kill trap. But obviously, Matt didn't do that. Matt didn't have all the wacky shit before the Raven Queen insta-kill trap. So hopefully there's nothing like that in this mini dungeon, because he has definitely gotten them in a little bit of a wacky-ass mood. To explore this dungeon. Gotta be careful with your power. What total whiplash that would have been. How does he do it? There's a vestige hidden in this place, and it's like got an arcane fucking finger of death spell on it. The door to the basement has disintegrate runes in an arcane ward on top of it. Hey, look, landmines.
Just like push the way back. You pull it out.
I check Jabs on the chest.
I take 3 steps back away from my sister.
Death has made her very cautious.
As it tends to. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Trick of the bad ones.
Nope. 26.
26. The chest is not going to be trapped.
Oh, good.
I try to open it.
It is locked.
It's locked. It's locked. Open it. Open it.
You're so good at all my tricks. Are you sure?
Do you want me to try to pick this lock?
No, I mean, I'm
Because
better
I
at
am
it
very
than you are.
talented as a rogue.
You are extremely talented, and you're going to get better and better every day.
Well, then fine. I'll try to unlock it.
All right, I take 5 more steps back.
Okay. So you go ahead and take out your lockpick.
Is this how you hold it? This is how you hold it then.
Hey, man, I don't want to harsh your mellow.
I'll take a slice.
Go ahead and roll a d20. Add your, this should be dex, your dex bonus, and your proficiency bonus. You're proficient in the tools.
I need more time with you.
24.
24.
Wait, 24. Is that saving throws or
No,
just
no.
regular? Okay, yeah, 24.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that.
Good job. That's a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All the gold. All the gold.
Open it. There's a handful of copper. It looks like the other thing that was within this chest was also taken by Carl on his way out.
Why would he take the shit out and then lock it and put it back under the bed? What a douche.
And aside from traps, is there any, like, paintings with eye holes cut in it for peeking?
Secret things
little
on the
holes in the
chest?
wall?
Check the chest.
For like secret
Check the
things.
chest.
What, Percy?
Check the chest. I've been listening to
Does
this
it have
whole
a false
debacle.
bottom?
Yeah.
The chest?
Yeah.
I've met many a girl with a...
Don't leave me hanging! What the hell?
Yeah, you move some of the copper out of the way, and you kind of feel for it. As you push on one corner, the floor of the actual chest kind of shifts a little bit.
Yes.
Never
And you
underestimate the paranoia
peel it
of
up,
rich people.
and
You've had a lot of experience.
Always got to check for a false
I checked.
You didn't say
I was saying it. I said I'm checking all around the fucking chest. That's what I said.
I didn't hear the words false bottom.
Oh my god.
at the bottom of this, you see a key. A single kind of brass-colored key.
It's a key.
That's right, you're smart.
It's only a brass key, though.
You know what?
That's like
We're
the
gonna get
lowest level
downstairs,
of
and this key is going to unlock the thing that has the circlet. I know it.
I think you're right. You know what else?
What?
We don't need to argue like this.
I love you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why are you always busting my balls then?
Because it's fun.
I'm sure it is, but getting hit in the nuts hurts.
Double check the bedroom for safes or things behind paintings or maybe
I'm
something.
sorry, who's talking? Who's this?
It's the voice of reason coming from downstairs.
Yes.
Is it though? Is it really?
I know, I'm just as
room.
depressed that it is as
Okay.
you are.
I double check the room for what? Would you like me to look for again?
Check paintings behind the paintings, and check the bed for any odd slatty bits.
Percy is a paranoid
And
rich
we look
person,
for
so
all
he
the
knows a lot about
Trust
them.
paranoid rich people.
Trust
No,
Percy.
yeah.
Make a general investigation check throughout the room as you search for any sort of nooks and crannies, hidden spaces.
I rolled a 1.
Actually
well,
find it.
investigation
Don't
again?
make me.
Okay. You come to the conclusion there's nothing else to find. in this
Nothing
room.
else to find. I found.
Oh, I love the banter this episode too. It's good bants. I will say, I remember when we were talking about the Vasselheim drinking scene or whatever. I think I've realized that I prefer like low stakes like banter and role play when they are doing something that is probably pretty low stakes, but they also like need to do. Like, I think I prefer the low stakes roleplay when they're like choring rather than relaxing. Because I love this right now. I love a little bit of wacky dungeon crawling. Where they're just like making fun of each other and like taking checks from each other. Like, I think that's awesome when the fate of the world is, not on their shoulders. They're just like, we need to get through this house. This fucking guy, like, probably isn't that crazy. Like, we can be a little bit fun and silly with it. We don't have to, like, if they were breaking into Gat Shadow to go and assassinate Umbrasil, they're gonna have Liam do all the locks. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have him do all the locks. He's gonna handle all the perception checks. Maybe they'll waste a resource on, or not waste a resource, spend a resource on the invisible person. They're definitely not gonna do like the twin broom maneuver. So I think it's a good reminder for me to introduce low stakes things that are worth it to the party, but they don't have to be too concerned about like being super exact with their resource usage or being super, being very risk averse because it might be deadly. I think it's a good reminder for me to introduce more of those kind of low stakes things on occasion, like those. And that's not to say that, like, the alternative, the Vasselheim bar is wrong or bad, but I am definitely realizing, as me, for me, this is much more along the lines of my preferred.
Found the key, damn it.
You look behind one of the paintings, and it's a wall behind it. The room appears to be, for the most part, cleaned out from your discovery here.
It was more than one room, though, right? You said
Yeah, we checked all the rooms. No, we checked the other room.
Check the bedroom now. You looked within the office room, the kind of the study with the desk and everything. All the drawers were kind of left open, and things have already been taken from the room.
Okay, let's take that key downstairs,
All right.
as you said.
Hop on the broom.
I don't want to sit behind you. I'll just hang from it again. It's gross.
You can sit side saddle.
You glide your way down back to the main floor. You guys are now at the top of the stairs leading into the basement. What are you gonna do?
Let's go down to the basement. Let's go
Oh, yeah, I like this plan.
Yeah, I'll go a little ways ahead. Keep checking for traps.
I want the key.
I'll go up to the sigil.
All right, give it back.
You took
Roll
the
a
copper.
dexterity saving throw.
Oh, shite.
What did you just do?
Don't know, but I will have a high 23.
Okay. As you step just past the glyph, the wood beneath your foot creaks, and you instinctually leap forward, landing on your feet. Nothing happens.
You sneaky.
I love you, Matt.
Using it, I love it.
You just always have to be alert. You never know. Sometimes you think you know, but you don't actually know.
There was nothing there.
Now I know.
I love it. I love and adore it. I've been critical on Matt for describing extraneous details to hide the real details. That's a discussion that we've had back and forth for a while. I think it like putting in extraneous stuff, making extra checks for no reason, I think that works a lot better in the context of traps. I put a lot less traps in my game. Not very many at all. And so like my characters aren't like checking for traps at every single door. But sometimes, I have them do a little bit of a fake roll to introduce the concept that there might be traps in this, and maybe to put them a little bit on higher alert. Especially, I'm always a big fan of foreshadow danger. If I don't have a good way to foreshadow a trap, like a future trap, if I can't really think of a good way to foreshadow it, I think that's a great example of a place where a fake roll like that really can come in as a very viable tool. Because, Matt having them fake roll there is going to re-up their anxiety and their suspicion about traps for a little while. It's going to kind of spike that anxiety. But you don't have to worry about whatever. You can't get too much in a pattern there because you got to switch it up sometimes. Can't have the whole point is that the players don't know what's going on. But I think that there's some things you can play around with there. The players can have some fake saving throws as a treat. Just as a little treat.
Just look like an idiot.
PTSD is really starting to sink in.
3-point landing. Okay, we're fine.
While they were up there dicking around, we were looking around at the middle floor. Anything good?
No, we were not going anywhere near the pressure points, by the way.
Well, that is without being said.
Portraits.
I mean, there, other than the rooms you guys went into, there was the kind of dining room area and the kitchen area.
Anything good? That looks...
Investigation checks from both of you guys.
I hate investigation
Number
checks.
second, the big.
Ooh. 13.
19.
Okay. Are you just letting them wander and you're staying where you are?
I'm not going with them. No way. There's terrible bombs and stuff there.
All right. So, Keyleth, you wander through the dining area.
Being very
towards the kitchen.
gentle.
Percy, you scope around the other side, kind of checking around elements.
Not touching anything, just looking.
Yeah.
Right. Nothing catches your attention specifically. You get to the kitchen. The kitchen is cold, layer of dust. Doesn't appear to be anything of particular interest in there.
All right.
Okay.
Downstairs it is.
You know what? Appreciate your rogues is all I'm saying. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right?
Right.
So, you guys who wish to head down into the
I'm
basement.
going downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody, Grog, you still staying outside?
Yeah, actually, can Trinket and I walk to the other side of the street?
Trinket's in
He's
my
on
pocket.
Vex.
Can I walk to the other
But
side?
do you want Trinket with you?
Okay. So you walk to the other side of the street on your own.
Yeah, and I just watch the house from across the street.
Sneak out.
Okay.
Well, and since
Yeah,
it's
the black
taking a
radius.
bit, it's not a short rest, would it, if I'm just chilling?
I mean, if you sit for like up to about half an hour to an hour, rest.
No, I'm just watching.
Okay. All right, you guys make it down to the basement area. This is a very, very small room, 20 by 20 feet, and there is a door, a big, heavy.
I mean, 2 players, we all know there's 7 of them. And this is kind of, again, the idea of like a low stakes dungeon crawl, It's like, again, if they're breaking into Gat Shadow, Scanlan and Grog cannot just voluntarily not get involved. But Scanlan gets much generally. Sam gets more involved in the RP side of things, in the social, he's still contributes during dungeon runs, don't get me wrong, but that's not like his bread and butter. And honestly, same thing with Grog. He's there for the battles, for the arenas, not really the crawl. And you can't really take yourselves out of things during an important crawl, but during a not important crawl, you can be like, not really our thing. I'm going to wait in the room. I'll let them investigate. I'm going to wait outside. I'll let them handle it. And it is... I think these are good player instincts for a table with 7 fucking people. You're not going to have that happen at a table with 3 people, or even most of the time with 4 people. But when you have this many people, introducing some areas to let some of them flex their skills, but also reasonably allow other people to back off, is a nice little touch. Because now they've effectively shrunken the party that Matt actually needs to manage to 5. And Ashley's pretty quiet. She's still getting back into things, man. So really, the shrinkage is more like shrinking it to 4 of people that Matt has to actively manage, which is even better if they need to split the party, which is kind of what they're currently doing, although they're nearby.
Ass metallic door that has
A keyhole?
what looks to be a very specific keyhole.
Wait. Yes, we will. But hold on. Can I have a look at it? Can you have a look at it? We'll just take a look, and then you do it.
All right.
That's all.
Look, they're doing it together.
No judgment.
adorable, isn't it?
So
Shut
cute.
up back there. It's easy to make mistakes.
25.
20.
What up, Hoppin? What up? We're just hanging out. I'm in my complimentary mode. I've really been liking this arc. This little not even like the Chroma Conclave in general has been really good. But especially Grog's like subsection of it. I like it. And even I will say I was honestly not necessarily nervous, but a lot of times after it seems like at least after a really big episode, really monumental stuff, Matt has in my opinion, a little bit of a shaky track record in making an interesting session after a really interesting session. Like 52 was so good. I had low expectations for 53 because a lot of times they just kind of sit around and chat after that. But I think that the way that this has gone is probably the best sort of falling action sort of session that I think I've seen so far. If we consider the kill box to be, kind of climax type deal, this is one of the best falling action episodes I've seen so far. So I'm liking it. Remember, this is a door, VM's greatest enemy. You're so right, Dr. Hoofy. You're so right. You can't just trust that the key's gonna fit. That's too fucking easy for our greatest nemesis. I agree. Yeah, they like to cool off after a big ep. Yeah, absolutely. This has been my favorite version of them cooling off. That I've seen so far. Because I agree, players need to cool off. I just haven't. I liked Winter's Crest in Whitestone, and then I am currently liking this. But the other ones, the other cooldowns, haven't been as big of a fan of. But I like this one a lot. This entire arc, man. Grog arc is just it's just hidden.
There is some sort of an enchantment on the door and the keyhole area itself. You can't ascertain the nature of it, but as you approach, you can see that the metallic sheen shimmers without the light changing. There is just something about it that is unnatural.
Shit.
Hey, Pike. Do you think you can try dispelling magic again? Because there's some shimmery sort of shit on this door, and I don't trust it.
It's really pretty, but let me give it a try. It's iridescent.
Wait,
Just
wait,
leave
wait.
it. It's so pretty.
Before you dispel the magic, maybe it's good. Maybe that's how the key works. You dispel the magic, maybe the key won't work anymore. I don't know.
Because that key was hidden for a reason.
Okay.
Is there magic
well,
on the key?
If I stick it in and I turn it and it explodes and I die, I don't know. That's
All right,
typical Friday.
dispel the magic. Yeah, no, that's good.
Thank you for that.
I need some extra help because I only got a 10.
Ooh.
Okay. So as you
Can I inspire her retroactively?
Nope. As
Doors,
you,
everybody.
As you mark off your second turn level spell, releasing the dispel magic, the shimmer intensifies for a moment on the door and then returns to its natural state.
Shit.
I think it worked.
Do we have anybody who has telekinesis? Does anybody have telekinesis? of any kind?
Telekinesis? No.
Yeah.
I was. Who said used to?
Do we have anybody who has telekinesis? Does anybody have telekinesis? of any kind?
Telekinesis?
Look at Liam. Oh yeah, I can think of a character in off the top of my head that has telekinesis. We might be able to get in contact. Holy shit, look at this. Oh, wait. Do we have a new emote? I don't always make these emotes. But sometimes they do get turned into emotes. Let's just take a quick little. Yeah, there we go. Oh, is that right? It's so smart. If he was looking at the camera, it'd been even better. I know. Quick, get Orion on the speed dial. Oh my gosh. Judging by now, I'm watching. How I'm watching, I'll be caught up in a week or two. It's been like 2 weeks. Ooh, have fun. I think. Obviously, just like Critical Role, you're through the big slow parts. I would say of like the Underdark and the Vasselheim and Orion. So now you're to the good shit. But I will see you in the VODs. God, yeah, That Liam face is getting saved off. Let's just save that off.
No.
Bear of telekinesis.
Wait, I can have someone.
Oh, you're invisible servant.
I can have someone turn the key if that's
Yeah,
what
go
we're talking
do
about.
that. We
Yeah,
give
make
it to
someone
you.
expendable. It's a brilliant idea.
Should we just get out
Let's
of
all
the way?
step back. Let's
Just
step
back
way
up.
back.
Just back up.
I think it's gonna just back it up. Back it
Well,
up. back it up.
wait. What if it explodes the lock and then we're not able to get in at all?
Then where we go kill a dragon.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
sort of. Yeah.
I mean, we
Sorry,
Then,
what was
then
that?
at dawn, we talk about things.
At dawn, we discuss. At dawn.
I already had my great moment, all right?
What are you doing, Scanlan?
I will.
He has a key.
Can unseen servant carry a key, or is it more mage handy?
I mean, key's not. Mage Handy can do 5 pounds on its own.
I'll do an unseen servant.
Okay. So
Named Mort.
Mort. Hi, Mort.
there's a slight shift of wind, and while you guys see nothing after the wind fades, you know Mort is with you.
I'm holding the key out to
Can you
Mort.
give?
I don't know where he is.
He's right in front of you.
Mort, take it out of
Don't
my
be rude to
hand.
Mort.
He,
It's like a card trick.
Nothing
or-
happens.
Oh,
It's just
Mort, take the key.
The key lifts out of your
Oh.
hand.
That's very unsettling.
Now just kind of in the middle of the air.
I have to
Okay,
wait.
let's everyone just
Back
back
it.
up. Let's back up. Let's back up.
Yeah.
Back it
Have
up,
to
back
wait
it
6
in.
seconds. All
Let
right,
us begin.
Mort.
Restarting.
Can I go ahead? I'm going to throw up a gust cantrip in front of us to kind of help shield us if anything else
Light
happens.
breeze shimmers before you.
Flower petals sprinkled.
I don't want to blow anything big.
Mort,
All right, it's not
open the
important
door
enough
with the key.
The key drifts over, finds, turns, enters the keyhole, turns to the side. The metal around the keyhole begins to glow brighter and brighter and brighter for a second. The outer rim of the door itself begins to glow accordingly. Like the actual frame of the metal door begins to go from this dull, old iron look to this almost red to orange to white hot vision. And then fades to darkness, and the door
Hey.
opens up.
Who would have burned us?
Hey.
That was a bit anticlimactic. I think it,
right?
Not us. Not us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Is your unseen servant okay?
He's fine. Yeah, he's
okay?
He's fine.
I walk through the gust of wind and get my hair tousled.
Oh,
You go through, your hair gets tasseled. You kind of unintentionally shoulder check Mort.
Sorry, Mort.
I'm gonna see if I can see any traps inside the room.
Sure. Investigation check.
Okay.
Oh.
Doesn't matter. 20.
Even with that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Stepping into the room,
Level
you
up.
do see this. This is a chamber familiar to you. This you actually had a room similar to this in your keep. This is specifically an arcane sanctuary. This is used for the construction and the enchantment and the development of various arcane items.
excellent.
Similar to you've seen the chamber before. Gilmore's on a smaller scale. This has seen various types of use. There's like an alchemical setup in one corner, untouched. Yeah.
Wait. Scanlan. Would you and your light-footed friend like to join me in here?
sure, I'll come.
Yeah.
Yes, Mort, join me.
Mort has joined you.
Okay. I don't want to touch anything in here. I don't see any traps.
I want to touch everything in here.
I do too.
Have at it. And
All right,
we'll
let's
just,
go. Let's go pillage. I'll just start looking around and
I'm
looting.
Perception check.
Gingerly start looking to see if anything is useful because I have a lot of plans.
5.
I want to start heading towards the alchemical station and see.
The architecture catches your attention.
It's beautiful.
It's really well made.
14.
Okay. And what are you saying you do?
I want to head towards the alchemical stuff to
Okay,
see
you go
if
there.
there's
Various glass beakers.
supplies.
I mean, there are supplies. You can see there is a small rack that has many glass vials that contains ground materials, liquids, various metals. They're all labeled. What language do you know?
Primordial Druidic Sylvan. Elven.
Oh, Elvin. You do not. You're not able to read the actual label.
Can I?
And he's Celestial.
Celestial. Can I read any of it?
What languages do you know?
Common, Celestial, and Elven.
Dancer.
Also
director.
What's this?
They're all different.
But would I recommend any of the alchemical symbols?
From what you can tell, there's symbols for mercurial liquid metals. There are many different herbal elements that are in here. There are a few that just the design on the label shows toxicity. You see there are like iron filings. There are it's all those things that are used in various. And you have the brew potion ability, correct?
Yeah.
So you also recognize some of these are used in the process of preparing liquids with an easy to accept presentation when you're enchanting and brewing a potion.
I start clearing out the materials and throw them in my bag.
Okay,
Good girl. Good
Can
girl.
I look around for a fucking circlet?
go for it.
What were you saying, Scanlan?
Don't you have some ability that you can find magical objects?
16.
16. You look around the room, you don't see a circlet, but what you do notice in the far end of the room is a 12-foot tall humanoid structure built of solid stone that stands there looming across the way. Giant piston-like stone arms, tree trunk-like legs. You've encountered something like this before.
Yeah.
Was
That
he
looks
iron
very
before?
similar.
With Grog's dad, excuse me.
Well, no, this was the Druid Barrows.
The golem.
Golem,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was like up in
The
the
big
wall.
iron golem.
How about we tie its legs up, just like we did before.
Is it gonna
Just in
come to
case
life?
it comes alive, then we
going
can
to
trip
come
and
to
fall.
Well, I'm assuming it's there in case someone breaks in, like
think
we
it's-
trigger.
I don't
a trap.
care. I start tying a rope around his legs.
Yeah, don't we have that never-ending rope?
Just in case,
Let's
yeah.
just do it like 200 times around.
As you approach the giant stone entity, pulling the rope out, you can see embedded in the chest, there's a little slit, a very, very tiny slit in its stone chest. You see a faint blue kind of sparking glow. The very same color of the cortex that you had recovered from the Druid Barrows when you were originally hired by Dresvina to recover it. As you see this and you approach, it doesn't seem to react.
Right. Wait.
Do we have that thing?
And Drez sent us out through Qual.
Yeah,
The Master's what hired you.
yeah. So we fought this other thing because of Qual.
Qual. So why are these things showing up wherever we go for Qual?
Because he's. That's
he
what he
made them.
does.
They're
He
his,
makes
they're his
golems.
toys.
Well, the first one you encountered was built for the barrow from whoever was in
For
charge.
there, yeah. It
He
was like
wanted the blue.
ancients,
He
though.
wanted the orb to bring this thing to
Oh,
life.
that's right. And now he made. Now we see the fruits of our labor.
We made
I
this
see.
thing?
We
we
brought back the crystal.
We were.
We're so good.
We brought back the crystal so he could make this thing.
Wow.
Gotcha. Right. Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
If I take a step forward, does he look like he has any kind of reaction?
You take a step forward, no reaction.
I'm gonna keep trying to tie around his
Yeah,
legs.
Keep tight, keep
I'll,
tight.
I'll help her out. We'll just go back and play.
You guys bring the rope around, you tie it pretty taut around the legs, which are pretty close together. They're not like in a wide, aggressive stance. They're just kind of standing there inert. You wrap the rope around it multiple times, give it the best knots that you have.
All right. Well, I feel
Bookshelves.
safer.
I grab in my bag. I have the charcoal that I once painted half a beard on Grog with, and I use it to draw a little curly mustache on
Really?
it.
Okay, so as you climb to the top and you get
Yeah.
up there and smear this big old kind of Pringles can style mustache out of charcoal on the front of this stone golem's kind of featureless face.
Can you
Not his
try?
personality.
Can you try to look at its chest? It has a little blue glimmer in it. Climb down and look and see if
We'll
it
have
can-
more pull it
Yeah,
out.
I'm more comfortable drawing mustaches on it than
Just
I am
look.
dickering with its power
Just look
source.
and see what it is.
I look at the crystal, admire it, go dink dink with a knuckle.
You glance through this little slit, and it's about that wide. Like
Yeah.
you just barely see the flicker, and the stone is about a good 1.5 to 2 feet deep before you even see the source of the light. It's a
Yeah.
very, very thin slit to it. And with what little bit you can see, you see the gem is just embedded in there with multiple metallic and stone things just kind of keeping it suspended there.
Can I inspect the chest of this creature like it's a trap?
Make an investigation check.
Can I see if the golem's wearing a circlet?
Yeah.
20.
20. Well, he was up against its head. There was no circle on the golem. Looking at it, I mean, there's no trap per se. It's just part of the construct of this construct.
What's it made of? Is it made of metal or stone?
Stone.
Stone.
Yes.
Is there any way to open it in the front?
Not from what you can see now.
Okay.
Should I go upstairs and get Grog just in case things get ugly?
I had a little
We can-
pointy beard on the bottom of its chin.
Maybe we should keep looking. Anybody else want to look around the room for the circlet?
I feel like this is not the only room. This is not enough. I feel
Yeah,
like
I
there's-
start looking around to see if there's hidden chambers, loose stones in the wall.
Okay, you guys have, using your acute awareness of the environment from your previous terms of
Gave us-
investigation.
Oh,
nothing
that's
comes
true.
up.
The hunk of qual.
Oh, the hunk of wall.
That's right.
Fucking
Yeah.
I'm still if you didn't watch the last theory stream, I think one of the most significant theories I currently have is the thing in Thordak's chest being a cortex. And the fact that this one's glowing blue, I don't remember what Thordak's glowed or if it even glowed in the description. I'll have to go back and look at some point, maybe during the next theory stream. But I'm thinking that the colors either don't mean shit or they indicate what type of material the cortex can animate. So like blue can animate stone, red can animate flesh. We'll see. We'll see.
That's
Forearms.
right. I
That's
pull out
true.
the hunk of qual.
That's really true.
Okay. Pull it out. Hold it aloft. It begins to glow a little bit and react. The golem's
Yeah, there's a lot of.
chest kind of glows a little bit and reacts.
Oh, right.
And
Almost died.
in the far distant corner, underneath the alchemical table, kind of in a pile of what looks like some pieces of wood and crumpled stone, is a slight dull glow.
I thought you looked
I
at
walk over and I start brushing it away.
Okay, pull it away. You find what looks to be a somewhat almost full loop of metal
Dark iron.
Maybe a dark iron cobalt band, maybe?
It is actually.
Hey.
Thank God for that lump of qual.
Qual. Yeah, hunk of qual.
Thank God for that
Wait.
Sam Regal brain.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, has she picked it up already?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
it didn't kill us?
No.
Oh, that's good.
Not yet.
We're
Did
winning.
it, did it wake up the beast?
No, the hunk of qual.
It's a circlet.
Yeah, its glow is faded. Circle's glow is faded. You have it in your hand.
Well, we have
that
the
it?
thing.
I...
Keyleth don't.
I'm going to quickly just take a look at the papers
Do
that are
not.
buried in. What is it all just?
You know what I bet it does? I bet it controls that golem.
Series of notes scribbled on the paper.
it.
You can see what appears to be a number of sketches
You guys
of the
run-
construct of the actual golem itself.
So, and the
Pieces of its
picture.
body and its form. But some of it's been like, torn and crumpled up, like just tossed aside. Failed attempts.
Failed attempts. Does he write his name anywhere?
No.
I take off
Yes.
my
Yes.
very prized circlet that
I'll
I
hold it
love
for you.
oh so much.
Okay.
Why'd you make that face?
No, nothing.
Do what you're gonna do.
What are you doing?
Go for it, girl.
And I
He did make a face. I saw that face.
very prized circlet that
I'll
I
hold it for
love
you.
oh so much.
Yes.
My
Yes.
Wait,
very
fear.
prized circlet
I'll
that I
hold it for
love
you.
oh so much.
The face of fear. He's like, wait, you're not gonna do. No, what? Oh boy.
Okay.
Why'd you make that face?
No, nothing.
And look at that studied neutrality. So he goes from pure fear and surprise to very controlled neutral.
For you.
Oh so much.
Okay.
Neutral. The most controlled neutral I've ever seen.
Why'd you make that face?
No, nothing.
Do what you're gonna do.
What are you doing?
Go for it, girl.
And I put the serpent circlet on
Okay.
and I concentrate to see what it feels like.
Okay.
And I hand my circlet to don't break it. It's
Of course I'm not gonna break
a
it.
family heirloom.
I'll have
throw it in
Mort
acid.
hold it.
You-
Mort.
Mort, what?
The circle kind of floats in the air, just out of reach. Concentrate. As soon as you place it on your head, it locks to the sides of your head, and you feel this kind of cold probing into your mind for a
shit.
moment.
Oh.
You feel
installing
you feel
Not
like
Windows 10, not Windows 10, god damn it.
So,
Sorry.
Skeleton, son of a bitch.
Sorry.
you,
I'm so sorry.
Into the corner, face the corner for a minute.
because it's prevalent. All right. So you feel there is a connection trying to be made, but you would need time to attune to this.
Oh,
Would you wanna
takes
take the
what, like
time to
30
do
minutes?
so?
20 or 30
30
minutes. Yeah.
Do it.
30 minutes to an hour, depending.
Do we want to take a minute, you guys?
Let's take all of this out of the house, maybe.
I don't,
We can't take the golem.
I don't know, I want to stay, I
wait.
want to
All
stay
right.
here.
All right, we'll stay.
I want to stay here and
I'm
see
gonna-
you guys continue looking around. I'm going to meditate
Grog,
for a second.
much time goes by. 20, 30 minutes. Not a peep.
We're going to be in
Silence.
here for a while.
Can I, since I'm bored, go I look up and down the street. Anything suspicious?
I mean, a few folks kind of wander by, look nervous around you, and you do kind of make a perception check.
Oh.
It's like Patrick Warburton.
Hey. Minus, no, +1. No. 18, wait. 0, 19.
Okay. You do notice on the far end of the street, there does appear to be a pair of individuals that are just like leaning against the building, looking right at you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
About a block and a half down the way. The direction you came.
I don't look at them. Can I try to attune with my new blood axe while I'm waiting?
You can. Just the blood axe?
You got the bit-a-bitters.
So you sit down, your hands still into the gauntlets, and just take a moment to find the connection. You feel this rush of adrenaline hit your body as your hands seem to go numb for a moment. And in a flash, your eyes see the chaos of the elements, the creation of the planet slamming into it, flames and earth, this instant vision of the very force of creation, time before civilization, and you feel that fiery wrath all of a sudden burn through your fingertips. The vision ends and you look down, and as you curl your fingers, strength pulses through your body that you haven't understood in a while. As you're kind of coming over that moment, the blood axe solidifies in your grip, and you can see where this kind of rush could definitely send Kevdax had to get a little big.
Oh, god damn it.
The power of Neil deGrasse Tyson is
But you know, let's go kill the dragon before we get the rest of these things, because that's a good idea.
that's going to be great.
So, you take the time. Eventually, the connection finds its way, and there's clarity. And you as
Yeah, Grog is still Grog. He gets a new toy, and Matt's like, now you can see how this kind of power could really corrupt somebody. And Grog just goes, sweet. Fucking hell yeah, dude. I do love Grog. He's a national treasure in every sense.
As it hits you at the end of this restful period in the basement, you open your eyes and you feel there's like it's hard to describe. It's like a bit of coldness, a coldness in your head. It's kind of off to the right side of your head. It's just this kind of slight tickle of cold.
That's no fun. Can you do
Slight
anything?
tickle of cold. Yeah,
Right there, almost like inside your skull.
I concentrate on it,
Okay.
and I see if I can manifest the cold.
Okay. You look down at your hands and try and manifest the cold. Nothing happens.
I focus on the golem.
You turn to the golem, and as you turn, the cold shifts to the front in the direction of the golem.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it
I
does.
look at the golem, and I say, step forward.
Okay. Suddenly, the eyes, of which were dark, flare with bright blue light matching
Oh, shit.
in his chest.
His legs are
and
tied
it goes
Oh! And I back up.
down onto the ground, the rope coming taut. It slams into the floor. You hear this loud impact beneath the ground.
We're okay. We're okay.
Everything's
Everything's
fine.
okay.
Everything's fine down here.
I swivel out a dagger and cut right below the nose.
He looked like a moron. That was amazing. And then I go, sorry.
No response. It's still face down on the ground.
I'm like on the ground laughing.
And I go, rise.
Wait, one second. We tied it around a long time. So hold on.
As you're trying to cut the rope free, it starts standing up. You're like, you finally pull away just as its foot backs up and almost crushes you. The ground, it rights itself. And it just stands before you.
Look at that mustache.
It has a majestic
Mustache.
black mustache across its face. It's glowing, arcane-driven eye sockets, and it's like pulsing blue energy source in its chest. Just stands looking down at you intently.
I'm gonna go diving to see if there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. I'm on my hands and knees going through
I'm
the
searching
papers.
too. I'm searching
Looking.
too.
And I look at the rest of them and I go, holy shit.
Make him wave.
And I say, your manners, wave to Pike.
This is awesome.
And then I say, and a curtsy for Vex.
Oh, come on. Don't demean them.
What about
And it tries
This
to.
is the coolest.
Dude, we are gonna need... Yeah, Matt realizing that he'll need another locket at some point. He gave the party a new pet that they're not gonna love it as much as Trinket. Fair. But I think that they are going to be very scared about killing it. Oh no, Matt has expanded the party further. Now there's 7 plus Trinket plus their new warrior. What the fuck are they gonna name it?
Can it do a double bird?
And I say,
Does it have
what do
hats?
we say to those who we have just vanquished?
Turns to Vax. Big old stony middle fingers about that wide around.
And I look at him and I say, never forget that.
He doesn't have a mind.
He has my mind.
Oh.
21.
Trouble.
That's what I rolled.
As you guys are
Trying
scrambling
really
around
hard
the
not to
floor,
think about
no sign of any sort of instruction manual. The way that things have been pulled out of here, in the way the circlet was found, you get the feeling as you look about this place that in the escape, Qual was grabbing, and Drisvina were grabbing everything they could. Didn't realize that they had left, that the circlet had fallen from their grasp and been left behind. Anything else they probably have. Just pertaining to this experiment.
Well, we have a killing machine now.
Oh, okay.
How do we get him out?
Yeah.
That's what I was just thinking.
Will he go? Can only creatures go in your locket thing?
I don't know.
Or probably only creatures.
There's only one way to find out.
Okay, yeah, I pop Trinket out.
Fart it out.
Is this a creature?
He's not a creature.
No more than large in size.
He's probably not.
He's what, a
Bigger than that.
construct?
It's a construct.
So no.
Well, I mean, you'd have to try to find out.
Yeah.
I walk up. He's not gonna hit me, Ezekiel.
I'll tell him not to.
Okay.
I tell him, hey, Oh.
What should I call him?
You don't have to say anything.
Oh, does he have a name? Spike.
I like it. Spike.
Does he have a spike?
Is he spiky at all?
No.
It's kind of bludgeony.
Spiky?
It's not really.
I don't know. I just like.
Hey, I ask him. Are you called something?
Have a mind.
Can he talk?
No. It's
Cool.
an empty vessel.
Don't name him, you're just going to get attached.
Fastbender.
Fassbender.
No.
Why?
Oh.
Too hunky?
Can he put his finger down and I hold the locket up?
I agree, Daniel. I am definitely deciding that it can't speak. There's no way I am voicing this robot for sessions into the future. Nope. And I am also, in my mind, going over some restriction to give the control circlet that doesn't retcon anything, but potentially introduces something that they will run into in the future. I am going over it in my head of, fuck, how can I limit this thing? We'll see how Matt handles it. We will see.
Hey, Fassbender.
Enter the locket, Fastbender.
Tell him to put his hand down.
Puts the finger out. Touch the locket. Tink.
Ah, damn it. Not a creature.
Nope. No luck.
Good work.
We can just
Fastbender.
walk him out of here.
I guess we walk him out here.
Cover him in blankets.
Or cast a spell.
Oh, if only I had any.
If only he had any spells. Well,
kind of-
no.
What are you guys doing down there? That is
Sorry,
so
we
loud.
met somebody who's even stronger and awesomer than you, but we still love you and we'll bring him out to meet you soon.
Keyleth has a pet giant robot. I don't know what to
I have a new
make of
friend.
this. A what? It's a thing I've been working on, but apparently someone else has done it first, and never mind.
It's a thing you can work.
Never mind, I'm not working on it anymore.
We can do a pocket fisherman.
It's passe and stupid, I don't want to hear about it.
Fine.
I
Wait.
walk him out.
Oh no, he's not a creature. I can't make
I mean,
him.
he is a creature. Just a particular enchantment based on this. You get the sense that as it is part of the realm of the Raven Queen is the living and the dead, and this is not necessarily a living creature, it's a construct. The
Makes
magic
sense.
does not have an effect on it.
Oh, any magic.
Well, that magic.
Well, that
That
This
magic.
particular life and death magic.
I could try to make him invisible.
Oh, that's good.
I think it's actually a really good idea.
It says creature.
I mean, honestly, it does.
Yeah, out of
Okay, I think that Matt's reinventing the wheel a bit. But also he's doing it at the moment, so I get it. Maybe in future he'll have a little bit more of like a more technical reasoning. I think he just got a little bit loose with it. He was not expecting this, pretty clearly. So I totally get that. I do. Theshel, not a bad idea. You don't know how to recharge it, but you do eventually give them a way to recharge it once you've had a little bit more time to like think about everything. Now that you have an idea of what's going on and what the party wants. So yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't think. And then it adds some sort of cost to the golem so that it's more of a tool rather than just a new pet. But also, as Daniel put it, fuck it, maybe Matt can just handle 7 PCs and 2 pets. Maybe he's just built like that. I certainly am not. That is also that's my favorite Pissy Percy moment. That is absolutely my favorite moment of Percy being an artiste, an auteur, but of the physical mechanical variety. I did like that a lot. Yeah. It's definitely a decent, quick invention that he can then be a little bit more precise with later. Very small battery that is expensive to charge is a nice idea. Would let them use the golem in dire circumstances, but not all the time. Yeah, the only thing you then have to consider is how can they transport it, which then you need another locket. Never mind. It's passe now. I know. No. I'm not even worried about it. It's passe. It's been done. It's banal. I could never. I invent things that no one has ever invented before. I invent guns when they're still the domain of crackpot theorists in Vasselheim. There's already a golem I couldn't imagine. I love passe Percy.
You bubble? No more bubble?
Scanlan, do you have a circlet right now? You had the ion stones. Do you have anything on your
I'm
head?
fully attuned.
Add
Yeah, it
incoming.
requires attunement to wear
Take
it.
cover.
I know, but
Oh, he's fully attuned, and we're fully ready for our ad. Ad starts in 50 seconds, and we will go to there. Yeah, definitely. I would say one of my favorite Percy moments. I'm gonna start the break slightly early. I need to go to the bathroom, and I think it might take a little bit longer than normal. So if I'm late coming back, I have not died. I'm on my way. And I will see you all in a second. Goodbye. buddy. Sorry about that. I know I warned you, but I did not mean for it to take that long. But let's just say I feel a little lighter. I feel good. So thank you all for your patience. Thank you for waiting. And thank you to Admiral Jackbar for joining Emojis Are for Everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So yeah, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. I'm glad for you. Thank you.
What is your
Keyleth,
circle?
is this something you're going to want to do in the long term?
Well, my circlet, I'm a bit attached to it, and it's very nice and has a lot of benefits to it.
So if we're going to go to the trouble of taking this thing out of here, one of us has to use it. What about your pum-pum? Or what did you call him?
Pop.
Papa?
You think your
Papa
pop-pop?
could do it, but I don't know if he would be very...
I can wield.
So
I can use him.
Let's get him out of here.
I can use him.
Right, we can try
Honestly, Fastbender might be something that we use sometimes and not all the time anyway. Maybe.
We could
we have to
literally
bring
put him in our.
him with us,
Could we get him into the bag of holding?
I doubt it.
It's kind of big.
Has to
no.
fit through the opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have a big enough bag of holding.
What? Oh no.
Could we
Don't
build,
think again.
Percival? Ooh, I have an invention idea.
Oh no, please.
I have one too, actually.
Could
Totally
you
unrelated.
build a little gnome chair for either Scanlan or Pike or
On the back of
little
it?
hand on the back of it?
But I think he moves rather slow.
Yes, it would be so Mad Max. It would be beyond Thunderdome.
I don't get that reference, but
It's basically the reverse of Gazlo from I don't even know what Gazlo is from, but I know him from HOTS. And I'm sure there's a million characters like that. Small guy on top of a big guy. That'd be fun though.
but I think you feel me.
Really
Tell
should
him to
become
run across the
confident at
room.
some
How
point.
fast is he?
How fast can he
Read a
run?
book.
Well, let's try it, I guess.
Perhaps let's try this somewhere other than not
In
a
a safe
basement
place.
filled
We
with
can
chemicals.
try this in the mansion.
We can try him in the
let's get
mansion.
him to the
Yeah, let's
mansion.
get him to the
Door.
mansion. Let's make him
Turn him invisible.
and get him to the
I'll
mansion.
try to turn him invisible. I don't think it'll work though.
You go and you cast the spell for a second using your bardic flare. You wink and reach out and touch the golem in the golem's form.
Hey!
And disappears.
Hey, that's great. All right. All right, let's get out of here then.
All right, let's go.
All right.
Is he making that noise?
You tell to follow.
I start. Let's see how this works. Follow.
Well, he's rather loud.
As you guys come to the doorway and begin stepping through, you watch as the door frame goes, and it's just bent outward like it's something bursting out of a tuna can.
Shit.
Well,
Like Rob in the outhouse.
Hey, Vex, do you have a pass without a trace handy?
let me...
Been enjoying HOTS again? I like HOTS. I haven't played it in a little bit. Especially since Gigantic came out, and also since I've been trying to all gold Brotato, which I did. I actually did it like 2 days ago. I got all of the Tatos on Brotato golden, which is beating it on max difficulty. Right before they release Abyssal Terrors, and I have to redo it all on a new map. But I finally got it. Like the Toguro brothers. I don't know the Toguro brothers, but probably is like that. Yeah. But yeah, I've not been video gaming much off stream recently, honestly. Been too many life things. But hopefully, oh my gosh, once Bird's out of heat, my personal life will free up so much. Oh my god. From Yu Yu Hakusho. I don't know the reference, but I believe you. Much like Liam in this scene. My favorite anime of all time. Oh, cool. All right. Bet.
Let me see how many spells I have left. I think I do.
We have a wonderful night.
Yeah. I can do pass without a trace. I have a couple left.
I couldn't possibly use my glove of storing, could I? To hold his hand?
Try.
Glove of what?
Glove of storing.
You know from your experience, the glove of storing is usually for like handheld objects.
All right.
I'm gonna cast pass without a trace on all of us, including the golem,
Okay.
And I tell the
including
golem
Fastbender.
to walk quietly in stealth, or attempt to as best as he can.
He can't understand.
You guys make your way up the stairs.
You don't understand the relationship we have.
As you make it up towards the top of the stair landing, you hear the crashing of wood behind you as the golem begins making its way up the staircase, destroying it in the process.
What? Why Why is it?
He's
No.
wider than the stairs.
Why is it going up the staircase?
Because we're going up the
person who
staircase.
designed him.
Oh, we're going. Oh, I thought we were outside the front door.
No, this is all down in the basement.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you guys make your way up as it tears through the stairs. I mean, there is a stone, a stoneworks incline the stairs are built on, so it just destroys the wood, but it still manages to make its way up into the house itself, breaking through the banister. You don't even see it. You just see parts of the house just. It steps forward into the center of the room on one of the plates that you had marked.
Oh, fuck.
The thing goes and stops in the middle of the air before a couple smoke sparks go.
This thing is awesome.
Another one.
I feel like Qual didn't really think this through.
How would he have gotten him out at all? I bet he has a little boulder.
Are
or a
you
little trap or something.
still unclear about whether we should kill this dragon or not? We have a killing machine now.
Does it fly?
It doesn't matter.
Have
We just
rockets in
gotta
its
We don't
he
know
can
yet.
catch it with his hand.
That's true. He actually might be able to hold on to it, at least for a little bit.
And to be
The
fair,
golem?
the
The golem's about like
An invisible
12
killer
feet tall, 10 to 12. The dragon's like 30 to 40.
So maybe not. The dragon could probably like fly away with it.
The dragon would find him to be a very uncomfortable horse pill to swallow.
However, him plus a bunch of other people could probably hold the dragon.
Let's get back to the mansion.
back to the
Let's get
mansion.
back to the mansion.
Back
Back
to
to
the
the
letting
mansion.
this
Wait,
go.
We know.
can he get through the mansion door?
We will tell him delicately to kneel and crawl.
I mean, it's a magic door. Scanlan, can you just make the door a little bigger to fit him?
Why don't we just have him smash through it? Who cares?
Okay,
It's not-
sure,
No, we don't
let's
live
go.
here.
Let's go.
Your mansion door. Can you
Oh,
do
that's a magic door.
You guys all look at Grog across the street, just kind of sitting, clutching the blood axe, almost in like a lotus position, kind
Hey,
of looking
buddy.
at it.
Have you been
Doing
looking
over
at
there?
You guys glance up and see Grog smiling, as suddenly behind them, the doorway blows out, and wood gets just thrown out in the middle of the roadway, splintered and ruined. There's a giant dome shape of the front of the house where brick and wood has just been blown out.
You guys, the door is exploding. Move! Right this way.
no.
I'll race across the street to them with the blood axe in my hands.
Okay. You get halfway across, past them before, whack! Something hits you really hard in the face, and you can already feel kind of the blood running in the back of your sinuses.
And I say, Grog, meet Fastbender. Fastbender, Grog.
I don't understand what you're telling me right now.
He's invisible, but he's a giant stone golem.
I'll reach out with my hand and try and touch whatever it was that smashed me in the face.
You reach out, and there's a solid, very solid surface in front of you.
And I say, Fastbender, shake Grog's hand. Remember manners.
You reach up, or as you're kind of feeling out, all of a sudden, a giant form just grasps you from behind and shakes your hand. Roll a strength check.
Your arm gets torn off.
Oh, and
Also,
a
I
new
lost the hit
strength
point when he
check,
threw
right?
me in the nuts. Nothing? Nothing.
19.
19. As the two hands, this invisible hand meets, the strength is overwhelming, and then as you focus, you take over the handshake and force it to move.
Oh, you're stronger than the thing.
More stronger than it.
What the fuck is grabbing my hand?
Fastbender. Scanlan named him.
Yeah, you keep saying that word. I don't know what it means.
Let's get back to the mansion. Let's get back to the mansion.
I see you wearing the gauntlets, Grog.
I've been wearing them.
Nice. Okay.
You've attuned to him.
Yeah.
I did.
You have a nice glow about you.
You don't have hair up there.
As you guys make your way back towards the classic Trickfoot estate, with the somewhat muted behind you.
I'm not comfortable.
The sun is just now starting to hit the sunset period of the day. The sky's going from a blue to kind of a lighter white to an orange color. Dusk is upon you shortly. And with that, we're going to go and take a bathroom break. We'll be back here shortly, guys. Once again, I want to say, give some love to our Loot Crate sponsors if you can. At the very least, go check it out, see what they got. Go to www.lootcrate.com/critical role.
Dude, I was about to say, I didn't even remember to say this. Fucking Mr. Taliesin Jaffe, you can't hide this from me. I owned this Labyrinth shirt. This came in Loot Crate in, I want to say, 2012? Ish? Yeah, I know exactly where he got this thing. And everyone is trying to tell me, you gotta know David Bowie. What a legend. Listen to all these songs he did. And I'm like, I don't know that. If you just told me he was the Labyrinth guy, I would have known that immediately. I don't know that he did Purple Rain? The Major Tom song? I don't know, one of those, but I know he was in Labyrinth. That's all I know. Oh my god, no! Look! David Bowie might as well be an actor, as far as I'm concerned. An actor in one of the greatest films of all time, I would say. That's what I know him as. He has 2 differently colored eyes. That's pretty sick. Honestly. Oh no, unsub. Oh no! I have turned the chat against me. Look. I can't control what an actor is most popular for. I can't control what they're known for. Sue me. Sue me for knowing an incredibly important... incredibly impactful media, not knowing a few songs. Okay? I know the important stuff. I've not listened to any Bowie, and I've also never heard of Labyrinth before. It's a very silly movie. That is how I will describe it. I don't know if it would hold up now. I don't even really know if I could say it held up at the time. But it's a lot of fun, and it has David Bowie in it. Let's see here. You managed an impressive double whammy of both not knowing Bowie and super big song from another huge star. Oh wait, Purple Rain is the guy that everyone cried when he died. Prince? I remember in my college dorm people weeping in the hallway when Prince died. And I was like, I don't know. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. I'm gonna be straight up. I would not know him from Adam. That movie taught a lot of girls about themselves and boys. He's wearing tights. Yeah, true. I knew his hits, but I binged his album discography when he died. I became a big fan of his artistry. I've heard lots of good things about both Bowie and Prince, and have not listened. What taught me the most about Prince was hearing Kendrick compare himself to Prince. During the Kendrick Drake beef. That probably taught me the most about Prince's like vibe, you know? So I'm a little behind on the times, you could say. Or am I? You would be beat up for not knowing Purple Rain here. Yeah, I'm sure. Look, even in my fucking Kansas looking ass college town, people were very upset, and I did not get it. But I've never been into any celebrity. I don't think I can think of anyone that I don't know personally that I would shed a tear if they died. I just don't know them like that, you know? But I think that's a low empathy thing from me. I have had to very purposefully and very diligently train my empathy, because I did not have very high empathy when I was growing up. So I think that might just be a me thing. You've had lots of years to rectify your mistakes. Surely you can pick them out of a lineup now. Well, obviously I can pick Bowie out of a lineup. He's a famous actor. Prince, I don't know about. Listen to Prince Kiss. Can do. I can do that. I wouldn't know any songs or info about Kendrick. I've heard his name, but that's all. I'm not even that big of like a rap guy. But I've heard a decent amount of Kendrick. I've heard a decent amount of modern music. I'm just not into most of it. I cried when Heath Ledger died. That makes that, again, I don't get it, but that does feel... I have learned how to identify things that I don't personally feel or understand, but that are probably broadly understood by people. And that has helped me train my empathy a lot. Because before I would just be like, I don't get it. But now I'm like, oh yeah, that seems like something that many people might have done. I cried over precisely one celebrity death, Robin Williams. Yeah, that was sad. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's something to brag about. The low empathy bit? No, it's not. No. The thing that I would brag about is that I have put in a ton of work to become more empathetic. That's the original reason I started going to therapy, is because I realized how utterly unempathetic I was. And it wasn't even like really causing problems in my life. But I was not happy with it. So I have done a lot of work to try and rectify a character flaw that I have. So yeah, no, low empathy is not cool. It is a character flaw that I've been trying to work on. Do you know who Weird Al is? Oh yeah. Look, I was very online in the 10s, in the naughties, in the 10s and the naughties. I was very online during that time. Of course, I've run into Weird Al. I've heard, oh God, what is it? It's not Gangster's Paradise, but it's God, living in a paradise. I can't think of it, but I've heard a lot of Weird Al covers of songs that I've never heard the original of. I've never heard Like a Virgin. I've only heard Like a Surgeon. Amish Paradise. Thank you. Yeah, I've heard Amish Paradise, never heard Gangster's Paradise. Heard Like a Surgeon, never heard Like a Virgin. I've heard a lot of Weird Al covers. But anyways.
Oh shit. Welcome back, everyone. So, back from break, Vox Machina made their way back to the Real Hands estate of the Trickfoots. For the sake of brevity, you did manage to get the Fastbender Golem, and it's a 10-foot tall door, 5 foot wide, that leads into it, so it's able to just barely squeeze in if you wanted to leave it there for the time being.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
There it fits into it.
Okay.
I want to try some stuff.
What do you want to try?
Hang on, I'm tweeting out a link for her.
That's a
bit
big
great.
I would like to go down to the training area, where I normally sleep. Pike, would you come with me?
Yep. I should train. I want to train too. Sit up.
How big is the training area? Can we all be in the training area
Yeah, it's
practicing
pretty
our
big,
skills?
actually. It's as big as he wants it to be. It can be
Let's do
like
that.
a training hall.
Let's go practice. Let's have a group
Learning
training
skills?
session, you
Yeah,
guys.
group
workout.
To the
group
danger room.
workout.
Wait,
This is
before we
fun.
go.
What?
I want to go find my daughter. I've got to leave. Sorry. Bye.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Bye.
What? You're just leaving?
Yeah, I gotta go. Sorry.
Just like that?
Yeah.
We gotta talk.
Do you want help?
Yeah, I do. I'd like Vax to come.
Sure, buddy, sure. Sure, yes, yeah. I'll see
We
you guys later.
wait for you here.
Talk. You can start the talk with that. It'll be fast.
Oh, okay, you'll be right back.
I'd just like to throw in and say that I don't want to fight the dragon tomorrow. All right, let's go.
No.
I do want to, and bye.
Copy that.
We'll train while you guys go.
So where are you heading?
Wait. I run back to the
Wait,
door
his
really
daughter
quick.
is here?
I run back to the door really quick. Come here.
What?
Can you do that Mendy thing still?
Yeah.
This is her pump. I don't know. Glue the head back on. Yeah.
Okay.
Just glue the head back on. No, I chase after Scanner.
Okay.
I do the mending on the Sanitary statue.
And as doing so, you reaffirm the single piece form that was the small shrine set up for the Saren Ray shrine in the Trickfoot home.
And I want to try a few tricks with the golem, but
We'll get to that
throwing that
before.
out there. Go ahead.
Where are you going?
I'm going to where I dropped her off at the sewers,
Okay.
and I'm hoping that he can track or something.
Probably should have brought a ranger with you who's got really good at
Outstanding.
Now, as
I can do magic.
the sun is disappearing right behind the mountain and nighttime is coming, you lead Vax southward through Western, dodging around a few patrolling Goliath.
Unironically, one of the few times that Ranger is almost inarguably the best choice. Like, maybe there are certain builds or certain subclasses of other classes that could give them a run for their money, but and I even know that because they're not in her favorite terrain, they're not tracking her favorite enemy, she might not even be that much better at it then Vax. Like, this might maybe mechanically be the best choice, but it is legitimately the only thing they're known for. Yeah, Dr. Hoovy. It's like their one thing. She's the ranger, he's the rogue. Yeah, exactly. And he makes a funny little goofy gaff out of it, but it's so silly, man. Little known fact, her favorite terrain is sewers, and her other favorite enemy is daughters. Yeah, that would have helped. That's a good point. Oh, hi, doggies. Oh, they've been sitting by the door all day. Hi. They're cute.
Herd members.
So silly.
And eventually find your way to the alley where the entrance to the sewer, the retreating entrance, existed, where you left Dr. Dranzel and Kaylee and a number of survivors that were in the ruined Temple of Arathis.
Okay, Vax.
Yeah.
I know that you are an expert tracker, right?
I'm pretty good. I've watched my sister do it.
Wait, you're not the one?
You know that my name is Vax, right?
Yeah, I know. Aren't you the tracker guy?
Sort of.
I don't know. Don't you move in the night and do things?
I do have really good eyes. Do you want me to have a look?
Can we go in the sewer and just see if we can figure out where they went?
Let's have a look.
They went down here and they went towards the city wall. That's all I know.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Dranzel closed it behind him. You go ahead and grab him, make a strength check.
Well, I can't lift anything.
Could we do it together? Can I help him? Give him advantage?
Natural 20.
I'll say between the two of you pulling, scaling most of the weight, you managed to
Come on, pull your weight, man.
pull the great scrapes, and you managed to haul off to the side. It's still a very difficult process, but you do manage to muster enough strength in the two of you to pull it off.
Your forearms are like Popeye. Motherfucker.
Yes, they are.
All right.
Years of use.
Descent to the sewer immediately hits your nose. There is a metal ladder that leads down into the subterranean area.
All right. Where do we go?
Well, let's see if she left any. My sister looks for traps.
Do you need, like...
really should have brought my sister, but I'm going to take her traps.
Okay, make a survival check.
Survival check, okay.
Oh, wait, was this for checking for traps or tracking?
No traps.
Footprints,
Is
traps.
that what you said?
I did. Painting on the mud.
That would be trinket.
As you down inside the sewage system, and there is a recess in the center of the floor where most of the various sludge runs through. There are bits of runoff from when the rain does pour through, and it rains fairly often here in this part of Taldore, where bits of mud and compost that just kind of gets caught on the sides are. You do manage to...
Oh no, we did hit another buffering spike. Okay. I didn't say anything, so I'll just run it back like a couple seconds. Yeah, I do see that we just hit a spike. Weird. I have a slight theory for why these really small ones are happening. Because I'm getting like it's like a couple hundred frames, which is definitely enough to be noticeable. Obviously, you guys are noticing it. But it's not like when we were having the big internet issues before, it was like thousands. It was a different order of magnitude. And obviously it was happening much more often. So I don't know what is causing this, but I have some theories. It probably is the dogs. You're right. Yeah, I have, especially given what was the solution to the bigger problem. I think that it's probably a similar solution, just on a smaller scale, which is just, it's a mesh router, and I think that there are some signals that are overloading the network and getting in the way of the radio waves. So I'm gonna have a look at it. I have some theories, but we will see. Hopefully they are as generally unobtrusive as they've been this stream.
The floor where most of the various sludge runs through. There are bits of runoff from when the rain does pour through, and it rains fairly often here in this part of Taldore, where bits of mud and compost that just kind of gets caught on the sides are. You do manage to find a few spots that appear like footsteps. You don't know exactly who from. It's some sort of humanoid-sized footsteps over an area that heads southward.
I hold my foot over one. Is it smaller than mine, or is it about the same size?
The one you see is about the same size.
Ooh.
There was some humans with us. We were traveling with a bunch of people.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they would have washed away if they were old, so probably pretty new.
Okay.
Let's follow them.
You are the expert.
I clearly am. Let's go.
Shit.
All right.
Yeah, I'll lead the way.
Okay. You continue. Both of you guys make stealth checks.
Yeah, okay.
7. I'm just excited. I'm gonna see my daughter.
33.
Okay.
So together.
You guys continue finding your way, weaving through the southern area, following the tracks. They vanish, and then you'll see a couple footprints here, and then you got to lose the tail. The scent is terrifying and getting worse the further south you progress. You do head into one central chamber, and both of you guys make perception checks.
19.
30.
Okay.
You both stop in as you immediately see in the center of this room what appears to be a large, bulbous form that is just amassed in the center.
Shit.
You both stop.
Quiet. I'm always quiet.
He's not moving.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. Did you send your daughter down to get attacked by a giant block of shit?
Can we go around it?
It's true, there were a bunch of like slimes and stuff down
It's
there.
in the, we're in a larger chamber and it's in the middle?
Yeah, it's like a four-way, 4 different platforms or passages merge in the center here, and this
Do I
apparently is where one of the drains leads down into.
And are there any of the footprints left anywhere? here?
I mean, you do see bits of sludge around, and there are a number of footprints that are all just scattered around, some smeared, some skidding.
I reach down and I scoop Scanlan up in football pose again. Which way do you want to go? I can't tell which way. Your daughter. Reach deep, man.
Which can I sense which direction the wall of the city is? Like, do I have any sort of
Make a survival check.
Okay. Survival. I've never done this before. 13.
13. Keeping track of where you were, kind of the direction I think you gather it's probably that way.
Oh, let's go that way. Okay, sorry. Let's go that way.
Don't move.
All right.
As you carefully move past, you look and you see. You did encounter one of these entities before, when you were tracking down the Rakshasa. This was a terrible swollen creature with tendrils, a mouth. It feeds on refuse and rot, and this was a rather swollen and dangerous looking one. However, as you pass by and look, you see a series of wounds across its body and its lifeblood dripping out. This one has been slain.
I'm gonna set you down, all right? I think your daughter done killed a boogity boogity. Yeah, sit down.
How do you know that?
It's dead.
Oh, good.
Survival check again. Okay. So you follow the tracks.
Are there any track marks?
12. I already asked that.
The tracks vanish. You're not sure how to follow
Is
direction.
there any blood or ooze walking away from or dripping away from this thing?
I mean, it all kind of congeals in the central area. Most of the central room, the middle area, is very clustered with slime and goop. There is no natural flow, and there hasn't been a very recent rainfall, so there isn't like a fresh flow of water.
So I had to wait. I had to wait because I was like, he's gonna depend on how he runs it. I am glad that there was not ostensibly a random encounter, just to like pad out runtime, right? That choice of putting the enemy there and, kind of to a degree implying to them, okay, you got to sneak around this because you're probably, it's only 2 of you. They're used to having 7 people. No matter what that thing is, there's like a solid chance if it's like any realm of ooze or slime that these 2 could probably handle it. But they're alone. They're not used to not being with at least a substantial portion of their group, so they're going to like mentally feel weaker or think themselves weaker. So I think it's reasonable that they started to scooch around it, and then revealing that Kaylee killed it, I think is very, very nice on Matt's part of introducing something that has the feel, at least at first, of like a random encounter sort of, but then just skipping over the boring part of actually doing a random encounter to give them the reward of knowing that Kaylee went this way. I think it's a nice overall choice for this to, again, kind of display the aesthetics and the trappings of something that's pretty typical for a D&D game, and then kind of skip past it and get to the interesting part, which you don't always want to do. You don't always want to skip through things like that, but I think it's especially important here when you only have 2 people. Like, this is something that I'm not the best at, but I try to think about when the party is split of what challenges can I abstract that I would normally run through, like, to its completion if the entire party were there. So if the entire party were there, yeah, maybe they'd fight a little bit of an ooze. And that combat could serve multiple purposes. It could serve to try and eat up some of their resources to make sure that they can't do much more before they go to bed. It could also deliver some other clues about the plot. Like, that could have worked with a full party. But I think especially when your party is split and you don't want to take a bunch of time to run a full-out combat with not even half, a third? A little bit less than a third of your party. You want to skip past that. Get to the interesting stuff. Don't take a shitload of time with less than a third of your party, while the other 5 people have just had to sit there on their fucking phones, you know? So I think it's a little bit of like, there's a couple of different ways Matt could handle that, and I think he handled it in one of the best ways he could have. Pets are learning to alter EM fields for attention. Oh no. 7 people and a fucking bear, and now a fucking mecha. Yeah. Now a fucking golem. Yeah. So it's I think that Matt did everything right here of giving them that aesthetic and that trapping that they would expect to find down here, of that sort of random encounter feel. But then getting to the good parts and making sure that we don't spend too much time totally separated from the rest of the party.
Through here either.
And where were they going? Where did you tell them to go?
Out of town. Get out of town.
Do I know where that is? Which direction that is down here?
I mean, based on where you're going, you guys kind of can follow that path. And we'll say, for the sake of brevity, you eventually find your way to...
Also, solid use for survival. Solid use of the, what is it, the observant feat? Not the observant feat. What's the other int one that is kind of silly? That's like, you always know which way is north. Keen mind, I think. A solid use for that sort of thing. Solid use of survival on Matt's part, I think. And yeah, keen mind. And would have been, if they had taken someone like Keyleth, this is a good example of where a spell like what is it? Find the Path. What's the one that was like that they kind of had some beef over? Druid 5e Find the Path. Yeah, Find the Path. So this was the one that they kind of were kind of acting like it's a worthless spell, you know? And maybe it is a little bit too high of a cost. But this is a good example of, I can conceptualize what the North Gate is. I know exactly what it looks like. I know where it is theoretically. You could cast Find the Path to find the way out of the sewers, in this case, towards your overall destination. You couldn't find the path towards Kaylee. But it's good for if you're in a thick forest that, you know, the canopy covers everything, can't tell where you are. The Underdark, sewers, cave complex. It's basically a pathfinding algorithm for a maze, is I think a good use for that one. And this is a situation where it might have been useful, honestly. Reminds me of one fantasy series that had this one evil empire have mecha golems made from stone elementals. Yeah, I get that. I think it's there's a very and it's there's a lot of stories you can tell along the lines of Arcana Tech. I don't think the well is even close to dry of like science fantasy Arcana Tech type stuff. I think there's much more to be mined in that area and genre for interesting allegories, interesting metaphors that you can make with that sort of thing. I really love Keen Mind. Yeah, Keen Mind's fun. I have unironic. It's like kind of like a famously bad feat, mostly because it really requires the DM to construct situations where it's useful. And it raises intelligence, which is classically a dump stat for all but one class, 2, now that Artificer's involved. So it's Keen Mind is a little bit of a meme, cause it ups int, and because the things that it doesn't up are things that your DM has to work around. But I think it's fun. I have taken it in games before. Oh my gosh! But is it a asterisk or Dijkstra? I actually don't even know. I don't even know what that means. You said that don't remind me. I keep thinking you're saying Mecca, the Saudi Arabia city. yeah, it's like a Mecca golem. Yeah, I get you. The fact that this 6th level spell can't find a person, it is a little silly that it can't find a person. That is pretty silly. I agree with that. As someone who always loves to figure out what goes on, strength always becomes my dump stat. That is also fair. I mean, it's it definitely depends. I think that strength or int is probably going to be, if strength and int isn't, if one of those two isn't your dump stat, you're doing, I think, maybe a non-standard sort of build. Or maybe you're just out of the average a little bit. A plus joke, really? Oh, that's not A asterisk. It's A star. Okay, yeah. Pathfinding algorithms, I got you. That took me a second. I have not really worked with any pathfinding algorithm in any coding project I've ever had. So I only know those from like projects that I've watched other people do. Charisma often dump too. Yeah, true. Yeah. Wisdom not often a dump. Dex not often a dump. And Constitution not often a dump at experience tables.
A portion of the sewer, dodging a few kind of shaders.
Oh, that's totally fair, Brittany. I'm not saying what people should or shouldn't do. It's just that I think often Dex doesn't get dumped because of initiative. Wisdom doesn't get dumped because of perception. And Con doesn't get dumped because of health. They do things that every party or every character can typically find useful. So I'm not saying that, like, you can't dump those things. I have definitely dumped one of those stats in my time. But I think it is a little bit less standard, you know. It kind of reflects me IRL. Fair enough. And Theshel has already mentioned their 8-con pally, and also mentioned the reason that people typically don't dump con. Because it resulted in dying or going down 3 times. Yeah. But dumped con can also be super fun. Dump all 3 in point buy. Dumping all 3 in point buy is very fun. Just having 15s in 3 and 8s in 3, I love it. You're really fun to dump a non-standard stat if you're the most experienced player at the table and don't expect to need to optimize. Yeah. I 100% agree. It can lead towards very fun circumstances. One of the reasons that I do like point buy is because then dumping a non-standard stat gives you more points to spend in more non-standard ways. I like that kind of management aspect of point buy. But anyways.
Areas to where a final great that leads out into the night, because it is night at this point in time. It's a large, like 10-foot tall, circular grate. If you look, the bars are actually bent open, and it leads outward. The liquid from the sewage now spills out into this like small ravine on the very southern portion of Western, and just leads out into.
Is it up like this, or is it?
No, it's up like this. It's vertical.
Vertical. Yeah. And what do we see past the bars?
You see the open plains, southwestern.
No sign of tracks. Anyone huddled
here
for safety?
Looking around it, you can see a few footprints, scout footprints. You make a survival check.
10.
And nothing that specifically catches your attention.
I think she got out of here, pal.
Balls.
But she's not here.
That's true.
She's better off.
All right. All right. Sorry. Wild goose chase.
No, don't worry about it. You want to talk about it?
No. I just don't know when I'll see her again, so I'll find her again. That's all.
I believe that too.
Yeah. Oh, and hey, thank you. Back at the Sphinx, your sister was unconscious, and you dove in to save me. That was very nice.
I knew she would be taken care of. And I wasn't sure about you.
Because you love me?
You're very entertaining. And I would be sad to see you go.
Well, I owe you one. Forever. And I hate to say it, but I feel terrible about it, but I think I might have killed a couple of civilians because I feel like I owe you some help.
What do you mean?
Well, I was in the big fight back there. I could have hurt you or the civilians, but I decided to hurt the civilians because I've got to protect you because you protected me.
Well, there's no right or wrong, but next time, I'll be all right. You help people more in need than me, and I'll be all right.
All right.
Next time.
Holy shit! Just dumping guilt onto him. What the fuck? Holy shit, Scanlan. Like, I get that you're in the spirit of honesty, but fuck me, man. By the way, I'm not saying what the fuck Sam. I'm saying what the fuck Scanlan. Totally good and fine character work. But holy shit, Scanlan. Maybe keep that to yourself, bud. I don't know.
I don't know any of your fancy, flair.
Well, I'm no ranger like you.
There is no ranger like me. This is stupid. We should go back.
Through the sewers again?
Yeah. I mean, we don't have Big Man with us, and I don't want to run into any of his third cousins or whatever, so yeah.
All right. I'll lead the way.
Might as well.
Eventually, you guys make your way back.
You're not gonna make them roll survival to get back?
Lost forever in the sewers.
A little roundabout, but they get there eventually. They return.
Oh yeah, Dr. Hoovy, that's a good expression of a flaw. I like it. That is why I'm like, holy fuck, Scanlan, but it's believable. I believe that Scanlan would say that sort of thing. And it is further characterizing his real flaws, his actual character flaws. I like it. I'm a big fan. I think he was also giving a reason to the audience because I think it caused controversy. Interesting. Serving double duty. Interesting. Well, I'm glad. It's like I said, fucked up. But a good Scanlan moment. I like a fun character moment, even though it's a little fucked up.
Return to the mansion, smelling awful.
Shit.
Yeah,
Right, so you wanted to go ahead and do some exercises with Fassbender.
I do want to do some exercise.
What do you want to do?
Who doesn't?
Who doesn't want to do exercise?
CrossFit?
What?
Abs a stone, that Fassbender.
P90X with Fassbender?
Okay, he's not invisible anymore, right? We dropped that. I'm assuming
That does fade
he
right now,
rocked.
yeah.
Sure. Okay, so
Oh, I get it. Makes so much sense. Shit. It's huge. Fuck.
yeah,
Now I get it. Right. He's with us. Got it.
he is with us. Yeah.
I understand.
Oh yeah. Oh sorry, Grog. Fastbender. Fastbender, Grog.
His name is Fastbender.
I call him Fluffy.
Scanlan name.
Fluffy it is.
I'm terrible at naming things. I just go with whatever the first person shouts out.
That's a lie because I said Spike.
Oh, you did say Spike.
She goes with the second thing.
Too late now.
That's
It's just in stone.
Oh.
It's like an improv show. Salty McFucknuts!
Spike, not that one.
Basically it,
Give me
yeah.
that one. Okay, so first, I say, Fassbender, run. I want to see how fast he can go.
Runs about the same speed you do. I mean, as far as like it's bigger steps, but it gets about the same distance.
Okay, and I say, Fassbender, punch Grog. He's used to this. Grog's fine with
Do you
that.
do anything?
No, yeah, I'll totally take it.
Okay.
This is how we train with Grog. It's fine. You're healed. You're healed up.
Enough.
The golem pulls back, swings at you with a giant fist. That is a 19.
Yeah, wait, well, I took off. Yeah, I had to take off my bracers of defense, so that hits.
All right.
Warning. Ad incoming.
Right square to
Take
the
cover.
side of the face and jaw.
Warning, ad incoming. Take cover. Did you guys hear that, by the way? The text-to-speech voice saying that. I set it to unmute itself before it talked, but I don't know if it worked. You guys heard it? Sick. Okay, cool. Sick. Very cool. Okay, so we'll take a quick ad break. This one will not be as long as the other. I guarantee it. And we will be right back after that. See you guys in a second. Goodbye. Hello, hello. What's up? Hello. Hopefully you guys had a good break. I did not bring my water back. I might have to stop at some point if I get very thirsty to go and get the water, but I'm good for now. I think we can keep going.
You take from the impact of its giant battering ram-like arm, 24 points of bludgeoning damage. You're not raging, so it's not half.
Tit for tat, bitch, and I swing back with the Titan Stone Knuckles and punch Fastbender in the face.
Okay, go ahead and roll for an attack.
Don't smudge the mustache.
Do we know
please.
if we can heal him once we damage him?
We'll find out.
28.
That hits. So you do 1 plus the plus 7 strength damage to it.
With
so
the-
8 points of...
Of the 4 or the 6, because it's my fist.
Huh? Well, it's not to say your fist for this, because you're not having brawler, and we're saying because you're not like on even ground with the other guy. You're doing, boom, one point of damage from the punch, plus 7 for the strength.
Well, there you go.
So 8 points of damage from the crack as the fist hits. It does cause like a crack in where the impact hits a little bit.
And say, okay, all right, enough hitting each other. Enough of that.
Well, hold on, we were just getting warmed up. I mean, this is where the game starts. You know, it's like PRNG, and then you really start playing.
Ping. Ping? You can...
There's some other questions.
Other questions first. Other questions first. I cast Call Lightning.
Okay.
I'm gonna get in the way of this, just for fun.
Indoors.
And it's fine. I just bring down a bolt of lightning on like a dummy, and then see if I can also command Fastbender to punch a dummy.
Okay. Bolt of lightning hits a dummy. Dummy is shattered. As you command Fastbender, Fastbender leaps forward to the dummy's giant haymaker and just causes the dummy to explode into a bunch of fluff and cloth.
So would we say that would be like a bonus action, what I just did?
No.
No? There's an action for each?
I mean, you have to kind of like focus on it. Yeah. I mean, you can give it like you have an action to give it a command, and it'll continue the command as it goes.
So once it's set in its motion, it will continue
Like,
that motion.
kill that thing.
Kill that thing.
Okay, so then theoretically...
Okay. I will say I respect the effort to understand the mechanics of an item. Like in fiction. I very much respect that. But I think that I don't think that Marisha realizes, this is speculation of course, but I don't think Marisha realizes that this item was not, Matt did not expect them to use this item. So it probably doesn't actually have like a sheet, like it doesn't have like a note card or, you know, whatever. Like it doesn't have like actual mechanics behind it. It just has, you know, this is what it does. It's just a MacGuffin. But from that perspective, I think if Matt has trained you to know, like, when you get a magic item, I give you a note card, you know, I think Matt's kind of trained them in these ways, and to a degree, she is, like, pressing him on the issue, you know, she's like, oh, we'll decide on the mechanics right now, improv them. So, again, I respect her effort here to, like, understand them in fiction, but I think she also needs to understand that this was improv and does not have real mechanics yet.
Oh, Jesus.
I can have a concentration spell up and be like, kill that thing, and they won't overlap.
Let's see.
You know, while he looks it up, let me
Try to
just
figure
point
this
out
out.
that when I punched Percy in the face, there was 0 points of hit point damage.
But you know, rangers aren't very.
Yes, I did punch him.
I just want to check, by the way, Liam. Are you imagining the '80s era X-Men Danger Room right now too, with like the hoops and the bars? Or is this just me?
Metal rods.
Yeah, it's just right up to
Nightcrawler going flip, flip, flip.
It takes an action to focus and give it a new command.
A new command.
Yes. Once it does command, it will continue to do it until it's told otherwise, or it completes whatever task it was given.
And it's not a concentration to keep up that command.
Oh, Sputnik, that's a whole other kind of thought process, but based on the fact that it doesn't have a note card, like, based on the fact that it doesn't have a note card, Matt's face when she started to use it, like, I think you're right. I think that was an oversight on Matt's part to not expect them to use it. But I do, based on the fact that he's not, he doesn't seem to have the standard things that he has for magic items generally. I think he was not planning on them using it now. It has 90% of a note card in the monster manual. Yeah. So does, the note cards that he gives out normally are 100% present in the DMG, but he still gives out note cards. So I'm not saying what he needs to do or doesn't need to do, but I'm saying Matt's standard that I've observed up to this point is when they get a magic item that he anticipates them using, they get a card for it. Even Craven Edge, which it was like kind of like a whoa, kind of looks like a cursed item sort of thing, where like Taliesin wasn't even sure if he was going to use it. That still came with a note card. So just based off of what I've seen and how I'm interpreting this, I think that if Matt had anticipated them using it, he would have made a note card for it. And my opinion is bolstered by how he reacted when they did decide to use it. It did not look like he was anticipating it. But yeah, I do think that that's a little bit of an oversight with this, especially given that, like, they don't fucking know Qual. They barely know Dresvina, and they don't have, like, the highest opinion of him or anything. And they mentioned, like, oh, don't know if we'll bring it back to him or not. Like, I think the party gave Matt ample reason to believe that they might try to utilize the circlet. I don't know what, what wires got crossed where he wasn't expecting it, but I definitely think he probably should have been. But to wrap back to the initial point, if you perceive your DM acting abnormally, I mean, it's sort of like if Percy invented something that session, like not having talked to Matt beforehand at all, and then was like pressing Matt on like, bonus action stuff. I think you got to give him a session, between something like that. I would have made it more of a tabula rasa. It doesn't do anything and has no senses. It's piggybacking off of your mind. It takes an action to make it do anything. That's fair. I'm not even going into like what the design of it should be. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. It would really depend on how rare I wanted it to be, Like, if this is supposed to represent a more, like, quirky, sort of upstart, tinkering it together in the moment sort of thing, if that's kind of what you want to represent Drez as, then I would maybe go with, like, a lower rarity. Oh, no. Drop frames. No. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the drop frames. Dang it. What an unfortunate little time for it. I don't know why that happened. Anyways, but I think it depends. If you want to represent Drez and, this golem as kind of like a masterwork of a really skilled technician that is perfecting already known technology, then I think I would make the circlet and the golem rarer, more powerful, maybe able to use as a bonus action. But if I wanted to represent it a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more like, more like Percy's inventions, make it a lower rarity and make it require an action, that sort of thing. But overall, yeah, it's less about like I don't think that Matt had any of that pre-planned. Should he have? Maybe. But now that now we're in the situation where he doesn't have it pre-planned, I think we gotta give him some time. You really should have known better after keeping the magical object Qual wanted them to retrieve for him. Yeah, a bit. Yeah. Yeah. I don't disagree. I think he probably should have known better, but clearly somewhere the wires got crossed and he didn't anticipate it. I don't know. Fassbender itself probably not, but yeah, send them to go get a golem and the golem control amulet, but surprise Pikachu. Yeah. If Matt had Master Qual asked VM to get his circlet and that's it, but also giving VM access to a golem, then I'm not sure what Matt's intentions were. I know. That's the thing is like there's very clearly intention here. But I do think that somehow the wires got crossed and Matt's actual intention was somehow different from what VM ended up doing. I don't know how or why. But what are you going to do? And now that we're here, give him a session. Give him a session to get it figured out now that you guys have control over it. Weird that not everyone got buffering. That's weird because I do see the drop frames on my end. Very odd.
Command. So, like, keep fighting the dragon until it hits the ground would theoretically be one command that will keep going.
Based on your experience with it so far, theoretically, it should work.
Mm. Whatever Keelet wants, Keelet gets.
Thank you, Beacon Spell.
Find out if it can talk.
You found out if it can talk?
Ask a question.
Fastbender. Fastbender. How many years old are you? Hold up. Hold on, how old are you?
No response.
All right, this is good. We're finding out its intelligence level.
Can you gesture to me with your fingers and tell me how many years old you are?
I think he's listening.
It may not be smart enough
He's
to know
distracted.
Yeah, there. It's no response.
So it doesn't know anything. That's good.
Yeah. All right.
Let's find out if it can. Does it have any magical properties beyond punching? Can it tell it to
electrocute something? Or...
use magic?
Okay. Hey, Fastbender. Cast a spell on Percy.
Death's Eye.
And then I die.
Disintegrate beam.
And then you die of blue screen in your hair and everything else.
It turns over, brings its hands up like this. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god.
Well, look, I wanted a live test subject.
No, I'm with you. I'm with
so,
you.
well...
That's my designation.
You're...
Natural 1.
Oh, no!
You feel like...
Hey, to Percy!
No, it's happening.
You've been near explosions before. Not like super close, but big enough where you feel like the concussive wave from a distance. Not enough to harm you, but just enough to kind of like send you off your balance for a moment. You feel that impact, and as you fall into your back foot, time around you seems to be moving faster than you'd expect, and you find your motion sluggish. And you really just have a hard time. Really.
That's awesome!
You're in slow-mo.
Percy, you're slow-mo!
Candle.
You're slow-mo, Percy! It's amazing!
How do we fix him?
It'll wear off.
Hit him?
Make another wisdom saving throw.
How will he do zingers now?
Wisdom, where are we? 16.
Not really changing.
Oh, no.
All right, Fastbender, can you drop this?
But he can't.
You asked him the question as opposed to telling him to do it.
Fastbender,
Sorry.
drop the spell. Oh, sorry.
In the form of a question.
No apparent change in praise.
Oh, no.
Stands there.
Oh, no.
It'll wear off.
How long?
Okay. Fastbender, do you know any other spells? And if so, cast them at the dummy this time.
All of them?
Looks at the dummy.
Pick one.
Looks back at you.
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
I go up to Fastbender and I cast Stone Shape on his chest and see if I can repair that crack. Actually, yeah, before I do that, can I heal him? Can I just do a level 1 cure wounds to see if I can heal
What's
him
up,
first?
Percy?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay.
Were you
Go
saying
ahead,
something?
Do I roll it? Just roll.
Right now?
Come on, talk your way out of this one.
He's talking to a whale right now somewhere.
8 points.
Tell us all about the nature of pulse.
Think about my likeness. I think you're aging much slower than the rest of us.
Okay. This is Okay.
Stuff like that forever.
So, you go ahead and reach out and touch it, and the healing magic seeps up into the crack that Grog left behind, and the crack shut.
All right, that's cool. That's cool.
For how much was the total?
8 points.
Yeah, fused it shut entirely. It's like there was no crack.
So he gets healed.
About a
by
minute passes,
healing.
and you come back to your normal pace.
Oh man.
No, that's good.
How was that? How did that feel? Was it frustrating?
Yes.
Good. Good.
Can it?
Thank you. That's all I need.
Can it fly?
Oh, Fassbender, can you? I don't think you can fly.
Just
try,
tell it.
try, try. Can you fly?
Tell
Fly, Fassbender, fly.
How high did it jump?
Like. How high is it jumping?
Well, you can
It's getting like 6 feet off the ground
Like 6
vertically.
feet?
See if it can throw
and then landing with a heavy impact each time, causing
So
difference
I wonder if it can like earthquake.
Okay. I stone shape. I take a chunk of the wall and I stone shape like a boulder, and I hand it to him, and I say, "Throw it at that target."
tiny little boulder.
Yeah.
It hits the target. The stone shatters across it.
So he aims pretty good.
All right.
Nice.
And then I go, "Fassbender, high five." Yeah.
You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. You're just unable to control its force.
Yeah. You're my buddy, Fassbender.
Out of curiosity, 2 last important things that I would recommend.
Okay.
Perhaps Fassbender go into recharge mode or sleep mode, perhaps, so that it maybe can regain some of its magic ability, which it might burn through. And 2, and I'm surprised that I'm the one to mention this, but we should double check to make sure that that thing isn't doing anything strange to your head.
For the record, while this has happened, Mort, who's been following you guys around, because it's not concentration, the circle that it was carried, the one that you previously had just hit the ground. This is lying on the ground.
I'm going to pick that up.
Thank you.
All right. It's very nice.
Thank you. It's very old. Okay, Fassbender. Rest.
The eyes kind of go to a...
To be fair, Dr. Hoovy, that is assuming that this is a standard stone golem, you know? It's like a steel defender is also kind of a I know it's not like literally a stone golem from the monster manual. A steel defender is not a golem from the monster manual, but it's close enough and it has a way to heal. So I think that there's a decent chance that maybe there's something different about Fassbender. Or maybe something slightly non-standard. Who knows?
Very, very dull glow. Its form tends to slightly hunch forward to the position it was at rest, where you found it in the basement. It seems to have gone to some sort of a rest state.
Okay.
Take that off for a bit, maybe?
But I like it.
I know. I
Try
like
taking it off, Kiki.
It's my friend.
it will be your friend in the morning.
Okay.
Take it off.
Reach for the circlet. You go to pull it off your head, and it slides off for them.
I'm gonna throw something at you.
It's like the 5th time today.
No,
Good.
No.
It's like a good horror movie. All the fake outs.
As you take it off your head.
Your eyes start to bleed.
Take it off.
Seems all right.
Do I look funny?
More than
Do I look
normal? Oh, no, you don't look different. Fine.
You're a dick.
I know. Well, you made a robot cast a spell on me. I'm a tom-tom, I suppose.
You've earned it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So while this is happening, you guys.
Can I turn to Pike and say, like, look at what I got?
These are cool.
Yeah, bro. I don't even feel it. It's like
You
nothing.
don't?
No,
You don't even feel that?
no, nothing.
Wow.
Well, look, the blood axe, right? I've known this weapon for many, many years, and I just wanted you to be here when I did this. Can you hear me?
Did it say anything to you?
No response?
No, which is cool, right?
Okay, this is good. This
Yeah.
is good. This is an improvement from your last weapon.
Better. Can you, like, tell if it's just, like,
Better.
evil?
Kiki?
Yeah?
How awful for a person, am I?
You're pretty awful, from what I'm slowly beginning to learn about you.
I'm
What are you doing? There's the level. What spell do you have prepared that will help with this, if any?
This is during your money.
Yeah,
Yeah, strange.
That you have prepared.
Never mind, I'm not
Yep.
that terrible.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Sorry.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, no, I can't.
That's just nice.
Can I just,
And yeah, there's like level 1 spell, detect good and evil. If you have that prepared, that would detect for an
Can I
evil
identify?
entity. Identify is more of an arcane base.
What do you think?
Can I just,
It'd be either like Scanlan or any other arcane casters you would know.
can I just perception check it? Can I identify?
I'm not there.
I'm asking you. Insight check it, can I?
You have to butter me up.
I mean, it's hard to insight check something that's not living from what
Didn't
you
you
can
guys
tell.
identify on that?
That's not. There's no communications. I think it just looks like an axe.
Damn. I'll learn that spell and I'll check it later.
Oh, you can't tell anything.
I can't tell
You can try.
anything right now. It looks pretty normal.
Yeah.
And it's a good sign that it's not talking to you.
Right. So we're already in a better place than we were before.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they look really cool.
They do.
Do I?
Hey,
Oh my gosh, Travis does have a lot of patience, and I mean, you know, to be fair, he did earlier exit himself from the scene, so there's an amount of you know, he took that lack of spotlight on himself, but now, yeah, he's trying to he's been trying to like look at the blood axe, and they're just like fucking around with Fassbender, which is fair. Like, Fassbender is this very interesting thing that they found. It's a bit of loot that will probably impact the whole party to a degree. So I get it, but he really has just kind of sat there quietly. Say a similar thing with Sam and Scanlan. They are definitely. They're both being very, very patient. I'm starting to get a little bit, I don't want to say like bored, but I've had enough with trying to figure out what Fassbender can do. I'm good at this point. I would like to move on to other things. But I get it. Sometimes I that's not even really a critique of anyone in this scenario. Sometimes you just get kind of in a little bit of a circle trying to really figure something out before you realize that there's a wall in front of you. You think it's a puzzle that you can find the answer to when in fact there's no puzzle and no answer. And it can take a while to figure that out. Was Percy going to whisper in Grog's ear and pretend it was the weapon? I don't know, but Percy definitely was plotting some evil shit right there to fuck with Grog, but they bowled right through it.
Wait, keep holding it for a second. Hey, can I walk over to, like, the wall? Like, just a wall?
Yeah.
Can I punch the wall?
Sure.
I like to punch the wall.
It's like the first game ever.
You like to punch the wall.
I can't punch the wall, can I?
Wait. 50.
Wait, no,
that's
not just damage.
Oh, just damage. 25.
That was pretty funny. All right, so as you rear back, your fist slams into the stonework here of your magnificent mansion. The stonework shatters 8 up to 16 points of damage from a sheer punch against the wall. The stone sends a crack through that actually pierces up to the top of the rather large 25-foot ceiling here in the training area that was been crafted by Scanlan. Stones tumble and hit the ground. A bunch of it kind of plaster and pieces just kind of fall and hit the area around you, causing a small pile of wreckage. It's a pretty solid punch.
So, I remember being little in Kevdak went and punched a boulder and it went like and split in half.
Whoa, and you just did it with the
Yeah,
house.
now we're gonna be busting balls big time.
Can I swing the axe?
Yeah, at me?
No,
Oh.
at the dummy.
Yeah.
Try it. I'm gonna try swinging the axe at the dummy.
It sticks into it. Not as strong as him per se.
Oh, I love Pike and Grog. I've only gotten little inklings of this before. I love Pike and Grog. This is great. This is delightful. Grog doesn't have someone that enjoys the same things that he enjoys. But now he's got his buddy Pike back.
Wait.
Strength 13, right?
Brain Fair's great.
Strength 13, right?
Hold on. You know.
Strength?
Strength is 13, right?
It's
yeah, so
19.
it's not because you haven't put the gauntlets on.
Well, hold on.
didn't-
I had to take.
don't think
I
I
had to
raised
take
that.
the gauntlets of ogre power off. Do you want them back? Now I think you have to give them up for the boots, but it's your pick. It's a kite, or you can be a monster.
I want to be a monster.
Yeah.
All right.
Alrighty. So your strength is back up to 19 with the gauntlet
Okay.
of power. Beefy Pike is back.
Yay.
I also have Wait, is Scanlan back? Do I smell
At this
poo?
time has passed, you guys do return to the mansion.
I'll go down and check on things downstairs.
Just a minor thing. On the walk back in the sewer, I would like to slowly, just in case some of these assholes want to fight a dragon tomorrow, I slowly started tuning to acidic damage.
Okay.
Instead of fire.
Not a problem. Yeah. You are currently resistant to acid damage.
Okay.
Didn't I get these braces of defense from you?
Maybe. I don't really remember things like that.
Oh, do you want them back?
Braces of defense, what do they do?
It gives you a +2 to your AC if you wear no armor and are using no shield.
I wear armor, so I can trade them for something cool. I wear cold snap leather armor.
Oh, yeah.
Snap.
Does anybody not wear any armor?
The only one who doesn't wear armor is you.
Yeah. Cool. Well, they're worth like 6,000 gold.
We'll
so I
fucking
guess
hand them over. We'll sell them for stuff.
I'll hold
Bag
on to
will
it.
buy things with them.
Yeah. Grog, I don't trust your haggling skills.
If we can ever find a
promise.
store open in the city that's not destroyed, we can sell this.
It's not much of an economy right now.
15. No.
You have to make your way to another city.
Give
Back to the
money
class.
away.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's night time,
We should probably figure out if we're gonna fight a fucking dragon in the morning.
and we owe Xandra a tuck, one way or the
God.
other.
Oh man, I have this sinking feeling in my stomach that they're gonna discuss whether or not they're going to fight Umbrasil for an hour. Because Matt ends the session at 3:35. So we've got a little bit more than an hour, and I am so scared that they are just going to debate for an hour. But you know what? That's D&D, baby. I can't look at this and only care about the episodes where they do cool shit. Sometimes you gotta talk. So let's go.
We're gonna go talk to him tonight?
Well, look.
We need to sleep.
Yeah, we need to heal up big time.
I'm pretty tapped out.
Yeah, but
I'm all right.
big man, what are we gonna do in
At
the morning?
dawn.
Get up.
We chit chat.
Dawn,
Yeah.
we plan.
That's
I think you need to go talk to your
ever.
cousin.
I'll also
Great conversations have been had at dawn. I'll have you know.
At dawn.
One. Treaties have been signed. And stuff.
I'll also add, weren't we at some point supposed to check the library for clues for the location of the next vestige?
What library? Here, the Cobalt Reserve. Yes, and we still haven't found Reginald's daughter.
That is a thing.
We'll send a carefully worded letter. We can't roam the city for days trying to look for some dead guy's daughter. Come on.
Well, we don't have to. We know where she is.
Oh, we do?
She's in
Oh, well,
prison.
then it's worth it.
Oh, she's in prison!
Then we should go bust her out.
We may just be able to get them to release her.
We might be able to do that.
It sounds like there were a lot of people in prison.
If we go
last we
talk
heard.
to them, or we have to talk to them.
Krog has to talk to them.
Should we sleep first and go at dawn?
I don't know if this can.
What time
wait.
is it?
It's past dusk at this time. The hours you guys traveling, I'd say it's probably close to 9 p.m.
Rest, or at
You
least
guys are
some
getting a full rest. You gotta sleep soon if you're trying to get up pre-dawn. It's up to you.
How long is the long rest?
How long is it? 6 to 8 hours.
6 to 8. So on the short end, you can get up
Alright.
at 3 and walk over.
Wake his ass up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to sleep now, wake up, go let the prisoners free, and then talk to
This is all-
Zan. Roll.
All right. Well, when are we going to talk amongst ourselves?
Sambo.
That's true.
We should do that now.
Right now,
Yeah.
Short talk.
I don't feel comfortable fighting a dragon on 24 hours' notice after almost getting my ass handed to me.
All right, let's Percy's vote. Keyleth, what do you say?
Can I pass and wait to hear other people's
Sure.
votes?
Vax, what do you say?
Much to my own chagrin, I am in perfect agreement with Frederick von What's-It-Face to Rollo de What's-It.
Vax.
Surprisingly good.
Hey there,
pronunciation.
guys.
I stand by what I said before. I think we should let them go out and fight a dragon, and we try to rescue the city while they are distracted.
Badass hand smasher the first.
That's you, Pike.
That's me.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble. What are you thinking?
Dude, the first time I think that anyone has ever actually asked Ashley, and this is I want to start off, this is not a critique, this is just an observation of how separated as a character and as a player she has been from the rest of the cast. I can't think of another time that they have asked Ashley a question that was not either essentially redundant, and they were just trying to get her involved, or was just like a low stakes, like, where are we gonna go and eat? Yeah, that sort of thing. This is the first time that she's ever been like actually involved in in like a substantial planning moment that I can really think of. And I can imagine that it's probably very stressful for her. Man, even while she's back, I'm so excited for the summer of Ashley. I'm loving this new dynamic that is emerging, and I am hopeful that I will get to see Pike grow into more and more of a real full-fledged character, and Ashley a full-fledged player. I'm very hopeful. I'm optimistic.
I wouldn't care if we left now. I don't think we're ready. I think it would be foolish. I learned a lesson yesterday. And I'm anxious to die, don't get me wrong. But I'd rather win if we planned a little better than lose.
Are there any big trees in the city?
It's not a lot of people. We need to move a lot of people. How many people are, in theory, still left in the city?
I have no idea.
An entire fucking city.
I think a lot.
I mean, a lot of people have left and gone to Kymel. A lot of people have left and gone to the Formir Basin, which you already saw. And a lot of people are still within the city and currently being kind of lorded over and run, or were by the Horde, or the Herd. You don't know quite how many still remain. You've seen many jump between homes and a few that have just kind of...
Based on the size of the city and the number of people I've seen, what would be my extrapolation of a reasonable human being?
I mean...
triple digits, four digits?
No, you're looking at like maybe low four digits.
Low four digits, that'll do.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people.
Listen, we have this herd.
It'd take hours.
They will be our allies for exactly one day.
In theory.
In theory. So if we do not use them to attack dragons, can we at least use them to do something? Because they will no longer ever be our allies again after today. We could use them to go try to kill the dragon on their own. We could use them to try to kill something or someone else for us. We could use them to try to help clear the city, and if we convince them that it was in their best interest.
I'll amend my proposition to this. I'm not sure what that word means.
This?
Yes. If we go and speak to Zanror, and we can't change his mind on fighting this dragon, which I'm not entirely comfortable asking him to do, we at least get the innocents, the prisoners, and the hostages out of the city. We pretend like we're going to fight the dragon with him. And when shit goes down, we wait.
That's actually kind of what I was thinking.
It's not a bad plan.
We have the means to bail us out very quickly if things go wrong.
And if I may, in case any of your consciences are in conflict, the herd is full of murderers, and pillagers, and rapists, and child killers. The worst of the lot. And only when I was younger did I not know the difference between right and wrong. I'm still working on that definition. But I can tell you, this group ain't the best lot in the world. And they mean nothing to me compared to the people in this room.
Conversely, you were a part of that lot once, and you came out of it.
Once. But we're trying to save a herd? Or we're trying to save a town?
I think we're trying to save the world.
That's bigger than a town, right?
A little.
Today. You know, we're all gathered here together. So I'd like to take this opportunity, with Wilhan's blessing, to propose marriage to you, Pike Trickfoot. Will you make me the happiest gnome?
Oh no. Yeah, I'm... What the hell? Great. Internet is down. Awesome. We back? No, we're not back. Fucking hell, dude. No, we're so... What? Are we actually back? Because it's still telling me that I'm dropping like 100 frames a second. It is not telling me that I'm back. Pretty terrible timing. I heard the big drop, but I paused it luckily right before. I think I'm still dropping like crazy. I'm really trying to figure out why. I don't think so. Okay. Wait, is it actually because of that? No way. Come back in. There's no way. It can't be. If it is, that was crazy. If it's no, I think that was just crazy timing. I think that was just insane timing. I do not. Paige walked out of the room with her laptop right when things got better, and she walked into the room right when things got worse. It says no internet for you? What the fuck is going on, dude? I'm looking for anything that could be interfering here. I don't know, though. That's so... I don't know. Okay, now it's back. Yours is back? Mine is back. Okay, and mine is stable. It appears. Yeah, I have absolutely no clue what caused that. I will also say we've just been having issues with the internet. You had to restart it this morning. We've been having issues with the internet in general. So I don't know, but I think it could be our building. I've been thinking. I don't think it's that, no. Damn. So fucking weird, dude. I mean, we're narrowing out issues that it even could be progressively, but still fun shit. Anyways, yeah, I watched just a second after this, and I think we're pretty wholly back now, but there we go. I think we're back. Yeah. I've had mains be very bad before and cause a whack ton of signal wonkiness, but it has to be scuffed. Especially in modern hardware, even the ISP's hardware. Yeah, I was like, there's no way that's it. But yeah, I don't know what that was. I think it was probably, even like looking at like the radio tracker that I have, I think it was from the ISP, but I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I will, as with all things, continue working on it. Thank you for your patience.
So I'd like to take this opportunity, with Wilhelm's blessing, to propose marriage to you, Pike Trickfoot. Will you make me the happiest gnome ever? I'm sorry, I just couldn't contain myself any longer.
That just was so sudden.
I know, I'm sorry, I've been thinking about it all night tonight. I went looking for Kaylee, she wasn't there, and I'm sorry. I just blurted it out. It's just we're all together, and we're never all together like this. So
can I roll stealth and hide right now?
Can I roll stealth?
You can try to if you want to.
28, I'm gone.
Scanlan, at least this could wait until after.
I know, but we may die later tonight.
Only if we follow your example.
That was the most impressive segue I've ever encountered.
I was trying really hard here.
Segue if I've ever.
I don't know if that was a segue.
You know what? Don't answer now. Don't answer now. I know that you want to say yes, but please don't answer yet. Just think about it, and we'll talk about it some other time.
I will definitely have to think about it because.
We can work on some sort of concoction if you need help sleeping after that information at this point. That would keep me up for hours. Yeah.
Do we have any Allura route?
Oh my.
You ever have a vision quest? Just let me know.
You know what? I will think on it, and I will give you an answer. After some dragons are killed, and
Yeah.
let me think on it, Scanlan. Wow. Let me think on it.
All right.
I think that went well.
Do you mean like
I
permanent?
think I was just really
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't do that the way I had planned it in my head. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's just I was overcome with just a lot of stress. You know, we're fighting dragons and bonding with Goliaths here, and you're in my house, and it's a very, very stressful night for me. I'm
That's
sorry.
the weirdest coping mechanism I've ever heard of.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Doesn't
It's
feel
okay.
that weird, really.
Maybe you just feel that way because we could all die. So
For sure.
you just feel like you maybe just.
You know what?
don't
We'll
know.
table it. We'll table it.
We'll table it.
We'll table it.
Okay. Where is Wilhand?
I think he's in the kitchen. Pop, pop.
He's probably made a delicious meal.
Scream for him.
Oh, we should eat and then sleep.
Oh man, making a comment about how she's like being brought into decision making for the first time, and then she is suddenly thrust into a big decision. Oh my god, this is so silly. I did notice some folks talking about the hesitation on fighting the dragon. And I will say I do think that there's something kind of interesting going on here, and it's I don't know if it's bad or good, but it is a bit of cause and effect of Matt went to great lengths to not only show how powerful the Chroma Conclave is as a group, but then also supremely demonstrated how powerful they are individually with the Vorugal fight. And demonstrated, all in that same session, how fast the dragons can move across the continent. Because we don't know exactly how long they got, or it took them to get to Westrun. But as John pointed out, the only real time scale we have is that they got there, like the dragons left, and then Allura showed up, and Allura said, "Uh-oh, they've got to Westrun." So we don't know exactly how long it is, but it's definitely like probably within on the order of hours, maybe less than, and. So Matt has gone through very great pains to demonstrate why they shouldn't fight these dragons. And then he said, hey, you got these vestiges, and they'll fucking help. And so they go and find vestiges, but the vestiges are, I mean, let's just like call a spade a spade. They're fine. Like, I don't think that the Raven Queen's, the fucking Nightwalker's guard, I think? Nightwalker's something. Whatever Vax is wearing. Oh, see you later, Valkyrie. Whatever Vax is wearing, I don't think it would have made a difference in the Vorugal fight. I don't think the Titanstone Knuckles individually would have made a difference in the Vorugal fight. There's an open question as to how many of these they need to actually get there, you know? And so I think that there is kind of this open question of they know that they got Deathwalker's Ward, thank you. They know that they got stomped. That is something that they know for a fact, is that they got stomped by Vorugal, who himself or their self, I don't know what Vorugal, got stomped by Thordak, and they are within, and all of them probably are within a day's travel. So and then they get the vestiges, and the vestiges are good magic items. Like, they're no slouches, but they're not like artifacts. They're honestly, most of them aren't even really on the level of like Craven Edge. I would say that of the three that we've seen, Craven Edge is probably more powerful, Maybe Titanstone Knuckles give it a run for its money. But like none of these vestiges have been like game breakers. So I do think that there's something that I don't even know if I would say that Matt has to contend with it, but Matt and the party, the table as a whole, need to contend with when are we powerful enough? You know, when are we going to pull the trigger? I mean, it's kind of what Pharaoh said of like, at the same time, none of them are saying the alternatives, like what the alternatives are. And I think that they probably all have a different idea in their mind of when they will be ready. Like, when could they have taken on Vorugal? And I think in Sam's mind, the herd is enough. The herd plus their vestiges plus Fassbender, that's enough to, I think in his head, overcome Vorugal. But for the other party members, it is not. And that is just a kind of generalized risk of making something out to be so overwhelmingly powerful and then the tools to deal with it not overwhelmingly powerful, but numerous. There's no good measure of, okay, we've collected all of these little power bumps, now we can take on the big power that we couldn't before. So it's tough. It's a really hard line to walk because as a DM, you don't want to give them an actual measure. Like, you don't want to give them like a way to actually measure their strength against the dragon because that would make it too safe and too like, you know, not risky. But at the same time, to a degree, why wouldn't they just wait? You know, this sort of comes back to the timers discussion of Percy saying, we're going to make this thing that I am almost positive will give us the entirety of the upper hand. How long is it going to take? As long as it takes. So, you know, this lack of pressure to go out and do the things means that when you're facing down this very overwhelming force, why would you fight them now instead of later? Why not do a collect them all of the vestiges? Like, there's nothing to stop them from collecting all the vestiges, and they know that Matt will kill them. They know that Matt will put them in dangerous situations. So if there's no reason to fight Umbrasyl now, why not wait? Why not just like head over to Singorn and go and get the bow for Vex, go to Marquette or Oncarel, I think. You know, like go get all the vestiges. There's no reason you wouldn't, honestly. The only reason not to is to address the problem of the herd. That's the big reason you wouldn't go after Umbrasyl. But that's why I think Vex offered the solution of let's go send all the herd to die, essentially free Westron, and then like send them off into the woods to hide from Umbrasyl, and then we could deal with Umbrasyl later. So it's very I think for some of them the conversation has switched since there's no timer to deal with Umbrasyl. There is a timer to kind of deal with the horde. They've swapped to, well, what are we going to do about the horde? That's the focus of everything here is what are we going to do about the horde? How are we going to use them? That's the thing we need to figure out. We don't actually need to figure out Umbrasyl. From a DM perspective, evaluating them from the players' POV, I would say that Matt has signaled the vestiges are powerful enough and what they need. I think the question is how many do they need? Because he is introduced that there are more vestiges than people. Like, they're all over the fucking place. So I think that there is I agree that Matt has signaled that the vestiges are what they need. So from their perspective, there's no benefit to fighting Umbrasyl earlier. Matt has signaled that the vestiges are what we need, but the vestiges aren't really that powerful individually. So Matt's signaling must mean that we need a shitload of them. And so from that perspective, are the vestiges more worthwhile than the herd? I don't know. I think Matt has signaled that they are. So you might as well send the herd to die. Try to get as many people out of Westrun as you can. And then move on and go and get more vestiges. It's now gone from a question to a green bar over its head. Yeah. Yeah, a bit, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an interesting scenario that you have to contend with. Because there's no reason to kill the dragons, it's a very reasonable train of thought that, we should just prepare as hard as we can. We should do every single possible step of preparation because we know that the dragons kick our ass and we know that Matt's not afraid to kill us. And there's no reason we need to kill them earlier, so let's just take as much prep time as Matt will let us, really. I still don't think the vestiges being weak is in the players' heads. There are 50 sessions in as 5e players and 0 sessions in as DMs. Matt's big up to the vestiges, so they take it on trust. Maybe. I think it's more along the lines of I have not heard them talk about the vestiges at all. Like they were talking about Craven Edge all the time. They've spent a shitload of time on Fassbender. Scanlan has not even pulled out the Mythcarver since the battle, and during the battle, his hold person was intensely more effective than Mythcarver. So I think that they can both exist at the same time because I agree that Matt has signaled a lot that the what are you calling it? The vestiges are what they need. But also demonstrably, the vestiges haven't really made much of a difference. So I think I feel relative. I mean, we're kind of speculating a bit about, what they're thinking, what they're not thinking. But I think it's reasonable to think that the lack of substantial effect might play into their decision making of thinking, well, we haven't gotten that much more powerful. I think that's something that I would be thinking as a player, not even as a DM, but I could be wrong. I obviously have a lot more time spent in the DM mindset. I think they're more focused on the dragons and herd than on getting the vestiges at the moment. I don't know. I think they're more focused on the herd. I think most of them want to not fight the dragon. I think the only reason that Scanlan even wants to fight the dragon is because they have the help of the herd. But otherwise, if they didn't have the help of the herd, none of them would think that they are capable of fighting the dragon. And it's just because they have the herd that Scanlan wants to do it.
Warning, ad incoming, take cover.
Take cover! Yeah. He did use Mythcarver's ability to get the whole person to work. Yes. He did. We don't know we don't know exactly how much it helped, which is not necessarily, again, not a problem with Mythcarver, but like none of these things have big, like, flashy effects. And like to that point, because they're not DMs, they're not seeing like as much of the statistical way that these things are impacting the rolls and like just like the combats passively. So I think kind of to that end, because there's no big flashy show of power, the vestiges aren't coming off as like big power spikes, even though, you know, they might alter the dice rolls statistically in an impactful way. Mythcarver's the ability was the main reason he got off the fight winning hold person, which seemed an integral part of his between session plan. Maybe. We don't know, and he doesn't know. It's one of the issues I also think with Bardic Inspiration is that oftentimes it's hard to tell how much Bardic Inspiration even actually impacts things. Like, we don't know what he had to roll in order to get off that hold person. It definitely contributed to it. But again, it's all like these niche, or not niche, but these like sub help to the plan. Yep, and more bots. Get out of here, bots. And all I'm saying is I'm not even trying to say what they should be doing or not. I'm just basing it off of what I'm observing is none of them want to fight this thing. And my theory as to why is because they don't feel like they've gotten powerful enough to do so. And that would lead me towards my assumption of they don't view the vestiges as being very powerful. I don't know. But we gotta go. It's ads in progress. I gotta go. Bye. Hello. Hi. What's up? Okay. You secretly just, yeah, fair enough. I get you, Sputnik. Okay, I think we're good. And we're at 55. I think I was right about them just talking. We'll see.
You guys make your way back
Hello.
to
Yeah.
All right.
Let's finish this conversation over food.
There is a. What do you mean?
I'm going back to my room and not eating.
Okay.
Wait, we need to finish this conversation.
He's already gone. You don't know where he is. Vax disappear. In the confusion. You head back to the main dining area. There is a full meal prepared of very creative uses of chicken.
It's all if he had more stuff.
Well, hands done what he best. You're supposed to eat with what he was given.
That's creative.
Wilhan is slumped in the corner on a stool with a bottle of wine that is mostly empty.
Try the chicken
Little
sorbet.
bit of drool dribbling down the
Cocktail.
Pull it back.
It's a real thing.
I know it's disgusting.
I let him have it. Fuck.
I go and whisper to Scanlan, "Are you all right?"
Yeah, I'm fine. She didn't say no.
She didn't. I sort of meant about Kaylee as well, though.
Oh yes. I just don't know where she is, so it's a bit stressful. That's all. She's safe though, right? Just say yes.
Yes. Of course she is.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'm gonna grab a shitload of chickens and start shoving them in my mouth.
Is Wilhand here?
He's passed out.
Passed out in the corner.
Scanlan, my guy. I understand that, number one, it's hard to remember all your spells. Spells are hard. I get it. But you have a spell that you have used a lot of times. Like a lot of times. To specifically look in on other people that you love. That probably could be somewhat useful to you in this scenario. But I think more realistically, this is why I'm directing my words towards Scanlan and not Sam, because I think that Sam is doing character work here. He doesn't literally want to check in on Kaylee. Scanlan wants to check in on Kaylee emotionally. He's essentially he's going through like a midlife crisis. Proposing to this girl who just got back from, I don't know, heaven. I don't know where the fuck she's been. But this is a lot of it reminds me actually a lot of how Vax kind of acted right before the Chroma Conclave arc of just like doing like really distressed shit and like not really talking normal to anyone and not using resources that would help in the scenario. Yeah. Liam is actually a pretty decent DM IMO, can't remember what. Yeah, he hasn't done any so far, but I have heard good things about his DMing, so I'm excited. Keelan does. Scanlan can only target bodily ejections, right? I mean, Sputnik. To a degree, is Kaylee not a bodily ejection? Nah. I mean, I'm just pointing it out. I'm just saying what we were all thinking. I don't know. It seems like if that's his one restriction, that doesn't maybe apply here. I don't know.
Corner of the bottle of like wine is half emptied.
Oh.
I go get a blanket and cover him.
Okay.
I walk over and I slide the bottle of ale out of his hand.
Death grip on the bottle.
All right. I leave the bottle of ale and I just take the statue of Saren Ray and I put it in his other hand.
Okay.
Tuck him up.
Cuddles it up with a blanket around it. And like this little bundle of old gnomish sleeping joy right now.
Oh, buddy.
Is Vax here? No. Shit. I wanted to put like shaving cream in his hand and tickle his nose with a feather.
Although I feel like we still need to finish this conversation. Shouldn't we all be present?
What's left to finish?
I'm gonna take a rest.
We're gonna try to convince them to delay. Yeah. If they won't delay, then we say, all right, let's go fight. Yeah. And we send them
We
into
try to
battle.
get as many of
and
us
we don't
out.
really fight.
Huh?
Well, we see how they do, and we try to rescue people.
Maybe it's a time to split up. Maybe some of us help fight the dragons while others help evacuate.
No. I'm not separating from you
when we go find a giant fucking dragon.
I may run to try and quietly by myself grab a few things from the library that we may need to find the next vestiges.
You're going tonight?
Possibly in the morning.
I'll go with you.
You do recall, based on your previous scrying spell,
It was ruined, and most of it had been picked
ruined,
up.
a lot had been picked over. Alora was escaping with what appeared to be a couple of tomes under her arms before escaping via spark.
All right.
I mean, it doesn't mean that there's not something still potentially there, but
Right,
I'm
but-
sure Laura got a lot of the good stuff. She's not stupid.
No, that's fair.
But it's not. We can still check it out.
So what's the plan?
We go to sleep.
I don't have a plan, but while they're all digging about, for about an hour of just sort of staring at the wall, I start talking to the air and say, I've never put much stock in faith. And for the life of me, I question so much why my sister took that broom. And I can't figure out another reason for her to have done it other than fate, for I would not be standing here, nor would anyone else in my family. So, you weren't my first choice. But I'm over that. And I'm ready. I will come to you as soon as I am able. I don't know how any of this works. I'm coming. Whatever we need to do. I don't know what I believe, but I made a promise and I'm sticking to it, and I'm coming to you. So just hang on.
Minutes of silence pass. No response. Nothing.
But
okay. As you get to your bed, you look on, and a single black feather is currently set on the pillow before you.
Tuck it behind my ear.
Okay. All right. The rest of you going to sleep for the evening?
Yes.
As
Okay.
we're walking to sleep, I grab Scanlan real quick.
Okay.
Huh? What'd you say? I just grab Scanlan real quick once everybody's.
Okay.
So I have to tell you something.
You don't have to answer
It's
now.
not an answer
no,
for
it's
that.
fine. I was
I know, and
impetuous
I'm
and silly, and
unbelievably-
I don't know sometimes. I get ham-handed around you.
It's
I'm
okay.
very smooth with everybody else. I don't know what it is.
It's just, it's fine. It's okay. I have to confess something to you. When you gave me that letter,
Yes.
and you told me not to read it until you die,
Yes.
I read it immediately after you left.
Oh.
Because curiosity gets the best of me
you
sometimes, and I
you're
can't.
like a priest or something. You
I
can't
know,
lie.
but what does that even mean?
I don't know it.
I go back and
There was
forth.
personal stuff in there.
I know, but I know it was very personal, and I just wanted to tell you that everything that you said in that letter, I promise to you
You do.
that I give you my word that everything that you said in that letter, I promise to you I will do.
Really?
If you die. Which I am hoping that you never do.
Well, we've almost died a few times very recently.
I know, and we've had so many close calls, and I just feel like I just needed to tell you so you've had some comfort in your person, in your body, that you knew that if...
I know, you sound like me. You're stammering and babbling like I
I
was.
know, you do make me a little nervous, and I'm not really sure why,
You
and I
should
need to
just
reconcile
marry
the
them.
feelings. Well, I don't know.
I don't know either. It's a very strange
Oh, I'm so
relationship.
confused. Maybe we should just sleep together.
Oh my god, it's God, I was about to say Jim Carrey, but it's not even Jim Carrey. He's like, well, I don't know. He's fucking Seinfelding right now is what he's doing. It's like, well, what should we do then? We should just get married. I don't know what they really do bring out the weird in each other, huh? Don't they?
And see what happens.
Okay, fine. No.
I'm just kidding. It was just a joke.
You can't joke about that stuff with me.
I know. I'm being careless. I think that drink that Wilhan gave me is settling, and it's moving about. making me say things.
I don't even know what's going
I'm
on
just
right
kidding.
now.
I don't actually think we should sleep together. I just need to tell you that I.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Anyway, I scanned the love you.
Not how I thought tonight was going to go. I feel betrayed. I feel betrayed. I feel let down. I feel so horny right now.
Well, you do. You've grown those forearms for a reason. So just go take care of business.
Oh, come on, Pipe.
That's called reincorporation right there.
Call back.
I'm sorry. I got stops. I got stops and no's, and no one was thinking that. Really? None of these sickos were thinking it? I don't know about that. I think I was right in the correct mindset for this absolute gremlin villain right here and this chaos gremlin over here. I don't know.
Call back.
Listen, everything I said in that letter I meant. And regardless of whether or not you totally betrayed me by reading it,
I'm so sorry.
I'm glad that you at least understood the sentiment, I hope, and
I did.
and appreciated my honesty and the fact that you are taking that vow. If I die,
Yes, I am taking that vow.
To watch Kaylee, right? To watch over Kaylee. It feels... That's all I can assume. I know that the letter exists, like Sam reading it exists. I know. But I know that the letter exists, so I might do it the same way I do the periscopes, whenever I end up doing that. But I'm not entirely sure yet. But I feel like that has to be the vow.
yes, I understand. Well, then that's fine.
Okay.
That's all I need.
And I was trying to be funny and.
No,
and
I know. I
care
didn't know
less
why
what
I
you feel.
proposed. That's stupid.
I do love you so much.
I love you.
And a part of my heart does. I do love somebody else very much.
I'm sorry?
But my feelings are growing for you a little bit in a weird way, and I'm not sure what it is. But we'll figure it out. I'm confused.
I think we both are. Anyway,
Well, let's.
thank you for telling me the truth after you sort of lied to me. So, but
But I never told you.
Oh, no, I
did
know,
not
but all right. Anyway, thank you for this. Sort of. I guess I have to go to my room and think about this
Okay.
while I stare at my picture in the mirror above my bed.
Which is, what's your picture?
It's just a mirror. But listen, I do love you. I will always love you, even in death. And thank you for telling me that. And I hope it doesn't come to that, but if it does, that makes me feel a little bit better about things.
Okay. Well, I love you.
Sleep tight.
I give him a hug and a kiss on his cheek.
I just sort of kick the dirt a little bit. And then I walk away and I click my heels. Little jump and click.
Okay.
Back of my head hurts.
And anything else before the evening's rest comes? All right. Sleep finds you all, some easier than others. Till a measured period of time, I believe.
Yeah.
Grog sprung awake, gathered the folks in the pre-dawn hour of the following morning. You gather your stuff, exit the mansion, and start making your way towards the Margrave's house.
Is there anyone on the street?
Make a perception check.
19. Plus 0.
You guys exit Wilhan's place, and there is a cross street that this Wilhan's home is nearby. There's like a building sandwiching on each side, and the one just south of it is on the corner of that cross street. Across the way, as you guys exit the room.
No, I don't think that's too much. I think that's fine. Because I already knew that, like, I had access to, like, yeah. I already knew. That the bit about, like, the letter existing, and I mean we'd already talked about me potentially watching and commenting on it for content. So no, I feel like Chell Owl's just clarifying where certain things were and where they were available. So yeah, no, we're all good.
Right at the front of the building, you see two figures stand up, arms crossed. The same individuals you saw earlier.
Of William's place?
Same people I saw outside of the house earlier. Alright, fuck this shit. I turn and I walk towards those two people.
Okay. You approach, you recognize them. They're the same two people that were watching you while you guys were resting directly after the battle with Kevdak in the center of the square. The two that were assigned to keep an eye on you.
Hello. What are your two names?
Each other. Veskin. Malta. What do you want?
Walter. Funny, I feel like I've seen you about in the last few hours watching us.
Been an eye, yeah?
Why?
Because you killed our leader. Takes a while to see what strength is a man who's killed your leader. If he's a murderer, if he's an honor-bound man, or if he's a piece of shit that you should wipe off the earth. Takes some bit of washing to get that. Jury's still out.
Don't you have a new leader now?
They kind of look at each other. Maybe.
Would you like to walk with us? We're going for a little morning stroll.
Nothing else to do. I'm gonna wipe a little bit of sleep from one in the corner of the eye. Lead on.
We head to the Margrave's house.
Okay.
I put my old school circlet back on, by the way, but I have the other circlet with me.
Okay. So you've reattuned the original circlet. Guys, walking through the town as you do, there is a bit of business in the morning.
In your magic.
There are some of the street lanterns have been lit, where previously at this hour they would be greatly diminished. There is movement. You see some of the herd that are now wandering back and forth, armoring up, gathering weapons. You know this. This is the morning before a siege. This is the pre-dawn meditation before the herd takes its next. Yeah. War paint being applied. You know, breakfasts being enjoyed. People preparing themselves for the frenzy of battle. This is the pre-war ritual of the Herd of Storms. As you make your way southward across the once battlefield, return town square, out to the Margrave's home, to the front doors, the door is open, and you see there are two individuals sitting out the front, one of which is a Goliath, just kind of keeping watch. To the right of them on the other side is what appears to be a kind of gruff-looking female humanoid, just kind of sitting there, arms crossed, watching as you guys approach.
I'll make eye contact with both of them. I seek an audience with Zanror.
He's expecting you. Get in.
We go in.
So you guys walk into the house. You see the interior of the Margrave's boat. Across the way, there is a haphazard throne that's been built from lumber and carts and things that were kind of pulled from resources within the town. You can see this is probably where Kevdak sat once they had taken the home, the estate.
I grab my earpiece and very lightly say, Vax, keep your eyes about you.
Are you all entering with Grog?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should we leave a couple outside or anything, or no?
Nope, stay together.
Okay.
Okay. You guys all enter into the foyer area. The throne is across the way. There's a long hallway that leads to the back of the estate. And in the very back, you can see the throne. There are some low sconces in the walls that give the flicker of light. In the center, there is a round table, which is currently set. There are some weapons, some daggers, a few javelins kind of tossed onto it. Looks like some fruit that's partially eaten. And there on the table, you see Zanror, already armored up, arms kind of splayed across the side, looking down at the table, looking down at the weapons before him. Behind him, you see his wife, the lady, the other pregnant Goliath, that is currently behind, kind of rubbing one of his shoulders and kind of talking to him into his ear. They both look up and see as you approach, at which point Zanror kind of whispers to her for a second.
What does he say?
He says, "We have company." They both kind of sit back as he goes upright as you approach. "Glad to see you have the sense to take my summons. So, now's the day where we prepare."
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
First and foremost, Grog, take that shit off. It's really freaking out most of our people.
It is pretty sweet though, isn't it?
It's confusing to say the least, eh?
We all have our preparations to make before battle. Don't worry about mine.
To each their own, I suppose. You've fallen in some strange patterns since we last met, sir.
You have no idea.
The rest of you, can we expect your attendance in this glorious fight?
Wherever Grog goes, we go as well.
Good. Good.
I suppose we could ask the same of your herd.
Leader Zanror.
We prepare now. Now we've met around with the remaining herd. We've spread the tale of Kevdak's fall. Demanded solidarity under my arms and yours. And our plan to show our strength and independence from his reign by cutting down the Black Dragon of Gat Shadow. And many are easily swayed by words of bloodshed and glory. Others, the hesitation in their eyes worries me. The green beard had set us down a path of ruin coming here. We conquer and move as a people. This life without Roman, lording over a broken city, living under the thumb of a drake. This is not our life. I sense Greenbeard's age and selfishness had caught up to him. Kevdak's lust for the fear of others swayed his judgment into more self-indulgent territory. And while we all quelled rebellion, gathered gold and goods, well, I parlayed with that beast. My uncle stayed within ear. He points back to the throne behind him, taking his drink and his women, breaking those who could not defend themselves out of idle boredom. I could see it. Regret. He had listened to the old man and led us into ruin. But the only thing stronger than Kevdak's might was his pride. So he stayed. He could not admit he was wrong. He abandoned reason and foresight. And now I question him, our actions here in the city, our future. He beat me through many chains. So learning from the mistakes here, when this dragon is done, we leave. We have no place in the city.
You speak of pride, of listening to reason. Might be smart to listen to reason in this instance as well. That dragon is ancient and very large. It's quite possible he'll wipe out all of us, and the town included. It might be smart to swallow our pride for the day and prepare. Come back when we have preparations made and we can take the dragon down.
Please understand. The dragon has claimed quite the tithe from our people. We've provided what we can, that we could scavenge. But even in the coffers of this town that we could acquire are growing thin. The reason that we were preparing for this attack, even before you arrived, was because we were at the end of our rope. Many of the people made away from this town with their goods before we came, and many still have escaped our grasp while we took over. So the paltry sums that we could gather in the time that we did held reign over Westerun, the dragon's not going to be happy that each package dwindles with each passing couple of days. Either we take this element of surprise and fight it on our own terms, or we wait for it to come to us angry on its. And if we leave now, the herd may survive. But I haven't heard of a dragon that, when crossed, lets that vengeance fly. And I'll be honest with you, we kind of leave a trail behind us, as you know.
I do. It is a wide wake, my friend.
At this point, the door slams open behind you guys. You see a muscular man walks in, skin sun-scarred and calloused, his long black hair clustered in wild, unkept clumps. A wild elf, Tress, who accompanied you to the square, not but earlier the day before, walks in behind him. Ivan, your timing is good. We speak on. At which point, this man steps forward at the table, kind of pushing you guys aside, looking directly at Zanror.
We do not recognize you, Zanror. Kevdak was the Thunder Lord who conquered the River Mar, and now he's dead. You take his title unearned, and intend to lead us into suicide against a dragon that even Kevdak feared. We will not stand for this. The River Mar picking up and leaving. Now, you return to our fens to lead our people. You can all die for your own reasons.
Zanror leans forward, very serious, a grave look on his face.
Are you saying you're abandoning the herd?
At which point you can see there's like tension in his muscles. You can see Tress currently reaching back for a weapon. And Ivan, not breaking a sweat, leans forward into his face, a square, chiseled jaw going,
Yeah. I guess that's what I'm saying. Heart of Storms is no more if you're gonna lead us into death. We'd rather live on. Back to the lives we had before you came in and mucked it up. Close the doors.
Zanwar says. The door shuts behind. Zanwar looks to you.
What do you say? Grog Strongjaw, slayer of Kevdak, he who raises might against the dragon.
Thunderlord, we back your play.
The rest of you, those who travel this world afar, outside of our people, where does your allegiance lie?
Well, certainly not with the cowards who are abandoning you in the face of a tough fight.
Ivan turns to you now, eyes red with fury.
Who are you calling a coward, little man?
Watch where you turn your gaze. It may be the last movement your head makes attached to your body.
Make an intimidation check.
Oh, that's not good. 10.
10.
Really not good. I'm dead.
He's still staring at Scanlan. Spits right in your face.
That's not very nice.
No, it's not. Neither is calling me a coward.
Well, I'm just a guest here, so I don't want to spill anyone's blood in someone else's throne room. So I'll be the bigger man and take a step back.
As you take a step back, he stands back up, turns to Zanwar.
Okay, so before we move too much further into this, I do want to say something that I have identified as being an issue at my tables that is sometimes an issue at Matt's, but is, I think, on the more rare side of like any given issue at Matt's table, is of like Matt is giving a big speech and the players interrupt him, right? I think that's relatively rare. It's relatively rare that the players interrupt in general, but especially in big dramatic speeches, which is it's sort of I think that there is a degree of just he's a good speaker and he keeps their attention. Keeps adding an M. He keeps their attention pretty well. But I also think that he almost always has the NPCs that are giving the speech, giving the monologues, etc., wrap in one of the players at some point, or one of the player characters, I should say. So Zanroar and this wild elf man are going back and forth. None of the player characters interrupt. And then Zanroar turns and says, "Hey, Grog Strongjaw, what do you think?" Grog answers. Guy doesn't stop there. Goes to the rest of them. "Hey, rest of you, what do you think?" And now he gives big indication to the party that, hey, I've kind of given my monologue. Now it's time for us all to like collectively RP this. And I think that I've seen him do this really consistently. And so now, at least my theory is that his players know that Matt will wrap them in. They know that they don't need to interrupt in order to have a chance to affect the scene. Because I do think that that's like kind of a core fear sometimes, is that players will see a scene playing out and be worried that if they don't interject, that the scene will continue on and they won't have a chance before something irreversible happens. And I think that Matt does a good job of taking a beat, giving his kind of monologue, giving his prep, giving his back and forth, and then pausing, saying, "Hey, player character, what do you think about this?" And now the player characters know, okay, we're in the scene, we can affect it, and now we might need to interrupt or interject. Yes, cut scene over. The choice and agency is now in their hands. It's good. Yeah. And it's really solid and it's really consistent. And I think that has really trained them to know I don't need to interrupt. Matt won't make anything crazy happen in the scene before he hands it over to me, so I can just sit there and listen and enjoy it.
Zanror, open the door. Let us go. Live our lives and you can run into whatever fires you want. The last thing you need is a civil war this morning.
What do you say?
How many people do you have with you?
Turns to you.
And you are?
Vaxalia.
We take 18 with us, west of the fence. Let us be. It's not fair to drag them into this chaos.
May I say something?
Before she says something, I like presenting this. Matt is really, and I say this very complimentary. I want because I'm going to say something that doesn't sound complimentary, but I mean it this way. I just don't know how else to say it. But he is wringing every last drop of interest from the dynamics of this faction. Like, Matt set up the faction, he set them in place, he set them in the world, and they had certain things about them. That they had assimilated old tribes, that they were under the leadership of a, single strongman that told them to stay here, even though they're traditionally roamers. Like, they had a few key plot elements, and Matt is wringing every grain of interesting thing you can do with those elements out of this, which I think is beautiful. It's amazing because Matt is really confronting the players with, hey, you're trying to do the good thing. You're saying, oh, at least we can, like Percy said earlier, at least we can save a town today. But are you going to make 18 people go on what is probably a suicide mission for them in order to save that town against their will? Does it matter that they're bad people? Like, Grog kind of outlined his morality at least a little bit for us with, hey, if it puts your consciences at ease, these people suck ass. And, that is enough for his morality. He is willing to trade people that suck ass for people that are at least neutral, like the civilians in the town. That is Grog's moral compass. And now no one else really laid out their morality like that. So now Matt is directly showing them, hey, there are going to be people in this that really don't want to be there. And not only are they going to they're not just going to begrudgingly go along with it. They're not going to do that. They want to leave. Are you going to force them to fight Vox Machina? That's a super interesting question. That is way beyond just good and evil and right and wrong. It really depends on the personal philosophy that your character subscribes to, their personal moral code. And there are a lot of ways that you could argue for or against this. So I love that Matt is presenting them with this question. He's given them a host of reasons that they need to fight Umbrasyl. That was the first thing he did when they walked in and started talking to Zanror, is here are all the reasons we need to fight Zanror, or we need to fight Umbrasyl. And they have established that they are nervous about that. And so Matt establishes and maybe convinces them, okay, shit, yeah, we do need to fight Zanror, but at least we got the herd. And then presents them with, hey, a sizable chunk of the herd doesn't want to do this. So in both parts of the conversation, he's fucking with them in a good way, in a great way, of this thing that you don't really want to do. Here's why we need to do it. Great, convinced. All right, here's why these people don't want to do it. It's a pretty reasonable reason. Are you going to force them to do it and probably die? Ooh. Great. This is how you run a really nice and nuanced moral quandary. And like some of you might be like sitting there thinking like, oh, I know exactly what I would do. And that's fair. Does your character know? And do you find it reasonable that other characters might have different opinions? I think that it is reasonable, and I like it.
I realize you want to go and protect your people. But even if you run, you guys will eventually come across a dragon that will kill all of your people. So what if we fight together? Because there's strength in numbers.
Maybe we should just let them leave.
Make a persuasion check. With a disadvantage.
Why?
Because you're a tiny gnome talking up to a very burly man
Yeah, but I have a feature here. Look, I'll say it based on Matt's part. Because not only are there the optics, but she is like talking down like strategy-wise to him, which, to be clear, totally not sure I like the disadvantage here. I don't know if Matt just doesn't want to say it out loud, but when I heard disadvantage, I heard it like my initial thought was, yeah, because you're talking down to him. And like, I am all about people's stats leading the charge on like things that maybe they're less good at in person. But I'm also very down with, in the same way that I would give, advantage or a rider towards a really good speech or a clever play in combat. I found that entirely unconvincing, and if I was the wild elf, it would piss me the fuck off. So, that's my own, that is my own perception as the GM, or the pretend GM in this scenario. Is that I think that would piss the wild elf off, and therefore disadvantage. You might still get it, but disadvantage. However, if you don't think that the elf would take it badly, I do agree that I think that the argument just of you're a tiny gnome, he's a big elf, I think that falls a little flat for me in terms of reasoning, but the actual contents of her words and how she spoke them, that felt like enough for disadvantage to me. Especially she's probably kitted up in her fucking divine livery sort of shit. I think that's baked into the DC for me, not disadvantage. I think it can be either way. Because, I mean, you're essentially attacking the same thing there, of like affecting the disadvantage up and down, or affecting the DC up and down is the same statistical thing that like giving advantage or disadvantage does. It's just whether or not the player can see it, really. And I go back and forth. It depends on the table, and honestly, it depends on the players a lot of the time for me, as to whether or not I affect DC or I give them advantage, disadvantage, riders, whatever. But if the player is totally neutral on it, a lot of times I try to give them things like advantage, disadvantage for things that they do, and I affect the DC for like things that they are, or like contextual reasons. So like to me, the big gnome or the small gnome, big elf, that's the sort of thing that, again, if the player's totally neutral on it, that's the sort of thing that I would bake into the DC, and the contents of her speech and the way that she delivered it, I would target, like I would do like advantage, disadvantage. But again, super depends on the table, super depends on the player. I have a player that I have two separate players I can think of that would be on opposite ends of this. One of them hates the idea of me like affecting the DC based on their actions, and then another one that I can think of just adores when when their actions affect the DC on the back end. Like I think they have a lot of DMing experience, which is I think why they're into it. But yeah. Feels a little too close to, oh, you didn't do a great job role-playing what you said, have disadvantage. Yeah, and I think that this, to an extent, is it is a big feel debate. Also, I know we're over talking budget, which I'm actually very happy about. I chose the numbers for this talking budget pretty arbitrarily, and we're almost done with the session. So I feel like I got pretty close that we just crossed 50K. But I am ignoring it for now. But I did see it. But no, I agree with you, Sputnik. I full on agree with you. And I think that there is a really long well of discussion around how much player cleverness and player ability should impact the performance of their character. I do think there's a deep well of discussion. I actually had a comment the other day that was hitting on this sort of general discussion, talking about how they view, RP and its impact on the role values to be similar to, someone's understanding and how to get over a chasm affecting their athletics role. It's like, oh, if they go and choose the most opportune place to leap the chasm, if they make some sort of preparation, if they do something extra to get an advantage on this athletics check, I give them advantage. And they view role-playing for for the mental stats very similarly. And I think that that's very interesting. I think you are going to run into players, again, that are on very different sides of that. But I think that the other day we were talking about that was a nat 20 performance. I do think that whatever you do, it should go both ways. I think that if you give benefits towards really good roleplay, you should give detriments towards bad roleplay. But even that, I'm saying it confidently. This is a situation and a stylistic thing that if my players didn't like however I ran it, I would be almost instantly willing to change. Because this sort of thing is not really tied in very tightly with a lot of my other DM style stuff. And so if I ran it one way and my players weren't into it, we can change instantly. I'm down. But it is something really interesting to keep in mind on what you want to promote. I think it's very group specific, and this group knows that their RP matters to a bigger extent. I think I disagree, but not sure. Would need to talk it out, which can't really do here. Yeah. This is. I think that this is a deeply nuanced well. Maybe we can talk about it at an office hours at some point, or potentially in a different stream if there's another example of it. Because this is a very distinct example of it. So maybe if it comes up again, we'll talk about it more later. But yeah, we'll at least start the convo there.
Right. Go ahead and make your roll.
So I have advantage on charismas. I know this isn't
on charismas.
Charismas. I do.
Let's see specifically what that
No,
ability is.
advantage on all intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
Saves. Versus magic.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, I didn't read the rest.
So that's not really going to help with that, unfortunately.
All right. So persuasion.
This is persuasion.
Little persuage.
Oh, that's a good one, but
Right. 9.
He laughs.
It's interesting, Zanror. I walk into here and suddenly all the tiny people are talking for you. Tress, let's go.
I'm ahead, Tola. Talk to me.
I ain't got time for this shit anymore.
Make time. Lay down. Those dragons are gonna find you and me and everyone in this room, whether we fight them now or later. The only stupid thing we can do is separate ourselves from each other. Yeah, keep twitching, Twitchy. I don't want to fight this dragon today either. But stupider than that is splitting this group of powerful motherfuckers apart. I'd rather walk away from here. I'd rather take everyone out of this city and build our strength and come back and hobble this beast. But the stupidest thing you could do right now is separate yourself from the herd. You make yourself weaker. You don't have them to protect you while you're in the fields alone, while that dragon belches shit on you from above. You're strong. These fucking guys are strong. We need to be smart. Your strength is shit compared to that dragon. Shit.
Oh, Sputnik, you make a good point of their convincing themselves. There is an aspect here of, Matt, they're really not sure. They've been going back and forth, blah, 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 blah. And Matt presents them with people that want to do two separate things, neither of which are the thing that the party really agreed on. The party really agreed, yeah, we'll send the herd all together and then maybe fight the dragon, maybe not. Right? That was like kind of the end decision of Vox Machina. And Matt is presenting them with two people that want Vox Machina to do two other things. And they don't want Zanror to go and fight, but they especially don't want this guy to leave. This guy leaving is like the worst case scenario. It's not even remotely in the cosmology of what they want. And so now they have to present arguments to keep this guy here, which absolutely reveals their mindsets to each other and to themselves. I kind of doubt that Vax would have gotten here if he wasn't trying to convince someone else. So yeah, like you said, Sputnik, they're convincing themselves because they have to present arguments to other people. It's a very nice construct.
Tiny people are gonna do better?
Oi!
Our tiny people are pretty fun.
We've already killed dragons.
I'm getting pretty sick and tired of being called. Listen, I don't want to
kill dragons.
I pull out my necklace with the tooth on it.
Let me see it. He pulls it forward and looks it over. You can buy that in any caravan that passes through.
Killed a white dragon, motherfucker.
Spit at his feet.
Oi!
I address Zanror.
Forget it, guys.
Yeah,
why
I
are we
just
trying to?
said
Why are
no.
we trying to convince this asshole to fight with us? Let's just let him leave. He's a coward.
Zanror, if he doesn't have your allegiance in this room, he will not have your allegiance on the battlefield. Let them go. Only big men talk big words that only fail on the battlefield. He has nothing to represent any of his claims. Let him go.
The only difference between you and us is that we want to actually kill this thing. You want to be a
Zanror.
prick.
Zanror, it's not worth losing any of your men before we fight this dragon. Just let them go. You're already losing 18.
Open the door. The door slowly opens behind him. All right, Ivan. You want to leave? Go. Take your people. But you better go now. Because when we're done cutting that dragon down, we're going to come after you. Desert us. Or you can come to this fight with us. Yes, these dragon slayers. He who fell from the sky and cut the uncuttable down. We will gloriously bathe in the blood of that beast. Take back the spoils that we fed it. You can do what you please. I have no interest in lording over you. Looks about the rest of you. Forgot your arms. Have my back for this. Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Tress kind of puts her hand to the side. Ivan looks at her. We'll take our chances with the wild. Turns around and exits the room.
Ivan starts sweating out. I want to trip him. Just stick my foot out.
Oh my god.
All right. Okay.
Where's the bit started over last?
Yeah.
Probably fail.
Go make a strength check.
Oh, she's super
You have
strong.
the gauntlet.
Plus 4 to your roll. That's what it would be.
Whoa.
12.
Catches himself. Shoots
Sorry,
his
I'm
back.
so small. You probably just didn't see me.
They both exit out the door.
Have fun melting an ass. They're gone.
Door closes.
Nick.
Sorry about that.
Okay, wait, we're 5 minutes out. I'm gonna delay the ad. We have an ad upcoming, but I've got delaying powers. Yeah, Angel Pike no more. Holy shit, that's so funny. Oh my god.
How many do you have left after they left?
18. Looking at about 25 strong. We have more wounded, but they're not going to be of use in this battle.
25.
How?
25
Does that
strong
Yes, yes.
people.
Does that include your wife?
No, she's not. And she turns and goes, I will fight in this. You are not going to keep me from the glory. He goes, she will fuck with us.
Aye, she will. 25 strong we have. Injured, no good to us. Neither are the prisoners or hostages that were kept by this herd. You said you've made preparations. What sort of preparations do you have in mind?
Well, the creature sleeps at the top of that shadow. We've quite an ally in this city that seems to know a secret byway to get to this side of that cavern. I figure that way we can go ahead and take the fight to it, where it sleeps, when it's not ready.
Interesting.
Can't fly if it's stuck in a cave.
Very true. Have you seen this cave?
Only from afar. We have some scouts that are making the way up there right now.
I'll report back with the size of the cave.
Should know soon.
If I'm not mistaken, I recall hearing that no scouts that have been sent thus far have returned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you have faith that these that you sent will?
It's better than not.
Do you have any interest in a tactical ambush?
I'm all ears. What have you got?
When's it due for its next pickup?
Tomorrow morning, just after dawn.
Wait 24 hours? Pike and I can take time in Scanlan to heal some of your wounded? Gain a couple more to the fight? We set a trap in the morning.
What kind of trap?
Something that explodes it?
Something big?
Something that traps it?
Something heavy?
Something, even in theory, that we could convince it to take back to its lair. If we still want to go with that, we could load the next parcel with something.
Or someone.
Would 3 days be better than one, does it?
A month would be better than a week.
We don't have that.
But
One thing
yes,
dragons...
3 days would always be better than one.
Dragons and Kevdak shared one common trait. Arrogance. In your previous dealings with this dragon, does it ever speak down to you?
Oh. It's the only way it knows how to speak. Fucking cold-minded beast.
Aye.
Can't wait to sever its head from its neck.
Perhaps if we tame your lust for blood for a day, we can control all the variables that we have by setting this trap. If we go to that cave, we will find war sooner. But we know less. And the reason you're the Thunderlord now is there is a better brain in that skull than there ever was in your father's. Let's use that to our advantage.
Make a persuasion check. You want to aid?
Yeah.
I mean,
it doesn't need.
19.
Well,
19. Takes a moment.
Pretty high.
We'll take your day. Set what you need. We'll go ahead and call the troops off for the day. Heal our wounded. Let's make this such a majestic death for this terrible creature.
Zenroy. I think Percy just had an idea, but Vexalia knows a lot about dragons. She might be good to educate the troops. Also, as Grog mentioned, we have people who could be very valuable allies that your people have imprisoned. It would behoove you to release them so that they can join our side. Conversely, any other type of magical enhancements that you can use to arm up against acid.
Acid.
For any and all of your troops. It's definitely suggested.
Talk to our speakers. They should be able to mount up what we can. Acid, you say?
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that.
You release the prisoners?
I would like one of you to at least go with him, but hey, we can do that. All right. Let's begin our planning. For tomorrow, we kill a dragon.
We totally planned at dawn.
Episode title.
And tomorrow we fight.
On that note, we're going to end this episode. Next week.
At dawn, we plan. All right. Oh, and we got post credits.
See?
At dawn.
Have fun, you guys. I'll be on the beach next week. But it's okay. I'll
Dawn?
I'll try
Where
and.
are you going, Brainiac?
We parlay?
Why?
You can Skype you in.
I
Yeah, can you Skype in?
I'll try and
You
Skype
had
in.
to.
You'll see how much.
I'll see how much internet I can get on the island.
You'll see how much it sucks.
Oh, wait, what?
Do it.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? What?
Barack is here?
Is it open? All right, guys. The Geek and Sundry open beta is next week.
What's that mean?
What's that mean?
Cool. All right. All right. Very, very, very cool. Very cool. Oh boy. Was was the hour of planning as bad as you thought? Look, I'll be honest. I gotta be honest with you guys. The bits in the mansion were a little drug a little bit for me. But the bits with Zanroar were fun. And yeah, it wasn't that bad. I am just, yeah, I'm not a planner. I am the grog when I am playing. And typically, even though, I'm trying to put myself in Matt's shoes a lot of the time, the DM's shoes a lot of the time, I think being an audience member to a game is more similar to being a player than a DM. And so a lot of the times I find myself as an audience member falling into some of my player tendencies. And as a player, I am much more Travis Grog-ish with shopping and planning. So that is, yeah, I have no critique to the fact that they took an hour to plan or how it went. They were doing a lot of very normal, very fine stuff. Just as an audience member, got a little bit bored. Not Fastbender. Yeah, I don't know. Fastbender's fine. Yeah. I prefer them plus NPCs instead of just them. They spin their wheels after 30 minutes. I do generally like them plus NPCs more. That's true. I liked the second part of them interacting with Zanroar and the elf guy. I don't remember his name already. Yeah, a lot more than them just interacting within themselves, kind of. They tend to fall into their own bits a little too much. Yeah, I think that's kind of, which, I got nothing against it, especially, if you're really, oh, wait, what? Okay, no, we're fine. If you're really into Critical Role, you're really into the actors, like seeing them just like have fun with each other is good content for like, for not even a subset, I want to say, but probably for a lot of critters. That's just not for me. But even I want to cut that even of this is like a very like in my head thing. Like, even compared to like the Vasselheim bar scene, I thought that was like detrimental to the fictional story. This like fucking around in their mansion for a little bit, not detrimental to the story in any way. That's just them like blowing off some steam as characters, you know. So I got nothing. Mega hates them having fun. Yeah, absolutely. yeah. And yeah. So I got nothing to say as like an analysis piece. Like, if that sort of thing happens at your table, they all looked like they were having plenty of fun. And that's the ultimate thing. I only think that those sorts of scenes and sequences are bad when they are actively, again, I think detrimental to like the overall story. That one was definitely not. That one was fine. But yeah, I think, yeah, that's about it. But how far did we get? How far did we get in total? That was pretty close. That was pretty close in terms of talking budget. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about I'm feeling good about the talking budget as a whole instead of the timer. It definitely, I was keeping it in mind just like I kept in mind the timer. But it also had essentially like a memory, you know, of like it remembered not only how much I talked right now, but how much I've talked overall, which I liked. Not a full episode though. Not a full episode. True. So I will change both the cap and the decrement rate probably. I need to play around with it a little bit more. But yeah, still good overall. Please, sir, predict next episode. Next episode, you say? I haven't predicted. I mean, I've been predicting some like arc type stuff, but honestly, the Vox has been so unfocused that I haven't really felt like I've been able to like give a lot of predictions. Because they've just been kind of going with the breeze, you know. Or it's been incredibly obvious what they're going to do. So with this, especially given that the Taliesin won't be there. Lull the shade. I mean, that's just the way it's been, man. But since Taliesin won't be there to play Percy, I think... Oh, I'm really debating. I think they will set, like, a bomb. I think that Taliesin will work with Matt off-screen to design a bomb that they can hide within the satchel, or within, the carts that Umbrasyl is going to come and pick up. Umbrasyl will pick up the cart. It'll take it back. I predict that the bomb not only will have little to no impact, I don't even think it'll explode. I think there will be a relatively specific triggering mechanism. And in the actual fight with Umbrasyl, there will never be a point where... where Umbrasyl is like in an opportune spot and they have like an opportunity to like shoot a fire arrow at the package or whatever. I think they're going to spend a lot of time making sure that this bomb gets picked up by Umbrasyl and it takes it back and it's not going to have any impact on the actual fight. I think the actual fight is going to be them pass without a tracing an entire fucking army in through the byway that Zanror described. They're going to aggress it within its lair. And the question is how the fuck to handle the herd. That's the question. How do they handle the herd? How does Matt handle the herd? Theory, okay. thinking about how, my mindset around like how would I handle. What up, Little Hill? I'll catch up to you. Glad you're feeling well enough to be on our front. But yeah, I am feeling good. I was a little bit. I mean, I don't know if people, noticed or not, but I still was. I wouldn't quite say on my A game this stream, but I think I still did pretty well. So I think I should be really good to go next week, and I think I know why. So hopefully with Bird getting out of heat, that'll get better. But back to the theory. What are they going to do with the herd? Because, maybe Zanroar could come through the byway with them. But having, 40 to 50 combatants versus the one dragon in its cave, I think would be such an overwhelming number as to not be interesting. So my theory is that the rest of the herd is going to attempt to create a distraction, led by Zanroar's wife, the pregnant one. If he has multiple, I don't know. Led by her, she's going to lead the normal people in the herd through the normal dungeon, through the normal, Gat Shadow route, to try, and they're going to be instructed to make a bunch of noise, war cries, hoorah-rah, to not only potentially distract any minions of Umbrasyl down to them, but also to hopefully take Umbrasyl's attention. And they will have instructions to try and cause as much ruckus as possible and then get out if they can. The moment that they think that Umbrasyl is coming after them, or maybe after a certain period of time, they are to escape Gat Shadow and maybe come back in the byway, or maybe just go back to Westrun. Then that distraction, hopefully, gives the party plus Zanroar the ability to get in the byway and set a second layer of trap for Umbrasyl. So they all get into its lair while it's off distracted by the rest of the herd. And then they can set up in opportune locations. They can set traps. They can do all of these things to make the fight more unfair. Once Umbrasyl gets back, then they have the fight in the cave. They win. Again, the bomb never goes off. And I'm trying to think of one other extra special trap. Okay, hear me out. I think they have enough time, and they have evidence of this going really well, where they are going to attempt to cinch pulley. They're going to tie the endless rope around Freeman. What's his name? Not Freeman. Freeborn. Golem Boy. I don't remember. Freeman? No, not Freeman. Fuck. Frederick. Fastbender. They're going to tie the endless rope around Fastbender a bunch of times, and then they're going to try to pulley him up to the ceiling. To where, but into the shadows of the ceiling so that Umbrasyl doesn't notice him. And then when Fastbender comes in, he's going to be right over the door. It's going to be like the old...
Ad incoming.
Oh, no.
Take cover.
Oh, no. I got 60 seconds left. It's going to be like the old cartoon bit of putting a gallon of water over the door, and then when they push open the door, the gallon of water falls on them. It's going to be like that, but with a giant golem. So they position Fastbender over the door, and then Umbrasyl, the Tom and Jerry looking ass that he is, comes waltzing on in and and hits a tripwire, and Fastbender falls on his head, and then Fastbender rides him like that little kid rode Trinket. and starts just wailing on the back of his head. That's it. That's my prediction for how this goes down. And then they beat Umbrasyl. And then they all go into the Magnificent Mansion. And they hide in the Magnificent Mansion as the rest of the oh fuck. Oh no, ads are going on Twitch. Fuck. Well, I guess unfortunately the Twitch ones don't get to hear the end of this incredible theory. But they are so they're going to beat Umbrasyl. They pull up Magnificent Mansion, and it's only entities, that Scanlan says can enter. And so they're going to sit inside of the Magnificent Mansion. The rest of the Chromaclave is gonna show up, and they're gonna have like a fucking rap battle with the rest of the Chroma Conclave. Because the Chroma Conclave can't get into the mansion, and they're going to try to just insult the Chroma Conclave through the door enough that they leave, because the Chroma Conclave can't doesn't know that the portal will disappear eventually and that they'll be kicked out. This is how it happens. Yeah, this is it. Also, profit. I agree. You always need to profit. That's true. They're missing. Chromaclave is a funny shortening. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Thashel. Volkswagen rules. Chromaclave rules. Yeah. So that's what's gonna happen. Those are my theories. The herd distracts. Vox Machina sets up some traps, and then they fucking win. That's my theory for next episode. And with that, I will leave you all to your own devices. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for being patient with me, my brain, and my internet. I guess I'll give a half-hearted. How does he do it? The rap battle could be right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. But yeah, I will leave you all there. Thank you so much. I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. Maybe Outer Worlds, maybe something else. Probably Outer Worlds. But maybe something else. But probably Outer Worlds. That's all. Goodbye. Actually, goodbye. Okay, goodbye this time. Goodbye and goodbye.